Good
Hey guys.
morning. Hey. Ah, what a day it was yesterday. Issues with sound half from I don't know what happened. I watched back, and yes, I had our mics down to 20% and we still were louder than anything from the court, and I could barely hear you. So something yeah, I need to check. I have made a I went Karen on StreamYard and sent in a complaint.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm setting myself goals, and I'm going to attempt to learn OBS is one of my big
Yeah.
goals. Um,
Yeah. And
or
I
I'm going to wait until I set it as a faraway goal because I'm secretly hoping that David will learn it and then send me dummy videos.
yeah, that kind of yeah, I kind of had that plan too.
Because I'm a
Yeah.
horrible, terrible person.
Well, if somebody else is going to do the work,
I mean, if he shows God gives us all different gifts, and if he shows that he has better,
mm,
things,
I mean,
I'll teach him how
I'm
to
mm,
cave on stuff.
yeah, I'm old. I should have everybody help me with this. I mean, well, not everything, but at least tech stuff. I mean, I barely know how to YouTube, and StreamYard has been working fine for uh, since I started streaming. But last week, the communications between YouTube and StreamYard, yeah, yeah. But the main thing is when I started to have YouTube in different windows or tabs, or no, not tabs, different windows, and all of a sudden everything started to fork up, and then
Yeah,
yes,
I have no idea. I don't know.
mm, yeah. But now I'm back to having everything in the same window, in the same in different tabs, and if and if it starts to buffer, well, if I believe that I can restart as long as somebody else is online, and maybe that can help. I don't know, but we will try. We will try to have a good stream today. But yeah, yesterday, hearing the so-called interview with him, the few words I understood from it, not entirely by intoxication, but because the video was by a potato who then was copied through Betamax and then through a VHS tape, and then yeah,
I I need to go check because I asked my husband. I was like, "So if I go up to anyone, just having a pair of boobs is gonna make you talk to me?" He's like, "Pretty much nearly every guy, yeah." And I was like, "You are all very, very dumb." He's like, "Yes, we are."
well, yes, but not admitting to crime.
Well, you would think, but no, this guy is like, "No, no, we were right here, and here's where I did the illicit thing, and here's where I did the other illicit thing, and oh, this other crime I did."
Yeah.
I mean, the only saving grace is you couldn't understand half the damn words because it was recorded on a speak and spell. Um,
Oh.
Christine, yes, it has been pushed back until Friday. So Baker is, I think, starting a baking video in about 30 minutes. So he's hanging out with us for a little bit.
Mm?
And then it looks like we're getting to closing arguments in this case today, if we're having a case, because we're going to get into it.
Yeah. Yeah. What it will be
1 second.
interesting. Yep. It will be interesting to see how the cross-examination of the lead detective will be, because I was in the mindset, oh, this kid is talking himself into a prison sentence, and then she did a demonstration about how the gun must have been held, completely contradicting the actual expert, the state's own medical examiner, with an actual training in that field, with 30 years and 10,000, up to 10,000 or whatever it was, 6,200 autopsies by herself, 700 that she oversaw, and explained, yes, this is the most probable, but since the gun is missing, I can't rule out homicide. And then the lead detective, with a stunning 3 years in the field, no, absolutely not. This is how it has. The gun had to be in a 90-degree angle for the shell casing to be there, and that woke me up because, oh, yeah, that's a lie, and yeah,
Not to mention her 12 inches, whoever her boyfriend is, sir, you are a lucky man. She doesn't know how to count. You are at least a good,
mm,
3 feet, okay?
yeah. I, I mean, damn it! I should have brought a ruler, a foot, but like I'm not that. What you call it? I'm not flexible, but a foot. What's that? That's that
Well,
max.
isn't it your forearm is
My
considered like, don't open your mouth while doing this, you know our chat.
but it's like this, with
Yeah,
your arm in a 90-degree angle, which fits with how she was found.
it's yeah, it's not terribly difficult, and if she had her arms up, which we know she did
Mm,
because they weren't, eh,
mm,
the state's ME made a very good point that if she had her arms up like that, it would be difficult for another person to make that shot and not hit the arm.
yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I have. Let's see here. Where she made the actual mistake of. Yeah, or more or less in a 90-degree angle, thumb on the trigger. That was
Well,
her
and she
mistake.
has it in front of her head, not she is just all the wrong.
Yeah, but that is at least, I don't know, maybe a foot, arm in a 90-degree angle, thumb. And that is kablam, drop the gun, bleed, gun leaves an imprint, or more, makes a void. It stays there, sorry, stays there for a long enough time for the blood to coagulate somewhat while he is running in circles. I don't know what he, yeah. But and then she thought, no, it had to have been in a 90-degree angle, and no, that was so stupid. I, I honestly believed that the kid talked himself into a prison sentence, but with this, oh, let's cross the T and dot the I and really hammer it in by this demonstration and say what now? I mean,
Yeah, uh, I have many things wrong with this detective. First of all, I don't understand the anti-M hairdo. I mean,
mm,
my hair is all the crazy because it's raining today, but the anti-M hairdo, I don't get. But the talking, you are a detective, ma'am. You either talk like a detective or you talk like a teenager. I need you to pick one, pick a
mm,
lane, and stay there.
yeah, but she was
Uh,
affected towards this defendant, but this defendant would
because
have
he's
thought anything with
a boobs.
yeah,
Yeah, that's just my main it's a petty main complaint that we didn't have, good male eye candy. This was a total boob fest, and I,
yeah,
for one, am lodging a complaint. There was no male eye candy. We didn't have any firefighters, nothing. This case was
Yeah,
total.
yeah. I mean, we did have that firefighter Tweedledum, or
We had
whatever.
Tintin, the detective.
Yeah. Tintin the detective, who got a haircut in 2003 and then stayed with it as his hairline started to
Yeah.
walk
We got
walk
Uncle
backward.
Phil and
Mm?
No Stash. I
Yeah.
mean,
Mm.
all the guys are like, well, Boob Fest
Mm.
has been okay for us. Except the
Yeah.
demographics of these true crime channels tend to skew toward the females. So
Yeah.
really, Court TV needs to start realizing
Yeah. And I need to know who is doing the hiring. Now, I do know women can do, as the medical examiner explained, women can do anything men can do nowadays.
that was the best clip ever. I hope we got that. We did learn equality.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to the medical examiner, while a lot of us were laboring under
Mm.
the impression that women do not self delete as much by boom boom stick as men, apparently we are picking up our numbers and we are moving to
Equality.
equality.
Yeah.
Rosie the Riveter, third wave feminism. No Ty Bronca would be so proud.
The suffragettes would have been so proud.
Do you know that the only death of the suffragettes, well, except for them bombing some people in England, the
Mm.
only death here in America, I believe, was a woman trying to pin a banner on a horse, and the horse took exception to it. I mean, I shouldn't. I mean,
The
I mean,
the misfortunes of others are always, especially if it's way back in time. Yeah. Uh, Darwin Awards, yeah, are a real thing. Well, Darwin Awards, you know about that?
oh, I love Darwin Awards.
Yeah.
I shouldn't read them to my children as nighttime bedtime stories, should I? I'm just kidding. I
Well,
don't.
yeah. Yeah. The more effectively unaliving yourself and putting in, yeah. And this, yeah, pinning a sign to a horse. Yeah, ma'am, you haven't been close to a horse in a while, I believe. But if, let's see here, I have this.
Well, she didn't realize they
Int-
were fruit. That's the problem.
yes, she didn't realize that horses are fruit. That's true. And
Good morning, Bass and Burdens of Proof.
yeah, good
Let's
morning,
see.
everybody.
Crazy by Proxy.
Hmm? Yeah, yeah. Morning, everybody. We have yeah, an initial good turnout. Let's do the YouTube stuff. Like on your way in. Check if you have liked on your way out. Subscribe, yes. And if you are subscribed or think you are subscribed, check again. We heard yesterday that somebody that had been I've been unsubscribed, so now they are subscribed again. Become a member, $3 a month, and it gets you members only content and access to the Discord. Now, my Discord is not as lewd as David's, but we talk. And if you're very proficient in Discord, we need your help, because I don't know it. I log in maybe once every third day, and the people who made it, well, they try and they learn, and but we do need some help with it. Oh, what else? Yeah, I don't mind the super chat, but it is Thursday morning in the United States. It is Thursday afternoon in Sweden. I don't think I will do a drink stream today. Tomorrow is Friday. I don't have anything planned, but the finally Friday after work, stream that I do that starts 5 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time. Yeah, then I can accept super chats for drinks and stuff like that. Yeah.
And as promised this afternoon on Verdict Watch, I will drink and
Mm?
we will just chat and
Yeah.
such.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe we should read some Darwin Awards.
Oh my goodness, that would be hilariousness.
Yeah, drinking a beer or five. You drink. Oh darn it! I forgot to get to the store today, so I don't have. I have beer. I don't have these long drinks. And I'm
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I didn't get those either.
Mm.
Yeah, it's okay, so it is story time. Now, as I am the meanest mother in the world, I have been recently informed, but not so mean that I wasn't able to give a ride to this particular child.
Oh.
Now, I have decided that I am looking at getting a dog because they are good
Mm.
support animals when you're having a bad pain day because cats don't care really. They
Mm.
like to look at you and judge you when you're in pain.
Okay.
And we've looked at a golden doodle because they're supposed to be curly and such. My daughter's friend is her dog had puppies. It's a Great Pyrenees. These are
Oh
work animals. These are
yeah.
giant,
Mm.
you know, farm animals, but they are cute, fluffy puppies right now.
Yeah.
And I am a
Mm.
selfish mom who
Mm.
doesn't want a giant workhorse dog that's
Yeah.
going to, you
Mm.
know,
Yeah. Those are kind of you really need to train
have
them excessively because they have a mind of their own. You have to give them a purpose, which,
yes.
mm, and if you allow them to sleep in the bed with you, you lost.
Well, and that's what I tried to tell her is,
Mm,
yeah, I'm very lucky. At least she is puppy crazy and not boy crazy.
mm.
Like,
Yep.
but yeah.
Mm. Uh, One good dog, a starter dog, is what's it called? The Yodel, Yorkshire Terrier and Poodle. My mom and dad had a Yodel, Yorkshire Terrier, and Toy Poodle. It was this big, uh, just of pure happiness. Oh, you're back! Happy, 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 happy. Oh, you're in the kitchen. Happy, 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 happy. Okay. Exercise. Okay. It is like 1 foot long, about 2 foot long, weighs like 5 pounds or something like that, and it runs back forth, back forth, back forth. Okay, I'm done running. Done. I mean, yeah. So Yodel is a good starter dog, I believe.
Well, we've kind of settled on a golden doodle because
Mm.
my mom has one
Mm.
and he's smart-ish, so we can go to the same trainer. But
Yeah,
enough of dog talk. Let's talk about the crazy thing that happened at the end of the day because, dear
oh,
Lord, we may see where the boy gets it.
that's his intelligence. Yeah, for you who missed out on the last thing that happened yesterday, someone was caught taking pictures in the courtroom. Someone's picture showed some jurors. That someone was the defendant's mother.
You could just see the poor defense attorney just like FML,
Oh,
just and he was like, "Look, I haven't talked to my client, but I am emergency e-filing that we are kicking her out of the," he's like, "her ratchet out
mm,
of the courtroom."
well,
And
mm,
I can't get a read on this defendant. He hasn't really shown much facial features, and,
mm,
I hate to say that he doesn't have resting smug face as much as Border Patrol,
yeah,
but he really doesn't have a good, at least the profile that they're giving him, he doesn't have a very personable
mm,
resting face,
mm,
at least to me.
mm. Yeah, but I do believe the defendant wants the mother there for support because it looks bad if family isn't there. Okay,
Yeah.
let's hear. Law and C-word has postponed with 15 minutes, so we do have a few more minutes to BS.
The mom has a contempt hearing next Wednesday, and her phone is confiscated until the end of trial.
Yeah. And so she can be fined up to $1,000 and up to 20 days in jail, or both. And that depends if she has a criminal record, if she has done any wrongdoings before. So I do believe that the defense wants her there, but he can't be her. The defense counsel can't be her defense counsel for that hearing, so she needs to get a lawyer of her own, because she might have if she was caught by a juror doing it, that might influence the juror and cause every kind of, so it's a conflict of interest for no stash.
It does worry me that if she took a picture of them there, if they saw it, if she's trying to spark a mistrial.
Yeah.
I don't know that he was doing so badly, though.
No.
I mean, but we're not there to see how the jury's reacting, so.
Yeah. No, the photo is not going around the internet. It was deleted from the phone. But I don't know who actually discovered it. If it was a bailiff or a guard or anything. Well, jury intimidation is only up on the table if they actually know about it. So, but on Wednesday, I don't remember the time, but if it's in the news of sorts, I will do an update about it. But
Yeah, you can definitely tell the judge was peeved.
Yeah, she was
And
not happy.
they ended up doing half of the chargings or the orders, and then realized that the defendant wasn't even in the room.
Yeah, and
had to bring him in.
Yeah, and her reaction for that was also, let's see if I can find it.
I mean, good on whoever spotted it, because if that had gotten out, that would have been catastrophic. I mean, especially in a community that.
But here is her reaction when she discovers that Mr. Ford was not in the courtroom.
Initial rough draft of the request to charge. Yes, sir. I'm gonna ask because we didn't have any break. Okay, yes. I'm gonna ask for 5 minutes and then have Mr. Ford pour it out so he can be part of the charge conference. Oh gosh, did we do all of that? Oh gosh, we did all of that without Mr. Ford in the courtroom. Let's bring him in the courtroom. I'm sorry. After the break or now? Let's just bring him out now for me to summarize what happened.
Yeah, that's frustration when the judge forgets that the defendant wasn't in the courtroom. Yeah, she was mad. How is the sound with us compared to the courtroom chat?
Yeah, how am I?
Can we get from the chat how everything is sounding?
All right, Mr. Ford is now present in the courtroom. So let me clarify an issue that was inadvertently taken up outside of his presence, but it did not affect
Thank you, guys.
evidentiary issues in the case. But
I still
need to review this.
Yes, Medita.
In the court.
Mr. Ford, I reckon that she have heard this a lot growing up, unless she's married to the name.
used her phone in violation of court rules to take a picture of the court proceedings. It was a picture of several of the jurors in the jury box.
We are louder than court. Okay.
So I have seized
I'll let you do my sound.
and it will remain in the possession of the sheriff's office until
I'm
this
at
case is
100,
concluded.
going down to 75.
She is also going to be scheduled for a contempt hearing on Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30
Okay, we are at
a.m.
75%.
for me to
Is this
determine
better?
if she will be held
Hello?
in contempt by this court
Dun,
and
dun,
How are we
fined
sounding?
and or jailed if I find her in contempt for violating my rule for not having her phone completely powered off during court proceedings. I have a copy of the photo. Your attorney, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, has a copy of the photo. The state has a copy of the photo, and it will be made a part of the court record. Again, it was inadvertent on my part that you were not present in the courtroom when this was discussed and made a part of the record, but I note that it did not impact any evidentiary issues related to your trial. Anything else to state?
I don't trust law and crime because all of a sudden they have. Yeah. So we are. All of a sudden they went from starting at 3 to starts in 15 minutes. And no, no, there they are.
All right, let's go on.
Of course they did.
Good morning, everyone. This is Division 3 of Gwinnett County Superior Court. I'm Judge Deborah Fluker. Today is Thursday,
Fluker.
August 10th, 2023. This is the continuation of the criminal jury trial in the state of Georgia versus Austin Tybee Ford, 23B.
That's
00981-3.
1.25.
All parties are present for the state. Mr. Ford is present in court, seated next to each of his counsel. Mr. Lawrence Lewis, was there a matter that you needed to have the court take up?
Judge, first, I want to thank you for coming in a little bit early. I anticipated that I would argue a motion this morning in regards to having the court exclude Austin Ford's mother from the courtroom.
Can you close the door? We're not ready yet. I just need you to. Okay, I just need you to close that door for me.
I searched and searched and then realized that the motion was not actually reduced to writing. It was an oral motion that was argued, but I did find the transcript of that motion. So by the time I did that with all the other things going on, two of my primary values ended up coming into conflict. One, do not waste time. Number two, do not break your word. So I had to make a choice. Am I going to actually not break my word and reduce this motion to writing? And I decided I'm not going to do that. And I didn't want to come in and really just argue an oral motion without reducing anything to writing. I wanted everybody to be able to see it in writing. So I'm not going to pursue orally the motion that I thought was in writing to exclude my client's mother. She's not here in the courtroom now. I haven't seen her. She may not show up. I'm going to deal with whatever kookiness comes up today. She decides to come, as opposed to now, if after the jury has the case and they're deliberating, I feel like I need to address that issue, we'll deal with it then. But I just didn't think it was a good use of time last night, since I had to do cross, closing, and directed verdict motions, review the jury charges. I didn't think it was a good use of time. So I won't be pursuing any motion to exclude Mr. Ford's mother from the courtroom this morning. Thank you, Judge.
All right, just to perfect the record a little bit more, the court had to address an issue last night after the jury was excused that dealt with an allegation of an improper use of a cell phone device in court without prior permission of the court. After that was addressed last night, the court ordered the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office to seize the cell phone of Ms. Sheila Holly. I've prepared an order that's been provided to the sheriff this morning that authorizes them to hold that cell phone until further order of the court. I'm also in the process of having my staff file a second order that outlines the allegations of contempt of Ms. Sheila Holly and schedules a show cause hearing on the issue of contempt for Ms. Holly that has been scheduled for Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. here in courtroom 3F. Obviously, neither the state or the defense are actual parties to that show cause hearing for contempt, but because it arose during the criminal jury trial proceedings, in this case, you will both sides will be copied on that order and notice of hearing. Your appearance is not required. Deputy Odom will also receive a copy of that order. As she was involved in seizing the phone, she will be required to appear for that scheduled hearing on August 16th.
You think she will?
Anything else on that issue from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense? All right, I believe we have several jurors that are still missing. It's not quite 9 o'clock when they were scheduled to return. Are there any other issues that the court needs to address while we wait the arrival of all the jurors?
Nothing to say, Your Honor. No, thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, if you will inquire of Mr. Ford if there's a need for me to do any further inquiry of him this morning regarding his rights and decision to testify or not testify.
Nothing changed so far about that, Judge.
All right, then let's just be in recess until the remainder of the jurors arrive, and hopefully we'll be ready to resume the trial with Detective Carter on the witness stand close to 9 o'clock. All right, thank you. Mr. Ford is back with the deputies.
Okay.
Must be powered completely off, not on silent, powered off. Please check your phones.
We are 4 minutes behind, and they have started the cross-examination on live, but we will be caught up in no time.
We're ready, Mr. Wooten.
This will be interesting to hear. What will he focus on? I hope he's going to focus on the gun thing. Just ignore the recordings.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Judge seemed to have a shaky voice. She does.
She might have been out of breath.
Mhm.
All right, good morning, members of the jury. Welcome back. We are ready to resume with the trial. Detective Carter remains on the witness stand and she remains under oath. I believe we are with the defense on cross-examination.
Is she believed?
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Yesterday, you indicated that you had a committee of homicide investigators that sort of brainstormed what could have happened when Tory was shot on July 27, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall which homicide investigators were participating in that?
Yes.
Okay.
Detective Dormany,
Dormany.
Detective Dunning,
Okay.
Detective Jorstad,
Okay.
Lieutenant Millsap, Sergeant Millsap at the time,
Okay.
Lieutenant Brookins, who is now Major Brookins, Sergeant Hegwood,
Okay.
Sergeant York,
Okay.
Oh, she.
now Sergeant Smith.
Okay.
I'm going through the cubes in my head because we've had movement since then.
Okay.
Detective Daniel, I don't know if I said his name yet.
You didn't.
Who's behind me? Sergeant Richter, he's Lieutenant Richter now.
You
I'm
memorized
thinking.
the
That's
entire
all I can think of at this time.
All right. Do you recall if it was one brainstorming session or more than one?
Multiple.
Multiple.
Yes.
Do you recall if they were held relatively close to one another, or if they were done sort of 6 weeks apart, 8 weeks apart?
They were constantly done throughout the course of the investigation. Every time we get a new piece of evidence, we discuss it amongst each other and discuss it related to other evidence we receive.
Okay. But I thought what I heard yesterday was based on where the shell casings were located. So I understand that detectives assist one another in various aspects of their job. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Some homicide detectives come from gang, and so they have more of a gang perspective. Other detectives come from vice, so they have a vice perspective. They all have a different perspective before they come to homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, some have done burglary, some have done other things, and I understand that. I'm asking specifically about the shell casings because as I listened to you yesterday, I thought I heard that the theory of concerning suicide versus homicide was determined by the way the gun was facing in the shell casings. Did I get that right yesterday?
That
what
is
you
a
said?
very small piece. That was not the whole determination.
Okay, all right. Well, I want to return to just that piece.
Okay.
In terms of brainstorming sessions with the other homicide investigators, about how many times did you brainstorm about the
Did you have a
direction
whiteboard?
of the gun, how the gun must have been turned in order for the shell casings
Is
to land
anything
where they
written
landed?
down about this?
Multiple times.
Okay, all right, good. So again, there was more than one brainstorming session amongst the number of the homicide detectives where you talked about how the gun must have been positioned in order for the rounds to land where they landed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what date the brainstorming sessions specifically involving the shell casings began?
I don't know the exact dates. Again, they were all based on like different information we received.
Okay, and based on the placement of the shell casings, I understood that you, in conjunction with maybe some other homicide investigators, speculated that the gun had to be turned a certain way. Is that right?
It's a theory, yes.
Okay, all right. And before I ask you to demonstrate that theory, I want to understand what you and the medical examiner might agree on, okay?
Okay.
September 2021, how long had you been a homicide investigator?
A couple weeks.
Jesus, Hubert Christ.
And prior to coming to the homicide unit, you had been
I
in what
give up.
unit?
Robbery.
Trina
How
from
long had you been in the robbery
clerking
unit?
is
4 to 5 months.
And prior to the robbery unit, where had you been?
The special victims unit.
And how long had you been in special victims?
Since March 2020.
So less
So a couple months. Maybe a year. Yeah.
Okay,
we got baby
grand
cock.
total,
March of
grand
2020.
total of
So
a
between,
year
and you
a
were an
half.
investigator in robbery, right?
Week
Yes, sir.
And you were an
in
investigator in
homicide.
special victims, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if I understand you correctly, you were an investigator for about 18 months, beginning in March of 2020 to September of 2021.
Indigo, I'm
when
taking
you
my
were
earrings
investigating this
off.
homicide, is that right?
In the actual CID unit, I did do
It's too early to
some
do
road
it.
investigations with the West Precinct Crime. It's called the CRT unit. It's CRT stands for Community Response Team, but sometimes we'll get assigned certain cases that may not go up to detectives.
Okay, in terms of your being an official investigator, did that begin in March of 2020?
I went to CID in March 2020, yes.
March 2020. So you had been an investigator about 18 months prior to you being assigned this homicide. Is that right?
Yes, I was assigned to CID for 18 months.
And only because you had been in homicide for a few weeks. Was this your first homicide case?
I believe so, that I was lead on.
Okay. All right. So let me take one step back. Based on your experience as an investigator overall, did you think that Tori had been shot in Yellow River Park or somewhere else?
I think she was shot in Yellow River Park at that time.
Okay. And I want to make sure we keep these pronouns straight. 2023, there's a lot of debate about pronouns. I want to make sure if you say I, you mean you, as opposed to what another investigator may have thought. Another homicide investigator that may have
Oh,
been
this
talking
Karen's
to you
gonna get
during a
mad at him with
brainstorming
the
session.
pronouns.
Does that make sense?
I mean,
Oh.
Yes,
court
may I ask for
reporters would be very
clarification?
mad at
Yeah.
him.
When you ask me a question like that, do you want me to say me as well as other investigators, or do you just want me to give my opinion? I apologize.
No. It's fine. Let's get it clear. Sometimes
No,
you
she's
may
already
hold
getting
an opinion that you may
confused.
want to bounce off another investigator.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you may just have a question, another investigator gives an answer, and you adopt that answer because it makes sense to you based on your experience. Does that make sense?
That's possible.
In that regard, both of those in my mind are your opinions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Sometimes there will be a disagreement. I'm sure there are disagreements. when
Absolutely.
you've got 8 people looking at some facts,
Oh,
right?
Yes, sir.
laying
And
good
so if in fact
foundation
you
here.
believe something, what a lieutenant or major or somebody else
Hi, Dave.
disagrees, and you feel for whatever reason compelled to adopt their position, that's fine too. That's their position. You adopted it, but you're still not certain about it. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but if they give me their opinion, I'll still voice my opinion, and we'll have a discussion. Yes.
And so I means you believe it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, versus we versus they.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. We're on the same page now. So we'll go back. Based on your experience, did you think that she had been shot in Yellow River Park or somewhere else?
Yellow River Park.
Okay, and based on your experience, how far did you think the gun was from Tori's head when she was shot?
I went based off the medical examiner's report in that one,
Okay.
and it was 10 to 12 inches,
I
the
got you.
barrel.
I got you. Based on your experience, were you comfortable that the medical examiner got that right? Or
Yes.
did you not know?
I mean, I trust Dr. Terry,
Okay.
and we did have a meeting about it afterwards for further clarification.
Okay, when you say afterwards when?
That's interesting because the medical examiner clearly pointed out that this was the only reason she couldn't rule out homicide was because there was this void that resembled the void of where a gun had been, because the gun was missing from the scene. And so it's either assisted self-ending, or self-ending. Those, in my interpretation, that was the two main, but she couldn't rule out homicide. But then apparently assisted self-ending is also not legal in Georgia, so that counts as homicide. But then you have to have the aggravated thingies to that charge.
I'm going to be a surrogate for the people that have missed the trial thus far, because I finished up the medical examiner testimony and then I didn't watch anything else. So the medical examiner's testimony was great for the defense. My question to you is, did it go south from there? Because it seems to have sounded like that. And why did it go south from there?
After the medical examiner, there was a few cops, and then the lead detective took the stand, and they played first the audio recordings, which was through a potato through VHS, where
okay,
yeah. Where,
lead
of course,
detective has boobs. Man talked 4 hours to boobs.
Yeah. He didn't talk to the male investigator, but as soon as she started flirting with him and talked hood annunciation, he just talked and talked and talked. But it started out as I wasn't there. Then they had this ping from cell tower, and then okay, I was there, but she did it to herself. But his story contradicted the medical examiner's. According to him, she sat up, put the gun towards her head, pulled the trigger, fell down. But according to the medical examiner, that's not possible.
Okay, so he basically put himself at the time, date, and location of the crime. The question is was he a participant in the crime?
Or was it a self-ending?
And so I could see why it ended up being a mistrial the first go-around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he talked himself into a possible prison sentence. And then they did this. The nail in the coffin was this lead detective with a grand total of 18 months in the police force. At the time, not even that. A year in special victims unit, then a few weeks in robbery, and then 6 weeks in homicide. She became lead detective in this. And she tried to diffuse the medical examiners who pointed out through demonstration, this is how it can have happened, according to me. But
what's the investigating department? Is it a city police department, or is it
city, I believe.
Do we know what city?
Oh gosh. Well, it's in Georgia.
Let's see.
That's
the
a
county...
good question. Let me look this up here.
Shut up and lawyer up, people. That's what Indigo is saying, and I agree. Now, the only reason I ask is because I want to look up their police department, and I want to see if there's like staff photos, because every officer that's gotten on the stand is a young
Gwinnett
female.
Gwinnett County. Put it in the chat, the spelling of it. I'm so good at pausing a video. I'm really good at it. Yes.
Yeah.
Tongue out and everything.
You're welcome, chat. Yeah, this has been a total boob fest instead of a sausage fest, which is what the ladies requested. We have gotten
almost
no hot firefighters.
Every female in this trial as witness has been young and attractive. Every guy has been old and potato shaped. And yeah, I really need to know who is doing the hiring in Gwinnett County. Gwinnett County Police. They have 930 sworn-in police officers.
I see the chief of police. Yeah, I mean, all the command is white men except for one woman.
Yeah, and through a chat yesterday, we found out that one of the chat members lives 45 minutes from where this trial is held, and says this is a crime-infested area.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and David, did you see that the mother tried to possibly record or take photos of the jury at the end of the day?
She was just texting her other children about where she was at and what was going on. It's no big deal. She accidentally hit the button and took a picture. It happens.
As you do.
Yeah, no, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, David's representing the mother out of state, out of statum, as you will.
Yeah,
right.
But so now you're caught up, more or less.
Okay.
Defense attorney is doing good foundation here for trying to impeach, because the lead detective was talking about they were a lot of officers. Okay, what actually happened, and brainstorming and everything, and she remembers all the names from a year and a half ago who was involved in this brainstorming. So he's doing good job in laying foundation for, because he has to but that demonstration where more or less she tried to get the gun must have been held in a 90-degree from the head for the shell casings to end up where they were, totally contradicting the medical examiner, who is actually the trained one. So this, after 18 months in the police force, she was a gun expert, cell phone expert, cell tower expert. I mean, that she is the only one who has testified about cell tower and everything. And I kind of believe the medical examiner over her, but it's up to the defense attorney to do the deed. So let's continue.
This is why I always say I don't ever want to find a dead body, and hopefully it's not somebody I know if I do. Right?
And if you do, it doesn't matter, because if you have your cell phone on at your home, then you left it at home. If you have your cell phone off, it means that you try to hide where you were.
This is the
well, no, I mean, I just mean if I'm driving around in a random park, right, and I have my phone with me because I'm not expecting to do anything, and I stumble across a dead body, I didn't find it.
I'm driving 3 miles
you
away.
Now want to find a dead body.
Yeah, I'm driving 3 miles away and then have a burner phone and then anonymous tip.
And thanks to every other case we've looked up, we have looked up burner phones and we know how to use them now, class. And no, we do not use burner phones. You call your attorney and your attorney says, walk the hell away. Walk the hell away. Someone else will find it. Go away.
Yeah.
And you never call.
Go home, call your lawyer. The lawyer will then call the police department. Or the news. There's a dead body there. Or something. I don't know. This is not legal advice.
This is not legal advice. Also, don't listen to Mo. Mo is getting a dog, which means, of course, she's going to find.
Oh,
not yet, Big Crispy. That will be the afternoon. Oh, an energy drink. It was the first day of school.
Also requested a case when the first lead detective got promoted out, so she wants to prove something. Yeah, we've heard this before. A new cop, first lead detective, the Melly. No, not the Melly. What trial was it? The guy where they didn't, where she didn't look for evidence if she didn't knew where it was. What trial was that? Didn't you cover that, David?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It sounds familiar. I don't know. I watched too many trials.
Travis
I
Rudolph.
thought Travis
Yes,
Rudolph.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's right.
Yeah, so this is a bit similar, but because this defense attorney is good, and we learned yesterday also that he had standing objection towards the way they conducted yesterday's testimony by the lead detective, because they threw a potato VHS Betamax, and then they stopped every half hour or every 15 minutes. So she explained to the jury, this is what he said. This is what ba. But let's continue here before we get too far behind.
After I took over the case.
Okay, and I'm going to have some questions about the chronology, but we'll return to that. Did you think that Tori was standing, sitting, or lying down when she was shot?
We discussed that. I wasn't sure.
Okay, when you say we, are you talking about you and Dr. Terry, or you and the other investigators?
Dr. Terry, as well as the other investigators.
Did you speak to Dr. Terry first before you had the committee of homicide investigators talk to you about whether she was sitting down or lying down? Do you remember the chronology? Who you spoke to first?
It was the detectives,
Okay.
Dr. Terry, and then the conversation continued after we spoke with Dr. Terry.
Okay, and in terms of her standing, sitting, or lying down when she was shot, did you have any sort of opinion regarding that?
I had theories, but again, there was nothing for certain.
Okay, and although Dr. Terry said that she was lying down, did you feel like, based on your experience, I'm not sure if that had happened?
You said based on Dr. Terry saying she was lying down?
Yes, Dr. Terry has testified and indicated that Tori had to be, based on blood flow, had to be laying down and looking upward to the sky when she was shot. Did Dr. Terry ever express that to you?
Not in our initial meeting.
Okay.
In follow-up stuff, and then when reading the report, that was not specified.
Okay, so not initially and not reading the report. So I'm gonna backtrack, understanding the answer you just gave, and said, did Dr. Terry ever tell you that the science says Tori was laying on her back looking upward when she was shot?
Yes, it was months later.
Okay, it was months later, but it was before Dr. Terry's testimony back in April of 2023. Is that right?
It was, I believe, it was shortly before that.
Shortly before that, right? So even if you learned in April of 2023, Dr. Terry's position is Tori was on her back looking upward. You knew at least 3 months prior to your testimony here yesterday that was Dr. Terry's position. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm asking you, having digested what Dr. Terry said 3 months ago under oath, did you, with your experience, think that she was standing, sitting, or lying down when she was shot?
After learning the information, Dr. Terry told me a couple days and weeks prior to April of 2023, I did, after listening to her, agree that she was laying down.
Okay, and did you think that she was laying on her back or stomach when she was shot?
Based on Dr. Terry's statement, she was laying on her back.
All right, and did you think that she was looking skyward when she was shot?
I think she was, yeah, looking up.
Okay, and based on what you could observe, were there any defensive wounds on Tori at all?
Not that I observed. She did have some little marks on her fingers, but we weren't able to tell if it was defensive wounds. It looked like maybe she had some acrylic nails that she ripped off, but there were just small little nicks.
Okay, and so I want to make sure I understand. When you got on the stand yesterday and you testified about how the gun was positioned and the shell casings, you agreed with the medical examiner that Tori was lying on her back and looking skyward when she was shot. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so whether Tori shot herself or was shot by somebody else, it appears based on that fact that Tori was a willing participant in the shooting. Is that fair to say?
I can't say for certain. I can say that she was laying down.
She was laying down. She was looking skyward. There were no defensive wounds. And she was shot in the head with the gun barrel being parallel to the ground. Is that right?
That's a theory, yes.
Well, wait a minute. You say that's a theory. That appears to be Dr. Terry's theory under oath as you heard it in April of 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a different theory concerning the barrel being parallel to the ground?
Parallel or perpendicular? So there's different. So that's what the discussion was. I apologize. I thought you were asking a different in regards to something different.
Parallels this way. What are,
Yeah, parallel to the ground or 90 degrees to the ground. Two different things. Dr. Terry, with decades of experience, told this detective before the first trial, parallel, completely doable. Because the shell
this
casings
woman?
has no,
Perpendicular.
yeah. But according to these police officers with months of experience, disagrees on that because they had a brainstorming with other police officers. Yeah.
I have thoughts.
These two pins are parallel to one another, correct?
Oh
Correct.
shit,
Okay.
not the pins
And
from
that's
Bradley Yawn.
Perpendicular?
Okay, good. So we're on the same page. The barrel of the gun,
When Tori was laying on the ground, whichever way the gun was facing, the barrel of the gun had to be parallel to the ground. Did you agree with that?
Can you demonstrate? Because I don't know which way you're saying. Like, are you saying if it was parallel to the ground in this way or up this way? I'm sorry.
The barrel of the gun is parallel to the ground no matter how I turn the gun. That's still parallel to the ground, correct?
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, good. So I want to make sure you and I are on the same page. Dr. Terry's position was that the gun barrel was parallel to the ground when Tori was shot. You understand that?
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, and so my question, when you say that's a theory, is that a theory that you accept in the case, that the barrel of the gun was parallel to the ground when Tori was shot?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, all right.
I thought I was focusing on the handle. I apologize.
It's fine. We'll take our time. We're gonna make sure we're all on the same page. So whether it was a suicide and she shot herself, or an assisted suicide where somebody else shot her, it appears that Tori wasn't fighting with any perpetrator when she was shot. Is that fair to say?
There's no evidence of that. No.
Okay, good. So why would you tell her parents on April 15, 2022 that Tori was not suicidal? Why would you?
Your Honor, relevance?
Oh.
I did not see where conversations between Detective Carter and the Lang family had any bearing on whether or not this defendant committed the crime. Where this line of questioning is going.
No, it's not conversations. It's not.
It goes to the state of mind of this witness.
Say, based on now what she's told us, why did she tell the Lang family that?
The detectives is on cross-examination, and I find this line of questioning to be relevant for cross, so I will allow it over the state's objection.
Why would you tell Tori's parents on April 15th that you knew that Tori was not suicidal?
I don't remember the exact conversation, the exact words that were said during that conversation. I do recall discussing the details of the case after reviewing the evidence that I had in the case. And I did state to them that I did not see any evidence indicating that she could possibly be suicidal. There are certain traits and actions that we look for. And I said that I could not locate anything to indicate that she was.
Just looking at the body on the ground, Tori, you agreed with Dr. Terry, Tori laid down on the ground facing skyward when she was shot with a gun where the barrel was parallel to the ground, where there appeared to be no fight, right?
Yes, that's the scene.
So whether it was assisted suicide or suicide, it appears that she wanted to be shot.
I can't say for certain that that was what happened.
Was there any indication that she was resisting any part of being shot?
There's no evidence of that.
All right. So you recall on April 15, 2022, you met with Tori's parents, right?
Yes.
And that was the day you told them that you were going to be taking out warrants on Austin Ford?
Yes.
Okay. And that meeting was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed that recording in preparation for your testimony this week?
I've looked at it briefly, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that portion where you said, oh, it's clear Tori was not suicidal when you spoke to her parents in that recording?
It's possible I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of contradicts quite a bit of the evidence in this trial.
Yeah, I have no words.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good... Dave, what do you say?
I was just gonna say I like this cross. It's very effective to me. I mean, the state of mind of this detective who wants to make a name for herself, telling the parents that the victim was not suicidal goes against the great weight of the evidence. So
the fact that she didn't know parallel and perpendicular and he had to get pens out.
Yeah.
I love the way this attorney asks questions. It's very much
Yes.
in my style of asking questions.
It's very
Um,
personable, it's not highfalutin, it's very conversational, it's not condescending, but it's
Yeah.
I like it too.
Yeah. And the way he asks level-headed, and then boom, just to get her into a mindset of, oh, this is just a conversation, more or less what she did to the defendant. Here, I have boobs, talk to me, and he talked. Here, the defense attorney is, hey, talk to me. Okay, you're answering questions. You're answering the questions the way I want you to answer them, and then boom. Yeah, I like it.
MG Law has a comment. How does the setup show murder? Question mark. She was lying on the ground, and the gun was 12 inches from her head and barrel parallel to the ground. Was the defendant lying prone to shoot her? I mean, there's a theory out there, but I could conceive of a situation where she's just lying there and he casually just sort of, lays the gun on the ground so she doesn't notice it and then shoots her, right? I mean, that's possible. The question is there evidence of that?
Yeah. And does that evidence go beyond reasonable doubt with her doing it herself? And there has been testimony in the prior trial by the mother, but she changed her story to this trial. That her,
And that's the other thing too. Sometimes you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay at the end of the day to not just know, right? We have to accept that as a society that sometimes we can never know, right?
Yeah. And I think once this, so far the cross is good, but I believe the defense attorney, his final words will be about, will you trust medical examiner with decades on the job, or will you believe a lead detective on her first homicide?
Thomas has a good question in chat. How many people bring along a friend to commit suicide? I was
more than
I was wondering how they both got there. I don't know that part of the story.
They drove there in her car with her mother's gun.
Okay.
According to his story, she wanted someone else to do it to her. Now, again, this is his story. She was going to pay someone to unalive her.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
And according to the medical examiner, because a lot of us were under the impression that women were less likely to unalive with a weapon to the head, according to her, we are making a stab at equality. More women we are equaling up that number count, and we are unaliving to equal numbers.
Gun. Women unalive themselves by gun much more than we think. Was her was the and
RLR in the chat just got here. Who's on the stand? This is the lead detective of an entire week before this this case. She was the prior lead detective had gotten promoted. She requested this case specifically. She's a brand new detective at the time, and so she has a whole 1 week experience before this.
I'm searching for, because she did have 2.5 times the prescription limit of diet drug, phentermine, which side effects is extreme mood swings and very bad thoughts.
Oh, she Kurt Cobained herself. It was really Courtney Love. All hopped up on drugs, so much so that he couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. Now, the problem with not having her medical records, if the defense doesn't bring that up, and I think the defense is just going to rest without putting on a case, is that phentermine requires a doctor's signature. It's also a controlled substance. So if she didn't get that, she was also hospitalized on a 72-hour hold. for taking more of a substance that she was prescribed or not prescribed, and having some ill effects of that. So
Mm.
if she was taking stuff that she didn't have a prescription for and having ill effects, it would lean more towards the unaliving on
Mm.
purpose thing. And then why did we even bring this case?
Yeah. And
And
I
the
still have an issue with the
testimony
two
changed.
shell casings, by the way.
yeah, but a medical examiner testified that shell casings have more or less no bearing about where the gun was positioned, because they can end up more or less anywhere.
It's not the fact of where they are. It's that there's two of them.
Yeah, I agree.
That I have a problem with.
Yeah.
Stove piping, she was saying something or other.
Yeah.
No, Brittany, I couldn't remember exactly because I was getting too excited that the medical examiner was going to do the floor thing that Court TV didn't show.
One shell casing they found, I believe, 3 or 4 feet from the body. The other one was 15 feet from where the body was found.
And if he honestly ran around and if he saw his friend unalive, let's say that part of the story was actually true.
Mm.
And he ran around, he probably kicked them. That could be true.
Yeah. One cop said that casing could have been blown in the wind, been kicked, anything. Yeah.
Because wasn't she found hours or even almost a day later?
Well, it's the same morning, but she was cold to the touch. But this lead detective, according to her opinion, it was a 3-minute gap where the unaliving occurred. And that was strange because I saw nothing evidentiary about it. Well, before we get too far behind.
Yes,
continue.
sorry.
The barrel of the firearm being parallel to the ground. You indicated already you only heard that a few weeks prior to Dr. Terry's sworn testimony in April of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you come to an agreement that that's how Tory must have been shot? I understand you didn't hear it till early April, maybe the end of March. When did you come to an agreement that Dr. Terry was right about the gun barrel being parallel to the ground?
When she discussed the blood flow, I'm not a doctor, so when she said that that gunshot would cause someone to start bleeding immediately, I was like, okay, and I agreed with her because that discussion had never come up in previous conversations.
Okay. It was September 18th, 2021 that you replaced Sergeant Smith as the lead investigator. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware that Dr. Terry's report had been completed about a month before you became the lead detective in the case?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall reviewing Dr. Terry's medical report before you went out to Yellow River Park to recreate the scene?
Yes.
What day did you go out to Yellow River Park to recreate the scene?
I went out there just to visit the scene and shortly after receiving the case, and then I went out there to test other theories and try to recreate the scene. Was it?
That's a poor question by me.
Yeah.
Here's a better question. I'm glad you agree. Here's a better question. At some point in time, you went out to the scene dressed in clothes similar to what Tory wore and sat down on the ground.
Yes.
Remember that?
I did.
Somebody was dragging you to see what type of pattern that would leave on the clothing. Do you recall that?
I do.
And all of that was recorded.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Do you recall the day you did that?
I don't know the exact day I did that.
Okay. Do you recall if you had spoken to Dr. Terry before you went out to do that?
I did.
Do you recall if you went out to do that first or if you had spoken to Dr. Terry first?
I spoke to Dr. Terry first.
Okay. You also, in addition to doing that, you created this sort of life-size doll with braids to see how the braids would fall when the body fell.
Correct.
Okay. And you dropped the body and you sort of videotaped that also. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what date you did that?
That was the same day I went out to the scene and was drugged with the clothing.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many hours did you spend creating that doll and recording the dropping of the doll to determine how the braids would fall when the body dropped?
Oh, the creating of the doll, I just went and bought a wig that had approximately 36-inch braids and then put it on a doll that we had at our training facility.
Okay, and you recorded that. How long did that take?
Maybe an hour max for that portion.
Okay. And at that time,
Over here.
you didn't know that Dr. Terry's position was that Tori was lying flat on the ground, looking up. You didn't know that at that time. Is that fair to say?
No.
Before you met, or during the time that you were meeting with the Committee of Homicide Investigators, did you know the type of gun that was missing from Tori's mother's residence?
I did.
9mm 6-hour P365, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you fire any cartridge casings that were the same? Well, let me ask this question first. Did you know that the fired cartridge casings recovered near Tori's body were the same as the ammunition held with Tori's mother's firearm?
Yes, I was.
Okay, that's the Aguila 9mm?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
And when you met while you were meeting with, I understand there were multiple meetings with the other folks in the homicide unit. When you were meeting with the Committee of Homicide Investigators, did you think that Tori was shot with her mother's firearm?
I believed it would be a possibility.
Okay, and in speculating about that possibility, and in speculating about how shell casings may travel out of the ejection port, did you fire any Aguila 9mm rounds out of a P365?
I did not.
Okay, do you recall yesterday you and the prosecutor were
Talking about the positioning of the gun as it related to Tori's head and how the rounds would have been ejected.
from the gun? That's you had a conversation on the stand about that yesterday. Is that right?
I did.
Okay, but there was no actual firing of any P365, any firing of Aguila 9mm rounds to see how they might jump out of the ejection port on the 365. Is that right?
Correct. Would you like me to explain why?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So even if you have the same exact firearm, same make, same model, there's a lot of factors that are going to come into play. It could be the same ammo. It could be the same firearm. It could be different people shooting the gun. There's going to be a lot of different factors. So the placement of where it lands, if you're holding it, if we know the exact place that's being held, it could go forward, it could go back. There's going to be a ton of different reasons. And it's going to be a ton of different factors that are going to cause the placement. And even it can be the same person. If they loosen their grip, it could cause the shell casings to go a different way as well. The main, what we struggle with is because we don't know exactly how the gun was being held. So when I say that someone could be holding the gun the same exact way,
we don't know the exact position the gun was held. But yesterday, you claimed to know exactly how the gun was held, which was 90 degrees.
Let me explain to you how reasonable defense work or reasonable doubt works.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the literal opposite of what you said yesterday. Yeah. This defense attorney is good because he gets her to say stuff she has no idea, she just said that. Let's continue.
It could be a bunch of different factors that go into that. The biggest factor that when we look at is the manipulation of the gun based on the positioning of the ejection port. So if someone's holding it like this, the ejection port is going to be on one side. Someone's holding it like this, it's going to be on different sides. Someone's holding it upside down. So that's what I mean when I say that we discussed those different theories and where the ejection port and stuff was.
But as I listened to your testimony yesterday, I was left with the impression from your testimony yesterday that how the gun was positioned when Tori was shot was totally dependent. That where the shell casings landed was totally dependent on how the gun was positioned when it was fired, right?
Not totally, no.
So she's contradicting herself. That's reasonable doubt. I mean,
Let me ask you this question.
This were an actual weapon, and I was firing it P365, and I was firing 9mm rounds out of it. Same hand, same rounds, same gun. Is it possible that one round would land over near the door?
That's kind of far, maybe towards the defendant's table. The door, I mean, I guess it could be possible. That's still pretty far.
Okay. Is it possible that one round might go up and land on the light fixture from the ceiling light fixture?
No, I don't think so.
Not
That's
possible.
high. I don't.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Not possible. If I fire, is it possible that one round would go backwards and hit the prosecutor here from right here, from the same position? Is it possible if I fire one, it gets ejected and bops the female prosecutor in the head?
Yes, sir.
That's possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I fire 4 rounds, the
I
4
love this
rounds
guy.
may land in 4 totally different
I
places.
want this
Is that
court
right?
Yes,
reporter
sir.
to smile. This woman hasn't smiled once in her life.
With that understanding, I'm going to ask you to come down.
This attorney is awesome. She smiled right there. Yeah.
Because I need to
Yay.
understand the theory.
I would hire this guy to
Here's
defend
the-
me
This is the gun
in
that, this
anything.
is the gun that everybody believes
Okay,
was used,
y'all, I
correct?
take it
Okay,
back. If
here's
it wasn't
Tori's
the
head.
boobies, it was the booty.
Here's her body.
I understood why he talked.
Right? Here's her head.
The
Here's her
uniboob?
body. Right? Okay. So
Well,
explain to me, based on where the rounds landed, how you believe the gun had to be fired.
So based on where, so we did discuss it this way.
Oh, she's holding.
If you could keep your voice up, Detective.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you want me to discuss all theories we talked about or just?
Okay, no, you can discuss all the theories, but I want to discuss them one at a
Okay.
time. Theory one.
So we did discuss it being like this because of the medical examiner's determination. So from there, you do the 12 in front, 12 in the back. But the ejection port is still facing up. And like I mentioned yesterday, you have gravity coming into play. So that could affect the ejection as well. So it could come up and then so that'll prevent it from coming as high. But again, we don't have the exact firearm and there's what is going back and forth.
Okay, I want to make sure we talk about the right thing. Don't
Yeah.
listen, don't worry about the jury. Jurors are going to move.
I know that's
The way you position the gun right here, I'm thinking is incorrect because it appeared,
Okay, I didn't know where.
yeah,
Okay, there you
here's
go.
her head, here's her body.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
make sure we're on the same page. So theory one is the gun was, that's about what, 8 inches, 10 inches? There
There
we
you
go. Okay, theory one, the gun had to be held in that position right there, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
discuss this
from
theory.
that position right there, based on Dr. Terry's testimony, could Tori have pulled the trigger with her thumb?
In the
Yes.
finger on
Okay,
top of the
theory
gun.
two.
At least she
Theory
got
two
that.
was up like this.
Okay, theory two, up like that,
Yes.
all right?
And then
Okay.
again, the ejection port would be out.
Okay,
And then the discussion we had was again, because it can go up, back, all over.
right,
But the distance that it was past her feet,
right.
that's where it came into discussion with the whole gravity thing in play. Because if it's like this, it's not going to go as far, in theory. These are
Okay,
the discussions we had.
okay,
Why?
Because that's when we come in where we talk about all of the details of the case and everything. So
Okay.
that's where the discussion came in with the shell
okay,
casing.
good. And from that position there, theory two, from that
Yes.
position there, with the actual slide facing towards the ground, can Tori pull the trigger with her thumb?
It would be difficult, but yeah, I believe so.
Is it possible?
I think so.
Fantastic. What's theory three? What's theory three with the weapon?
Oh,
The
those were,
weapon
those were,
space-
those were the two ones we discussed.
That's
after,
it.
yeah.
And from both of the positions that you discussed, theory one
Only
and
this
theory
got
two,
flat
Tori
on
can
that.
pull
Jesus.
the trigger of that gun with her thumb, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, and she just contradicted the entirety of the final part of the testimony yesterday.
Your Honor, again, as Mr. Lewis used
Okay, what?
styrofoam cup.
Wait. That was the entire. Okay, that was the entirety of his cross-examination.
That was
And,
good. I liked it.
Yeah,
I liked
because
it.
don't ignore the recordings. Ignore everything about the recordings. Just bring out the gun position. And she just admitted it could have been done either way. Yeah. Good.
I love this guy's style. That's all. His mannerisms. He could be a game show host, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's just really good with people. I feel like everyone loves this guy, this defense counsel. The
Yeah.
jury's got to be loving him. He doesn't come off as hostile. I mean, you've got a hostile witness smiling. The jury's just got to be eating it up.
Yes.
He is good. Yeah. But
You should have seen him flirt with the ME. I mean, she was laughing, just a flirting back.
yeah, he is good. Yeah.
Nice.
And the way the ME smiled yesterday because she knew what questions
Oh,
were
yes.
about to be asked and she couldn't wait to answer them. Just the fact that the prosecutor emailed her right before this trial started. And she answered it and CC'd the defense.
Old line red, it doesn't matter if he's private or a public defender. All attorneys should have this sort of dynamic. All defense counsels, even prosecutors really, should have this sort of dynamic in the courtroom. You are there, yes, to advocate for your client, but you also have to be engaging.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of public defenders. There's a great public defender. In fact, I talked about him because he's now a judge in one of my streams. That he was great. He was very dynamic like that. And you should all be that way. no matter what you do.
Okay. 20 minutes behind, so let's continue.
Sorry.
I don't think it does.
It's the
Judge.
conversation that the people come here to watch, though, by the way, Nick.
Thank you, Your Honor. If, as Mr. Lewis used a prop as a styrofoam cup in baseball, does that need to be marked as supposed to?
I don't think it does, Judge. I don't think it does. But the court will rule. And if I could, because that baseball was signed by folks that I coached, I'll substitute a new ball. If that needs
They
to be.
objected to him
I got balls in the
using a
car. I can
baseball?
substitute another ball if that becomes an issue, Judge. That's not an issue. You'll think about it. We'll get back to
I
that.
don't need to think about it, Mr. Lewis. We'll mark it. So what is the next defense exhibit? Is it?
3?
Sure.
3.
All right. So we'll mark the
You just mark
styrofoam
a
cup
baseball
and
as
replacement
evidence?
baseball
Yes.
as defendants 3 for admitted for demonstrative purposes. Is that without objection?
I'm probably gonna call it like 3A for the cup and 3B for the ball, Judge. That'll probably work.
Thank you.
Work. Thank you very much.
Okay, so he wasn't done.
But he didn't want to use his autographed baseball, so he's going to substitute one. That's awesome.
Detective, April 15, 2022, you told Tori's family that you were taking warrants out for felony murder and aggravated assault against Austin Ford. Is that correct?
I did.
All right. You explained to the family at that time that was audio and video recorded. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You explained to the family at that time that Austin had done nothing but lie to you. Do you remember that?
I probably did say that. Yeah.
Okay. And assuming that Austin had done nothing but lie to you, was there any technology, geofence, cell tower triangulation, Google Maps, anything that placed Austin in the park when Tori died?
No, just in the area.
Okay, so the only evidence that you have that Austin Ford was in the park is Austin Ford's testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any witnesses to Austin driving Tori's vehicle at any time on July 28th?
No, not that we were able to speak with.
And
Or
you
we
didn't
could-
have, and there's no other circumstantial evidence that put him in the park. Is that right?
Other than his statement.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, I thought I heard it. 11:05 p.m. Cell phone towers put Austin at Annistown and Deshawn. Is that right?
No.
What was it? Google?
Wi-Fi. Yes.
Wi-Fi put Austin Ford at 11:05 at Annistown and Deshawn. Is that right?
Yes.
And
Through the
at-
Google information. Sorry. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's fine. And at 11:44 p.m. Austin is on Rockbridge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't have any technology that puts him in the park. Is that right?
That's correct.
And part of the reason may be explained by the fact that Austin tells you he turned his phone off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The cell tower, and I don't know if we went over this, cell towers give you triangulation. The cell tower is broken down into thirds. Is that right?
I wouldn't say thirds, but yes, it is broken down based on triangulation in the azimuth direction. Yes.
Okay. When I say thirds, it's like a pie. The cell tower itself there's one side of the cell tower, then there's a second side and a third side of the cell tower. Is that right? Do you understand is that your understanding how the cell tower technology works?
In a way, but slightly different.
That's fine.
It's not as simple as on the west side. It's not as simple as on the north side or the east side.
I got you.
It's based on the degree in the azimuth and what it points to.
Okay, in terms of one, whether we call it a third, a fifth, half of the cell tower gives you a 2-mile radius in that piece of the pie. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of Tori's social media accounts, did you check Tori's social media accounts?
I did.
All right. And which social media accounts did Tori utilize?
We had her Instagram account. We got access to her Facebook, but she didn't seem to be active on it.
Primarily Instagram, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did the prosecutor ask you a question yesterday about drugs being in Tori's system?
Yes.
Okay. I thought your testimony was that you learned that Tori didn't have any drugs in her system when the medical examiner extracted bodily fluids to send them to be analyzed. Is that right?
I believe the prosecutor asked about prescription narcotics.
Okay. Well, she didn't appear to have any. She didn't appear to have any illegal street drugs in her system when the medical examiner extracted bodily fluids and sent it to be analyzed by GBI. Is that right?
No prescription drugs, no.
Okay.
Illegal narcotics, methamphetamine, stuff like that. Yeah.
That's right. And there was no alcohol in her system?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. No marijuana, correct?
I don't recall that because I believe we were looking specifically at the prescription. It's possible she may have had marijuana, but I don't recall the exact reading of that.
Okay, that's fine. The first time you spoke to Austin on the phone, October 25th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Spoke to him a little over an hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the conversation the jury heard yesterday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And on the phone, Austin told you that Scoop had gotten Tory mixed up with drugs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Austin specifically said Perks, Beans, and Zans, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understood that to mean Perks to mean Percocets, right?
Yes.
Beans is ecstasy,
Yes.
and Zans is Xanax.
Yes.
All right, did you have to ask any drug investigator about that, or did you sort of come to that knowledge in your experience as a police officer?
In that particular conversation, I just assumed what it was because there's
Anna McIntosh, was there no testing at all for gun residue on Tory? The prosecution has brought forward nothing of that sort.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the first thing you would test, and then this wouldn't be a trial.
Sorry, I was muted. What? How far after the event did they actually arrest the defendant?
Oh, that was months later.
So there would be no reason to test him.
No, but Tory, the victim.
Oh, the victim. Oh,
yeah. No. I haven't seen anything brought forward, not even by the medical examiner, that there were tests done on her hands. Which is
that seems
really
like there would be.
Yeah. And but if no matter who fired the gun, there would be gun residue everywhere. So maybe it doesn't prove either or.
No,
Maybe.
but if it was on her hand,
yeah,
right?
If it was
Simply if her arms are like at her side or away from the gun, I don't know. I feel like that should have been tested, right?
Yeah. If they tested the palm of her hand and it was gun residue, that might have indicated she didn't hold the gun when it was fired.
Take care, Angela. I'll be in court this afternoon.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So hope that answered everybody's question so far.
Knowledge of it, but
Old Line Red says, I think it had rained overnight, so they may have complicated the GSR test. Yeah, maybe. But she was dry, and the ground was filled with dew because it was early morning. It rained the night before, and they claimed the ending of the victim was 1:44 to 1:47 a.m., I believe.
Just don't go out that late, people.
Yeah.
Nothing good happens after 9.
After 9.
Well,
it is possible for like the street manufactured drugs to contain other substances, even though it's called Perks, Beans, of the such.
And when you say common knowledge, you talk about common knowledge for the people that come in this building and do this work.
Yes, I apologize. Okay. Common knowledge in my profession.
You understand, average person may not know beans is ecstasy, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. In terms of Percocet, do you know how long that remains in your system when you take Percocet?
I do not.
Do you know how long ecstasy remains in your system when you take ecstasy?
I do not.
Do you know how long Xanax stays in your system?
I do not.
Do you know if you're taking them in combination, if you're taking Percocet and ecstasy together? I don't know what that's called or if they do it, but do you know if that's done in combination? Do you have any idea of how long that would remain in your system?
I do not.
Okay, so the fact that the medical examiner takes some bodily fluid, sends it to GBI, and GBI says that there are no street drugs in her system, that doesn't mean that Austin wasn't telling the truth about Scoop giving Tory drugs, right?
Because she didn't have it in her system at the time? Oh, no. I mean, he could have given it to her in the past. Yeah.
The first time you spoke to Austin face to face, that was at the Clayton County Jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at that time, he had been arrested on a stolen gun charge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what type of gun it was?
I did not. I did, but I can't recall at this time. It was listed in a report. I did call Clayton County to find out what it was.
Not a P365?
It was not, no.
Okay, so there was no possibility that it might have been the gun that Tory, that was present when Tory was shot. Is that right?
It was not, no.
Okay, and Austin explained in the recording, I think that the jury saw yesterday, that he purchased the gun on the street. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Said he didn't know that it was stolen, but he purchased it on the street. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He indicated, Austin did, that he felt he needed the gun to protect his family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he wasn't married at the time, was he?
No, he was not.
So when he's talking about his family, did you think he was talking about the girlfriend and her baby?
Yes, Jayla Messiah, yes.
Because he was playing the role of father to the child that he wasn't a biological father of. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall asking him why he didn't purchase a gun at a pawn shop?
I did.
And you asked him that because you have a guy and he wasn't 21.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't 21, but in the conversation when I was talking to him about it, it slipped my mind.
All right. Do you have to be over 21 in Georgia to legally purchase a gun?
Yes.
All right. And based on what he had told you about how he was hopping from residence to residence, did he appear to be unstable at the time you were speaking to him? Let me rephrase that. For the way Austin was telling you he had been hopping from residence to residence in terms of his living situation, did you believe that he was unstable prior to being arrested for the possession of the gun charge?
Unstable in what way?
Unstable. I know, you know it. When you leave here today and you say, I'm going home, you know the address you're going to, and you're pretty confident that's where you'll be at Christmas. When I go home, I know where I'm going. I'm probably, unless I'm dead, I'm probably going to be living there Christmas. My housing situation is stable versus I don't know where I'm going to be at Saturday. I don't know where I'm going to be at next Saturday. Labor Day is going to find me here. Thanksgiving, hopefully my auntie will have her house set up. Unstable. Did you think?
I just wanted to make, yes, this unstable and living environment. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the question correctly. Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Unstable in terms of where he's living. He had indicated that he had only recently gotten a car, right?
Yes, they got the car a couple months. Well, in that interview, no. When I first talked to him on the phone, they had just gotten the car.
Okay.
So it was some months before.
I probably mixed those two interviews because I remember you said congratulations on getting the car. He had just gotten the car. Is that right?
Yes, that was back a couple weeks before the October interview.
I got it. Did you know if he was working at all when you went to interview him face to face in Clayton?
He was actually, we discussed, he said that he was working, he had gotten an overnight job, I believe, at FedEx. It was one of those companies. And he worked at Amazon briefly and stuff, but yes, he was.
Okay, he was working, but still hadn't established a stable residence prior to his being arrested and coming to Clayton County. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you, if I understood what I heard on the recording correctly, you only knew he was in Clayton County because Tori's mother informed you he was there. Is that right?
Yeah, that was a lie.
Okay, listen, and the law allows police to lie to suspects. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Let me ask this question because I don't know the answer. Does the law allow police to lie to lay witnesses who are not suspects?
Yeah.
Ooh, good question.
That was a great transition.
Let's see how she answers.
Yeah.
She's like, they are allowed to lie to people.
They are allowed to lie to suspects. Are they allowed to lie to witnesses? That's, yeah.
I believe they are.
Well, she told the parents that there was no way that their daughter had even attempted to unalive themselves.
Or even had unaliving thoughts or was in an unaliving mindset. And we have heard a lot about her thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. This guy, his transition from getting her into a good mindset and then boom, just switch it up a bit. And he asks questions that makes her want to answer. So he just bum 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 bum. And he's good. He is really good.
Delay witness?
Yeah, I'm an eyewitness. I'm an eyewitness to something. You, as a detective, think that I'm not sharing everything with you. I'm not a suspect. I'm an eyewitness. Does the law allow you to lie to me to test
I was just thinking about the question.
Eyewitnessing capability?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I can't think of a reason why I would do that.
Okay. But it's definite that you can lie to a suspect. If I'm a suspect, you can tell me you have a fingerprint when you don't have a fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Good. You can tell me that I'm on video when I'm not on video, correct?
Correct.
You can tell me that there's some blood left behind even though there's no blood left behind. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell me, you indicated to Austin that Tori's mother had informed you, but how had you learned that Austin had made it to the Clayton County Jail?
A post his girlfriend made on Instagram.
Okay, so you were following what was going on social media, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, to try to catch up with him.
Yes.
Because now, and here it is. This is your impression. Were you left with the impression he was dodging you, or were you left with the impression he was sort of busy trying to get his living situation stable before he sat down and talked with you, or both, or neither?
In my opinion,
yes,
I believe he was dodging me.
Okay. Scoop, you never interviewed Scoop, did you?
No.
All right. Did you ever speak to Scoop?
No.
Okay. So did you? I thought you indicated that Scoop Scoop was Tori's boyfriend, correct?
That's what was told to me.
Told
Yes.
to you.
Yeah.
You weren't able to confirm that because Scoop didn't talk to you.
No, he wouldn't speak with
I
me.
thought I heard you say at some point in time, and I don't know if it was the truth or a lie, that Scoop refused to speak to you. Is that true? Did he leave you an email or a voicemail saying he refused to speak to you?
No, refuse may be the wrong word. I assumed he didn't want to talk to me because I did call him multiple times. I reached out to family members. I talked to other people in the case that knew him and asked them to reach out, of the sort. So if refuse may have been the wrong word, that might have been an assumption on my part.
Oh, but it was clear you were making all the efforts and he was making no effort to contact you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if I understood what you testified to yesterday, is you learned through Scoop's social media that he was involved with other females other than Tori. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you created an alibi for Scoop through his social media based on the fact that you knew that he was with another female over near Six Flags. Is that right?
I couldn't say for certain. He was communicating with a female that did have ties to the area where his phone was pinging, and they were discussing meeting up.
Okay. So it appears circumstantially from the social media and from the cell phone technology that he was in the Six Flags area meeting up with a girl. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the way you learned about his involvement with this other female through social media, is that the same way Tori could have learned?
If she had access to it, but I don't think she would have found out the same way.
Okay. And
that I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess that's really my question. Law enforcement has some type of special law enforcement access to social media that the public doesn't have?
Through search warrants.
Okay. Did you get a search warrant to sort of monitor Scoop's social media?
Not to monitor, but to request records within a certain time frame.
Okay. And is that how you learned that Scoop was over in Six Flags with maybe a different female?
Correct.
Through the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just through publicly following him on social media.
No.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. When you spoke to Teresa, Tori's mother, she explained that Tori had reached.
Sorry, I was just saying morning to Femme Natal.
Yes. So she's assuming that Tori didn't find out that her boyfriend was over in. Do they mean Six Flags, the theme park, or is there actually a place in Georgia called, like a town called Six Flags? Because I don't want to feel like a moron if there's actually a Six Flags in Georgia. David goes to his car to think. That's where he gets his best work done. It's like his own personal bathroom.
Why am I hiding out in my car? I car brief when I have to really focus on emotion. I sit in my car, and because I have no distractions. Although apparently I'm on YouTube now, so that's kind of a distraction. But I can still listen and chime in, and it's my happy place. It's my thinking place.
So we're assuming that a teen girl who's much more savvy at the internet than I am, who doesn't stalk her male friend like Chandler Halderson's girlfriend, doesn't realize he's out with another chick at Six Flags and couldn't possibly, notice that her man friend is with another chick, and that might have set her off. Because girls are like almost as good as feral teen girls. I'm just saying. It would. You're muted.
On it. So, leading up to the bullet to the head, she has recently graduated. Well, she had graduated. She did have work, but still, she in her letters to God, she complained about money. Her boyfriend is out screwing around, and she is on a 2.5 times the prescription dosage of a diet pill that she wasn't prescribed, whose side effect is extreme mood swings and bad thoughts. Yeah. I don't know how they can get to beyond reasonable doubt. Again, after the defendant's interview yesterday, he was talking himself into a prison sentence, but this lawyer is good. Let's continue.
Recently been released from the hospital. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, she said that Tori had fainted.
Yes.
And when we say released from the hospital, did Teresa tell you how long Tori had been in the hospital?
I believe it was an overnight stay.
During that.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the change of testimony from the mother from the first trial. First trial, overnight. Second trial, we were just there for a checkup. And now here's the lead detective saying, no, she told us it was overnight. Yeah.
That same interview with Teresa, Tori's mother also told you that Tori was acting irrationally. Do you remember putting that in your report?
I don't. Yes, if you could reference it. I can't recall the exact wording.
This guy does his homework.
And he's not doing it in a way where he sounds jerky or condescending, because the state prosecutor sounds, with the ME, he sounded very confrontational, very jerky. At least to me.
What does the tractor picture mean? That's my tractor. If you are completely new here, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. I focus on negotiations and individual workers' rights. And I have a farm, and that is my tractor. And I'm covering the Law and C-word logo because I prefer you watch my tractor.
Big Crispy, are you related to Little Crispy? Little Crispy was in my chat during Jody Arias on Tuesday.
Yes, Olainen, if irrational was any of the wording, that matters a lot. Because in this trial's testimony, her mother indicated, no, nothing wrong with my daughter. But we know from the first trial that she was not really stable. And now we have lead detective's own notes contradicting the mother's testimony from this trial. And we said this yesterday and the day before. I understand the mother, because if it's easier for a parent with an only child to explain that someone else did this to my child than my child was having self-ending thoughts and I didn't realize it or ignored.
I'm going to mark it D4.
Thank you.
It doesn't have the page number,
Sorry.
so I'm gonna hand it up. I have the whole report. I don't know if that looks familiar.
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a report that you prepared?
Yes, sir.
And I've tabbed it. You can read the whole page and the next page. I give you the prior page if you need it. I just want to make sure you're oriented.
Yes.
Where it's tabbed, it indicates that in your interview with Teresa Lang, Teresa told you that Tori was acting irrationally. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was after Tori had been released from the hospital for fainting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Teresa told you when you spoke to Teresa, Tori's mother, I'm gonna call her by her full name, Teresa Lang. Teresa Lang told you that she wasn't sure why Tori would take her gun. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, Teresa Lang never told you that she thought that one of Tori's friends may have entered the house and took the gun. Did she ever tell you that?
No, she didn't.
How many times did you speak to her after you were the assigned investigator on the case?
A lot.
More than 5?
Yes.
Okay, and in no conversation that you had with Teresa Lang, did Teresa Lang ever even speculate that one of Tori's friends may have entered the house, burgled the house, or snuck in, or walked in with Tori and ended up taking a gun? She never insinuated that at any time, did she?
No.
On April 8th, 2022, you did a buccal swab on Austin Ford. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You needed that buccal swab to compare it to the blood on Tori's leg?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else you were going to compare Austin's DNA to?
No.
Okay. So you took a buccal swab from Austin pursuant to a search warrant. Correct?
Yes, sir.
He was cooperative. Correct?
Yes, sir.
They took the buccal swab for the purposes of comparing Austin's DNA to the blood that was on Tori's leg. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you learned that the blood that was on Tori's leg was Tori's blood. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Didn't come back to Austin, right?
No, sir.
Didn't come back to anybody else. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
D4, just for the record.
Any objection? At D4 is it?
So he, in this short cross-examination, he more or less debunked the theory about the gun, the mother's testimony, and brought forward that the victim's boyfriend was cheating on her, and she might have had drugs in her system. It just wasn't showing up because of time restraints of sorts.
Yeah,
That was a
I
good
mean,
cross-examination.
and he didn't do it in a way that was demeaning to the decedent. He didn't do it in a way that, you know, would turn off a jury and I think, you know, make them say, okay, yeah, that might be factually true, but do we really have to kick a mom while she's down? He just did it in a way like, okay, but did the mom tell you this? Or did you write this? So this guy's style, we've said it before, but
Yeah. And he didn't have to, because I think that the mother's testimony caught him by surprise, that she changed her story that much. But he got it through here instead. Yeah, good work. Let's see what redirect will be.
Minute for record purposes only.
Let's see, D4. Look at where your statement in D4, was it that Tori's mother said she was just simply that she said she was acting irrationally?
Yes.
Was it qualified?
What do you mean qualified?
Well, the defense attorney suggested that Teresa Lang had concluded that Tori took her gun. Is that what you were writing here?
That's what I assumed. That's what I interpreted it as.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was based. When do you recall the conversation where this exchange took place was?
It should be Gwinnett County headquarters. Let me check really quick.
Okay, now
So based on this portion, this was a summary of Detective Smith's investigation.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Those statements were made in her home.
So those statements were made in her home, most likely to Detective Smith.
Yes.
On the day she discovered that her only child, her 18-year-old daughter, had been found dead in Yellow River Park. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that her own state at that time, her emotional state, would have been, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say hysterical, but I want to say, I'll withdraw the question.
All right, the question remains withdrawn and the jury will disregard it.
But those statements were likely made to Detective Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
And those statements were made during the only time Detective Smith met with Teresa Lang, which would be on the day he notified them of Tori's death.
I don't know if that was the only time that he ever met with her.
Okay.
I reviewed his summary and some of his case notes and stuff, but I don't know if it was only the one time that he met with her.
That's fine. Now, while it's agreed that Tori lay down where she was based on Dr. Terry's findings.
Yes, correct.
And that there were no defensive wounds. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told the other Mr. Lewis that it would be consistent with her laying down and accepting that she was going to be shot.
It would be consistent with her laying down and being shot.
Would it also be consistent with her laying down unaware that she was going to be shot and being shot?
Both are possibilities.
how is that not reasonable doubt?
yeah,
Right? I mean, the own investigating officer is saying anything's possible, essentially.
So
I mean, I'm not a
Well,
lawyer, but I
for
think
reason.
that's reasonable doubt.
yeah. Tori already 18 during this overnight hospital stay. No, I believe this was a few years prior. This, I believe she was 15 or 16 when that happened.
Describe for the jury all of the things that you take into account when you are deciding to take charges against someone who is suspected of committing a homicide.
We take literally everything into account. We go based off the scene, where we have people that come out, investigate the scene or crime scene techs. We look at their case notes. We look at evidence on the scene. We speak to them sometimes about their findings. When we're on scene with them, we'll often ask them certain questions like, why don't we do this? Let's do this. And we'll ask them to do extra things. We look at statements made by the medical examiner. We talk to as many people as we can that are involved in the case. We look at cell phone records. We look at DNA. We look at internet search history. We look at every single piece in the case before we come to a decision. We often refer to that as like the totality. That basically, obviously, you guys know, it means everything involved.
And is it your role as the lead detective to look at the entire investigation, including witness statements, interviews, physical evidence, the findings of the medical examiner? Is it your role to decide whether or not to take charges?
Yes, that's when we put everything together and make our decision.
It was asked whether or not police can lie during an interview.
Yes.
So could you tell a suspect who is finally making admissions that you believe him?
Yes.
Can you tell him that you're on his side?
Yes.
And is that accepted interview technique?
Yes.
I want to ask you just a couple of things about semi-automatic handguns and subcompact semi-automatic handguns. Do you carry a handgun as a police officer?
I do.
How often do you fire a said handgun?
For the county, quarterly. Personally, a lot.
Do you fire it with the county to qualify?
Yes, I do.
Is that a requirement for your continued post-certification employment with Gwinnett County Police Department and your ability to maintain your assignment?
Yes.
So we know that when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, the bullet, gases, particulate matter are expelled out of the front.
Yes.
Is that your experience?
Yes.
In your experience firing a semi-automatic handgun, what happens to the slide?
It goes back.
So it goes back with the same force, or does it go back with the same force that the bullet and the gases and all that go out?
It definitely recoils quite a bit, yes.
Okay, you said recoil. What does recoil mean?
I can better probably just describe it. So when you shoot the gun, there's going to be kind of like a jerk back from all of the gases and everything in the gun. That's why we kind of stand. Well, when they train us, they stand with our legs. We train us to stand with our legs apart to kind of brace for it so we can not like go up from that recoil. They want us to keep the firm arms, bend at the waist a little bit, and to help
does not make a
with the impact of the recoil.
So generally speaking, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, the bullet goes out and the gun tries to go back.
Yes.
Much of the recoil is in the thingy, not the entire gun.
One last question. The defense attorney suggested that there was only Austin's statement, or the defendant's statement, that put him in Yellow River Park. Now, does the digital evidence that you got from his phone records, does that completely and exactly corroborate his statements that he went into Yellow River Park with Tori after turning his phone off and then left in her car and returned home?
It's multiple questions that I'm not sure which one she'll be answering, so please break it down into one question at a time, please.
Does the digital evidence corroborate the defendant's statement?
Yes.
Does the digital evidence corroborate his statement that he was outside Yellow River Park after the time that he left his apartment with Tori?
Yes.
Does it corroborate his statement that he turned his phone off?
Yes.
Does it corroborate the gap in time that he says where the murder occurred?
Yes.
Does it corroborate that he left with Tori's car and went home?
Yes.
Does it corroborate that by showing that he traveled faster than someone could have walked the distance from where his phone started pinging again to his home?
Yes.
No further questions.
So he didn't lie about everything. Right?
At the end, yes.
He couldn't have lied about everything because you got all this corroboration that the prosecutor just pointed out for me.
Oh, that was a quick from redirect to
Yeah, I didn't
recall.
realize.
Let's go back a few seconds and play in normal speed because I didn't catch that.
Corroborate that he left with Tori's car and went home?
Yes.
Does it corroborate that by showing that he traveled faster than someone could have walked the distance from where his phone started pinging again to his home?
Yes.
No further questions.
So he didn't lie about everything. Right?
At the end, yes.
He couldn't have lied about everything because you got all this corroboration that the prosecutor just pointed out for me. Thank you very much. You have all that corroboration that corroborates what he said, correct?
In regards to his movements after being shown the evidence,
Good.
yes.
But my question was, is there any digital evidence that puts him inside of Yellow River Park?
No, there's not.
There we go. You testified that when the round goes out and when the gun is fired and the gunpowder explodes, that there's recoil or kickback. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware that that's a stovepipe might occur when you have a limp-wristed person holding a gun?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Have you handled suicide cases as a homicide investigator?
I have.
Okay. And sometimes when someone's committing suicide, they first test fire the gun. Is that your experience?
I have seen cases of this, yes.
There may be a test fire. So a round might be someplace that's super unusual because there's a test fire before the person puts the gun to their head. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective Smith wrote the statement that Teresa told him Tori was acting irrationally. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so. That was a quote from his.
Okay. And also that Tori took the gun. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the recording, if there was a recording between Detective Smith and Teresa Lang?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if that was in the recording that Teresa said of Tori Lang she was acting irrationally and she took a gun?
I believe so. It's a long recording, but I believe she does say something of the sort.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, you may or may not recall, does Ms. Teresa Lang say that Tori Lang is acting irrationally because she took the gun, or Tori Lang is acting irrationally and she took the gun?
Your Honor, objection. I think he's asking her to interpret a conversation that she wasn't present.
Judge, the witness has already said she had multiple conversations with the same Teresa Lang. I can start with the question about follow-up if you want me to.
The way I heard the question, he wasn't asking her to interpret. He was asking her what was said on the recording. So if you can clarify that, and then I'll see if Mr. Norris Lewis has any objection.
I'm gonna start there. Do you recall on the recording if Ms. Teresa Lang said in regards to Tori Lang, she was acting irrationally and she took the gun? She was acting irrationally because she took the gun?
I believe it was and.
And you indicated that when you came onto the case, you spoke to her more than 5 times during the time that you were doing your investigation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever follow up on that portion? Ms. Lang, how was your daughter acting irrationally? Did you ever follow up on that?
We did discuss her behaviors. I don't know if I specifically asked why was she acting irrationally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm more concerned with the irrational part. Did Ms. Teresa Lang give you some examples of why she thought that Tori Lang was acting irrationally?
Yeah, she did give certain things that stood out to her. Like I said,
you're gonna keep us in suspense. What were the things?
Oh, I didn't know.
It's fine. What were the things that Teresa Lang was explaining to
For the
you
love of
about
Lemmy,
Tori
tell us.
in terms of what she perceived as Tori behaving irrationally?
Basic teenage rebellion stuff. She wasn't coming home when she's supposed to. She was going out, hanging out with guys that she wasn't supposed to. Things of the sort. Smoking. They wanted her to stop smoking marijuana. And then she did include in that with her fainting spells and such. So that's a generalization of everything.
Fainting spells is with the diet pills. If she was actively trying to lose weight with high dosage of things she wasn't prescribed. So stuff is adding up here. This defense attorney is good. He makes her laugh. He's good. He's good.
And I understand that language is something fluid. Normal teenage rebellion stuff, in my mind, is rational as opposed to irrational. Does that make sense what I just said?
Yes, sir, it does.
I don't smoke marijuana.
but I understand a lot of people like to smoke and enjoy marijuana. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So I don't call that irrational.
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to understand in terms of what Tori, and it may not be the right word. It's fine. It's fine. What did Tori's mother tell you about irrational behavior? Not normal teenage behavior, not what another 50% of the population might do. Irrational behavior, like jumping out of a moving car. We can agree that's irrational behavior, right?
Yes.
People do it, but we can't think of a good reason that somebody would jump out of a moving car. Did Tori's mother, after saying Tori was behaving in an irrational way, did she give you any irrational examples to support that statement in the many times that you were speaking to her, Tori's mother?
That's a hard question because I think irrational is based on opinion. Like you just said, your opinion, something might not be irrational. Like if I was smoking weed in my mom's house, like you said, we might say it's normal, but my mom would be like, I'm acting crazy and irrational. So when I talked to her, I don't believe I said the word, why did you say she was acting irrational? I would ask, hey, what was going on with her? What kind of activity did she have going on? What kind of problems did she have? And that's when she went into, she wasn't listening. She wouldn't come home when she was supposed to. She wasn't doing things that I told her to do. So things like that.
Okay.
Does that answer? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Close enough.
Okay.
Close enough. And you had read Tori's letters that Detective Smith had gathered up?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and those letters indicated that she was sort of experiencing some money troubles, is that right?
Yes.
And the letters, Stacy exhibit number 65, those letters have indicated, at least I want to say the third letter, June 1st, 2021, those letters had indicated that Tori was feeling sort of stuck in life, spiritually, emotionally, she was feeling stuck.
You recall the letters leaving you with that impression?
Yes, that she wanted to do well in life. That's how I read it. And that, yeah, she felt kind of stuck and she was praying to God to help her prosper.
Okay, and the second letter, I call it the second because of the chronology. The second letter from, I think it was May 1st, indicated that she was experiencing just some money.
Do you mind if I just look to make sure this is the correct one? I do remember seeing something of the sort, so I just want to make sure it's this one.
Okay, John Gary is in the chat. Hi, John.
She's begging for wealth. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah, she's begging for wealth.
Yeah.
She's asking God for wealth.
And I'm not sure if it's the first one from April 30th or the second one from May 1st. She's talking about people thinking that she was homeless. She was put out of her home. Did you recall reading that in the letters?
Let me look.
I think it's either the first or the second one, halfway down the page.
Yes, my aunt kicked me out.
Oh, aunt. Okay,
Yes.
I couldn't read that word. Aunt kicked me out. She doesn't say mother. She doesn't say grandmother.
She said, let me find it again. I mean, yeah, my aunt kicked me out for a sec. A couple of people thought I was homeless, but I knew I would be okay because in a way I felt you there and you guaranteed me a place to lay my head.
All right. So were you left with the impression from speaking to Tori's mother, Teresa Lang, that Tori was bouncing from family member's house to family member's house?
There was a time where she was living with her aunt, and I did talk to the aunt and grandmother about this as well. So she was doing the same thing, not following the rules, bringing people over, not coming in at the time she was supposed to. So they did tell her to go back to her mother's house.
Okay, and the circumstances under which she had to leave her mother's house, she wasn't listening to her mother's rules.
Yeah, I would. I'm not a parent, so I don't know. But jumping between family members' house and keep not following rules, yeah, that's bordering on irrational.
It's
Acting
definitely
out-
testing boundaries.
Yeah. Thomas Stratford, the phentermine was in her system at the time of her end. That has been testified to.
The problem I'm
think-
having with this detective is, and maybe I'm expecting too much. I don't know how many cases she has, but shouldn't you review all of this before you go in and testify? The fact that she doesn't remember, I understand that she took this over from several different people,
Mhm.
but It's a lot of, I guess, let me refresh
Mm.
this. I'd have a basic working knowledge of this case.
It's her memory is a lot better when it comes to things that supports the not self-ending theory, but when it comes to things that do not support, she has to refresh. So we might have a case of confirmation bias here.
Well, yeah, true.
I don't recall her ever having to leave her mother's house or being told to leave her mother's house.
Okay, well, how did she come to be residing at Don's house? Do you know?
I think that was just a choice of hers. No one ever told me that she was kicked out of her mom's house.
I got you. Do you know where the mother lived at in relationship to the grandmother?
Within a couple miles. It wasn't far.
So everybody lived was sort of in the same area, mom, grandma, and auntie. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Got you.
Auntie lived with grandma.
Auntie lived with grandma. So when she says I was put out of auntie's house, that also means she was put out of grandma's house. Is that right?
Yes.
That was your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Judge.
Anything further from the state?
Did the defendant lie to you about how Tory was shot?
Yes, based on Dr. Terry's statements, yeah, what he said was not true.
No further questions.
When you say not true, you mean she shot herself and then dropped to the ground.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Austin said that she reached down, grabbed the gun, shot herself, and she fell.
Okay, so that would have meant that she wasn't lying down.
Correct.
Fantastic.
The prosecutor asked, is there another possibility where she goes to the park and lays down in the dark and looks up at the sky?
Your Honor, objection, that's outside the scope of
I'm gonna ask for.
Both of y'all have been outside the scope of redirect, redirect, recross, recross. So I'm going to allow it.
This judge about done with both of these daggone lawyers.
I laid down to look at the stars, but I was surprised by getting shot.
He's done with the-
That part of the park is pitch black, correct?
I haven't been there at night, but the surrounding area is black, but I believe you can still see the sky if that's what you're asking.
Maybe able to see
Yeah.
the sky if you're not under the tree.
Yes.
Where she was found, you can't see any stars or sky because the tree is right overhead. Is that true?
That's a fair statement, yeah.
Right.
Think about it, yeah.
So if we are to understand the prosecutor's new surprise theory, Tory goes to the park,
Lays down under the tree in pitch black, can see nothing, and is surprised by getting shot. Is that right?
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
I'm going to rephrase it. Based on where you found Tory under the tree, could she have seen the stars from that position?
I don't think so.
Okay, was there any blanket or any suggestion that there was a blanket that was laid out at any time so that she could look up at the stars from where she was positioned?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
Is there any physical or visual evidence that tells us exactly what Tory may have thought when she laid down?
No.
Is there any recording, satellite image, visual evidence, physical evidence that tells us what Tory and the defendant may have discussed before she was shot?
No.
No further questions.
Anything else from the defense?
What?
Very briefly, Judge. Maybe two questions.
Just let her leave. Don't ask no
You
more
understand
questions.
that, one of the things that Austin Ford is charged with voluntary manslaughter, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any evidence whatsoever
in your investigation, that there was a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from any sort of serious provocation that led to Tory getting shot?
There's no evidence, no.
None. Thank you.
State?
question, Judge?
No questions, Judge.
All right. So Detective Carter, you may step down now, please. Just
Let's listen to that again.
Is there any evidence whatsoever
In your investigation, that there was a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from any sort of serious provocation that led to Tory getting shot?
There's no evidence, no.
None. Thank you.
state.
question, Judge?
No questions, Judge.
Then why is
All
there
right.
a
So
short
Detective
of
Carter, you may step down now, please. Just take your personal
Holy
belongings.
crap.
Watch your step coming down for me, please. All right. Call your next witness, please.
United States of Georgia rests.
State
All right,
rep.
ladies and gentlemen, the state of Georgia has rested their case. This requires me to take up some brief legal matters with the parties. So we're going to take a mid-morning recess until 10:40. Leave your notepads and pens with you. Remember your precautionary instructions during the break, 10:40.
Okay, seems like they are having a brief discussion.
Mr. Adderhold, if I could have you grab those exhibits for me and place them up front. Thank you. as well as the prop gun.
Yep, John Gordon, the state had rested. This was the entirety of their case.
You can just slap them on top, it's fine. Thank you, sir.
Now is the time when the defense is moving for a direct verdict. I don't think that it was, but
All right, the
you
state
never know.
having rested, is there a motion from the defense?
Yes, Judge.
And if you could use that microphone for me, please.
Yes, Judge.
Judge, we have a motion for a directed verdict, and there are, I'm gonna just outline as best I can, two separate arguments, one theory, two separate arguments. First, as to count 3, voluntary manslaughter, there's absolutely no evidence, and that's the last thing that Detective Carter said. There's absolutely no evidence that Austin Ford was acting solely as the result of a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. And so we would contend that count 3, there's been no evidence of that. The investigator said that there's no evidence of that. There's no Facebook. There's no anything that would indicate that. And so we would argue, just based on the fact that there's zero evidence of that count 3 should be dismissed under directed verdict. As to counts 1, 2, 4, and 5, I think the evidence is pretty clear. Tory Lang is deceased, and the medical examiner has determined that the cause of death is a gunshot wound. Medical examiner has determined that the manner of death is undetermined. The medical examiner, following the physical evidence and the science, cannot determine if it is a suicide or, I'm gonna argue, as best as you can summarize the evidence, an assisted suicide, which obviously the court knows is illegal, which is a homicide in Georgia. Her testimony, Dr. Terry's testimony, as I understood it, as summarized in the emails between her and ADA Norris Lewis, her testimony was leaning towards suicide, but she felt compelled to put undetermined because the scene was manipulated. Brittany Barrington testified that the distance of the shell casings is not pertinent. I wrote that down when she said it because it can't be replicated. The rounds fly everywhere out of the ejection port. There's no way to tell how the gun is positioned when the rounds are ejected. The prosecutor then calls the lead detective, who creates a theory for homicide yesterday. I don't know that she was able to maintain it when I put her up here with the gun, the prop, and the baseball. But yesterday she created a theory whose underpinnings were constructed of a shell casing placement. That's how I understood it, based on the placing of the shell, based on the placement of the shell casings when law enforcement arrives. She believes the gun had to be held in this way, and that means ultimately if it's a homicide. But before the lead investigator tells the court that, what the court heard, what I suspect the court heard, what I think the jury heard, and what I think is in the record is the prosecutor asking, if this is true and that's true and this is true, then it could be said with certainty that this is a homicide. So if we speculate this and we speculate that and we speculate this other thing, if all those things are true, then this certainly can be a homicide. That speculation, I contend, Judge, is not strong enough, powerful enough to overcome directed verdict, which is why I'm asking the court to grant us a directed verdict on count 1, 2, 4, and 5 based on the evidence. I don't think there is a dispute about the evidence, because I don't think there's anything ultimately to refute Dr. Terry, who tells us, I cannot tell. I can't tell. And that's why I would ask for a directed verdict on count 1, 2, 4, and 5, Judge. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Who's responding for the state?
I am, Your Honor. With regard to Mr. Lewis's first motion, while there is no direct physical digital evidence that says there was the sudden violent urge to kill, we do know that Tory had the defendant's wallet, that the defendant was very concerned about his wallet and his $300. We know he was searching for a gun for $300 per Detective Carter's testimony, that he was so concerned about it that he called everyone she knew and put out the word, I'm looking for Tory, she's got my wallet, she's got my $3 bills. He then goes to the park with her and turns off his phone. Now he tells
I'm sorry, who elicited the testimony that he put out text messages that he was looking for his $300?
That's a conclusion, Your Honor. That was not direct testimony. That is a conclusion from the testimony.
From what testimony?
There was testimony that from one of the defendant's interviews that he had been looking for Tori the night she disappeared, and that he had called all of her friends, sent text messages to certain people trying to locate Tori. He went to her house on 2 occasions. He checked the mailbox. And based on that testimony, it can be logically concluded that he really wanted his wallet back.
Okay, what about that you just stated makes me take the leap that that is evidence, direct or circumstantial, of a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from a serious provocation, sufficient to excite such passion in a reasonable person that led to her death?
That alone does not. But when we take into the
well, in combination with anything.
Well, I haven't. He later goes to the park with Tori. We know that they left together. He said that he never got his wallet back from her, that he turned off his phone as they entered the park. They are in the park, and he left with the gun she had, irrespective of whether or not it was her mother's, and her car. A rational finder of fact could find, in light of all that evidence, that circumstance existed based on everything that was presented. And that is all that is required to overcome a directed verdict.
Okay.
With regard to Mr. Lewis's second argument regarding the other 4 chances, Dr. Terry does not determine whether or not a murder has occurred legally in the state of Georgia. That is left to a jury. That is Georgia law. The fact that she could not determine the cause of death based on the 5 categories that constitute a cause of death in Georgia: accident, natural, suicide, homicide, and undetermined, based on the evidence she had to find undetermined. That alone does not warrant a directed verdict, period, ever. There has been evidence presented. It also means that Dr. Terry cannot rule out homicide. The homicide is absolutely not off the table based on Dr. Terry's findings. The evidence before the court, I don't feel the need to rehash. The court has been here and heard the evidence, is more than enough that a rational finder of fact could conclude that this defendant pointed a firearm at Tori Lange's head, that he pulled the trigger, and that he caused her death. That is what is required to overcome a directed verdict in the state of Georgia, whether or not a rational trier of fact could make that finding. Without arguing the strength of the state's case or where Mr. Lewis argues the underpinnings of a theory are, there is enough evidence for a rational trier of fact to convict this defendant. So I ask that each of his motions for directed verdict be denied and that this jury be allowed to decide this case.
All right, I'll give you the final word on your motion, Lawrence Lewis.
Judge, I don't have anything to add. It's been a 2-day trial, and I know the court's been paying attention. I don't have anything to add.
All right, the motion for directed verdict as to count 3 voluntary manslaughter is granted by the court. The jury will have no further consideration of count 3 voluntary manslaughter. As to counts 1, 2, 4, and 5, the motion is denied. Those counts will go to the jury for their determination, deliberation, and verdict. With the court's ruling as to count 3, I'll need to go back then and amend the court's draft of the request to charge to strike anything related to count 3 voluntary manslaughter, and I will remove it from the verdict form so that it is not for any further consideration for the jury. Mr. Ford, well, let me ask Mr. Lewis on behalf of Mr. Ford. Is there any need for the court to address Mr. Ford's decision to testify or not testify now that the state has rested?
I don't think there is, Judge, but I'm going to ask the court's indulgence while I ask Mr. Ford 2 or 3 questions, or maybe 2 or 3 points to Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, the state is rested, and now we're at the point in the trial where ultimately we as the defense would present evidence or not present evidence. Do you understand that? There's no other evidence to present other than you. I don't have any other witnesses on the witness list. There's no other evidence to present but you. So whether or not we present evidence or we just rest without presenting any evidence, that all depends upon your decision to testify or not testify. Do you understand that? I suspect some of it you understand because we've had a prior trial, but I think it needs to be said. You understand if you say, listen, I don't want to testify and I rest, the state is going to have a summary of facts which you cannot address through any testimony after you choose not to testify and we rest. Do you understand that? So this decision to not testify is, I'm gonna call it binding for the remainder of this trial. You won't get to, if the jury has a question or anything comes up, hey, I'd like to testify to clarify that. Do you understand that? Okay. Is it your decision to still not testify? Fantastic. Thank you very much, Judge.
Give me just a moment.
What was dismissed?
Voluntary
All right, with that
manslaughter.
being said, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, when the jury
Voluntary manslaughter is out, count 3, because by law, after the lead detective said there's no evidence of him being aggravated or anything of the sort, so that count is out.
So what's remaining?
5, murder, felony murder, and I can't remember what the 6, 7, 8. He already, that's probably the same as the last time. He admitted to, he took the gun, he took the car, and he disturbed the crime scene. So, but 1, 2, 4, and 5 is what surrounds the murder. So those are still here. So felony murder is still on the table. Voluntary manslaughter is not on the table. That might help the defense, because voluntary manslaughter is a bit lesser. So they could agree, oh, not murder 1, but we can agree on voluntary manslaughter. Now they have to choose felony murder or not.
Yeah.
And that's also, yeah, that's really interesting.
returns, is it your intention to rest at that time?
It is, Judge.
All right, are both sides prepared then to go directly into closing arguments?
My answer, Judge, is yes, with an asterisk, right into, as in a minute. I prefer not to. I prefer about 10 or 15 minutes to swap out those balls and look at my closing once more. I do understand that may put us close to 11 o'clock. I can tell the court, even though each side has 2 hours for closing, I don't expect my closing to be more than 45, 50 minutes at the most. I just tell the court that so the court can gauge. I don't know if the court would want to, I don't know if the court would consider severing closings, which it would not be my preference. I would prefer if the state's going to open and conclude that they open, and then I go and then they conclude, and then we do it that way. You know, I mean, obviously the court may determine that the jury needs a break, but I would prefer that they not open and then we go to lunch, or they open and then I do closing and then we go to lunch. I would prefer that they get all of the closing argument at one time. And I do understand that me taking 10 or 15 minutes is going to.
Please don't take your 10 or 15 minutes giving me your explanation now.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So I do not intend to split the closing arguments, but given the hour, I will likely split my charge to the jury with the closing argument. So it may be closing arguments, lunch, come back and charge. Is the state ready?
Yes.
All right. Do you intend to give both an initial and a concluding argument?
Yeah, the state's gonna wait.
All right, then let's be in recess until 10:55. I'm going to amend the final charge to remove voluntary manslaughter. Everybody be back at 10:55.
Okay, that
11
brings
o'clock.
us
11 o'clock.
only
Thank
3
you.
minutes behind. Okay, what do you think the prosecution will start? Of course, they have severely weakened. They are severely weakened, I think, by the exclusion of charge number 3, voluntary manslaughter. What do you think?
It's interesting that I wonder if the jury's going to pick up on that. Will the jury pick up on the fact that at the opening we talked about this voluntary manslaughter? They've been arguing it the whole time, and they're now not going to be instructed on that. I wonder if the jury's going to pick up on that and whether or not that'll influence their opinion.
Can the defense bring that up in closing?
I I don't think so. I think you can. Can you argue that a state's case has been dismissed? Part of it. I
Would
think
the
that
judge
might
tell
be
them?
more prejudicial than probative. Might sort of be the argument there. And it's not evidence, right? You can only argue the evidence. That's not really evidence.
Mm.
So I don't know. That's an interesting question. I've never tried it.
You can sneak it in, and if the state objects, then yeah, but then it's still out there. And
Right.
let's do a fast grift for everybody. Hi, I'm Nick. Thank you all for being here. I'm very, very pleased with the outcome of today's viewer count. It's a bit more than it normally is, so probably it means, oh, you like me, you finally like. No, please like, subscribe, and do all the YouTube things. Become a member if you really like this. It's $3 a month, and you get access to members-only content on the channel, and you get a link to the Discord. So you can keep talking about the different cases I'm covering, the trials I'm covering, and prior trials I'm covering. You can ask questions there, because the chat here is not really big for lengthy discussions. So you can keep the discussions going in the Discord. And I don't mind super chats at all. Mo, you.
Hi guys, I'm Mo in the deep end, a mom of 6 who likes trials. So we do court, crime, current events, chaos, shenanigans. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but you're welcome to try it out. And we just do kind of fun. I have a murder board behind me back there, and we will be doing it's just a big giant whiteboard. We'll be doing a whiteboard of this case, and it's just where I go over and kind of make sense of the case usually after it's done. And since trials are usually not chronological, I can kind of break it down in a sort of easy way. And it takes about 20-30 minutes. And you get to kind of hear about the case, and I throw some fun stuff in, and we just do fun stuff over there. I am currently covering the Long Island serial killer case, and I am covering a major local case in Indiana, the Delphi case. So we'll see how that goes.
And David.
Hi, I'm MLS Law Show. I cover trials and such on YouTube. But I'm also a licensed practicing attorney. And if I seem disengaged a little bit in the chat today, I apologize. I am working from my vehicle. But this is an interesting case, and I had to sit in on it. But check it out if you're new, if you don't know me. MLS Law Show on YouTube. You can find me Michigan Law Show on Twitter. And I'm not sure what the next case I'll be covering is. I just did a stream yesterday talking about a federal lawsuit in Detroit regarding the facial recognition software that Detroit police are using that misidentified a woman. And despite her being 8 months pregnant and the quote perpetrator was not, they still arrested her and charged her. So that was interesting. And Steve Gosney jumped on to talk a little bit about that. So that was interesting as well, because he wrote an article about it. And I do have memberships on my channel as well. If you become a member, you can get access to my Discord. And we actually put Steve Gosney's article along with the federal lawsuit, the police report involving that, and a couple of news articles are all on my Discord as well. Just go, I think it's called facial recognition, something or other in the is the name of the channel in there. But yeah, so that's what I got going on.
Yeah. And Tuesdays and Saturdays, me and David are dual streaming the Jodi Arias trial from 2013. And we are almost at the point where Jodi Arias takes the stand and stays there for 18 days.
Yeah. We have a little bit of cross, maybe 15, 20 minutes of cross of the last witness, and then Jodi takes the stand. So that'll be Saturday at noon Eastern, 6 p.m. Swedish time.
Yep. And on Sundays, I do Serial Killer Sundays. And at the moment, we are doing the Jeffrey Dahmer trial, but we also talk about what Mo is covering with the Long Island serial killer. And that begins on YouTube and moves over to Rumble because YouTube really doesn't like that specific. See, it's too much gory details for YouTube. Okay,
Dave
let's
also
go back.
has Jody Arias pictures in his Discord. Yeah. So yeah, in my Discord, you see all of Jody Arias.
Yeah.
So you get that as well. Yeah. All of my cases that I cover, there's extra content in the Discord. That's the membership benefit that you get. And so it's a lot of fun. C. Schroeder asks, how would you feel about the lesser included being dismissed? I'm not a huge fan of the lesser included being dismissed in all cases, right? If I feel like my client is guilty, if I personally feel like the jury's going to find him guilty, I want the lesser includeds there, because between guilty of murder and acquittal, in between is involuntary manslaughter. If the jury is split, that's usually the compromised vote, which is better for my client. If I feel like my client is not the jury's not convinced that he's guilty, then I don't want the lesser included. I want them to be forced to acquit. So it all depends on the case.
Yeah. Okay, but let's go back to. We are only 5 minutes behind, and let's see what the state says in their closing argument. No, or if they are doing the charges first. I don't know.
I think she said she's going to do the charges and then send them all off to lunch.
Okay. Will she speak outright that the third count has been dismissed? That would.
I thought that would
put a
be the way
damper.
she would do it.
No.
Maybe.
Is the state ready for me to bring back the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawrence Lewis, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, we're ready for the jury. And each side should have the revised charges and verdict form without voluntary manslaughter. All right, with the state having rested, I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Lawrence Lewis, call your first witness. All right, members of the jury, the defense rests as well, which means that the evidence is closed for both sides. The evidence having been closed, I instructed you at the beginning of the trial that once the evidence was closed, the attorneys for each side would have an opportunity to give their closing arguments. The object of closing arguments is for each side to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. I remind you that what the attorneys say in closing argument is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand and from the exhibits that have been admitted. All right, the state has the right to give both an initial and a concluding argument. Does the state wish to give an initial argument?
No, the state will waive open and reserve the right to conclude.
All right, the state will go last, and we'll hear closing argument from the defense.
They waive their initial. Is that allowed?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to make a closing argument in theory.
But
I
they
didn't
will
have
only
that
do
on
a
my bingo
concluding.
card.
That's a bit of cheating because now that they have everything the defense says and can do a concluding.
I don't feel like they should be able to waive the first part and then only do the rebuttal closing. I feel like you either waive it all or you argue it all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a little.
That was strange.
Mm-hmm.
This
I don't know what the
prosecution
court
has
rules
been
in Georgia
skeevy.
allow.
Yeah, apparently this judge allows it. That was really strange. Wow. Yeah. Salvador Dali says Kentucky does it. Oh, if that was a good theory. If the defense also denies, do they have the right to do a rebuttal or concluding?
Defense usually doesn't get a rebuttal. The idea is that the
No,
party with the burden
yeah.
gets the last word. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the reasoning behind it.
Yeah,
So
but
if the
yeah, but
defense waives, they waive.
yeah, but would that deny the state to do a rebuttal as well? Or they call it a concluding argument, not a closing argument. So that would make them, yeah, they would be allowed to make a concluding.
I don't know. This is weird. This is all weird.
Yeah, this is really strange. I've never heard this.
Yeah,
That you can.
the state has struck me as a person that wants to talk and argue his point, regardless of if he has one or not.
John Gary's got
So-
a good point. Now in Michigan, you can make your closing argument. The state can make their closing argument, then the defense can, and then the state can go again, but can only address things that are said in the defense's closing argument. And we've seen in time where in some of these cases where the state goes way outside everything that they said in the initial or what the defense said, and it seems to be allowed. And so it depends on what the local rules are with regard to the closing arguments. If they're only allowed to rebut what the defense says, then if the defense says nothing, they can't say anything either, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. So they can more or less, if they would do one argument, it would be, this is what the medical examiner said. I can't tell. That's reasonable doubt. Thank you, and sit down. How do you rebut that?
Right? Yeah, I don't know the court rules. It's very weird that this is happening. So who knows what the hell the court rules are?
Yeah. Yeah, this will be interesting. I was really surprised by they waiving their closing argument and only do a
I
concluding
thought that's
argument.
what he said at the conference there before they took their break. But I was like, no, he's not waiving. So bad.
Yeah. So we have 45-50 minutes of the defense, and then concluding arguments from the state. This will be really interesting. So they will do closing, and then she will do.
When I was in high school, my father and I would spend part of my commute to high school together. And when it was sunny, he would walk, and then it was raining, he would drive part way before I got on the bus to prep school. And he was always super efficient. So whether we were walking or he was driving, he was always pouring into me, just sharing everything that he could share. And I was just lapping it up, just sort of soaking it up, everything that he was saying when he was talking to me. It was only years later I suspected that he was a little nervous about me going up to the prep school. He really didn't understand anything about prep school, being the son of a sharecropper. Here I am in a predominantly white Catholic prep school, didn't really know anything, but he was trying to share everything that he could share with me about ultimately what he knew. He was an electrician for PAD, Part Authority Trans Hudson. And most of what we would talk about would revolve around the issues of race and interpersonal communication and interpersonal dynamics. That's what we would talk about. And what he taught me between 1980 and 1984, when we commuted partway together, is before you go to race, before you say somebody's doing something against you, Black, look at some other things. Maybe they're not that bright, or maybe they've been misinformed, or maybe they just don't like you, because everybody's not going to like you, and it may not have anything to do with skin color. Talk to me about this.
This guy was raised right.
Just sort of taking it in. And what I learned is you can hold different perspectives in your mind at the same time. It doesn't always have to be one thing or another thing. You can hold different perspectives in your mind. He was also the first person that sort of taught me that my feelings may deceive me. So I should always rely on facts over feelings. He was the first person to tell me that. He didn't phrase it like that, but when I think back, that's what he taught me, and that lesson has sort of served me well. My oldest son, who's going to turn 22 at the end of the year, he's neurodivergent. Recently figured out that he was ADHD. ADHD is a little bit different than what I thought it was, because what it means is your executive functioning is impaired, and it also means your emotional regulation is also impacted. So when he gets a thought in his head, there's very little logic that's going to shake that thought out of his head. There's no personal history with him that I can refer to that might persuade him. There's no personal adversity that will dissuade him. He may, once he gets that thought in his head, he may see that it's just not going to work out, but he just can't let go of that thought. So that's what he's taught me. So my father taught me to think in different ways, and my son has taught me some people can only see things one way. Stuck is stuck. That's why we asked you to come in here and resolve this issue, because I suspect that you may be able to see the prosecutor is stuck. Homicide, 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 homicide. Now, I don't suggest he's neurodivergent, but clearly he is stuck. There was a total of 17 witnesses called in 2 days, and I'm my father's son. I try to be super efficient. I'm not trying to waste your time. I told you, I didn't want to tell you, it might go till Friday. You're going to have the case today on Thursday. Still may deliberate till Friday. Nobody can determine how long you're going to deliberate, but I don't need to be asking questions of witnesses just to be hearing myself talk, just to be asking questions. That's not even me. You heard from 17 witnesses in 2 days, and you already know it's only about 3. 3 witnesses, that's the whole case. I don't suggest they did anything wrong. They put up what they needed to put up. That's fine. 3 witnesses. Who's the first witness? Dr. Terry, the second one, Brittany Barrington, the third one, investigator Angela Carter. That's the whole case right there. What did Brittany Barrington tell you? State's Exhibit 23. We did the measurements from the head to the shell casings. Fantastic, fantastic. What else did she tell you? Quote, the distance of the shell casings is not pertinent. It's irrelevant. If you fired a gun, what'd she tell you? If you fired a gun, 1 round may go over there by the door, 1 round may go up into the light. That's what she told you. That's what she told you. The placement of the distance of the shell casings, the placement of the shell casings is not pertinent. Now, maybe the prosecutor's going to come up here and he's going to tell you, well, pertinent and relevant aren't the same thing, even though they might be synonyms in the dictionary, because the etymology, maybe he'll do that. You're bright enough to figure that out. We've been doing a lot of weird things in the last 2 days. Maybe he'll get up and do that. Not pertinent, not relevant. The rounds being there, irrelevant. Now, you already know that's irrelevant. You already know it's irrelevant. You didn't even need her to tell you that. Because when we have the head and we have the gun, whether you believe Austin fired the gun or Tory fired the gun is the same distance from the head. So where the rounds land is irrelevant, because the gun is in the exact same position whether Tory shoots herself or Austin shoots her or somebody else shoots her. The gun is 10 to 12 inches. And no. The barrel's parallel. I don't care how you do parallel. The barrel's parallel to the head. So you already know whoever pulled the trigger, where the rounds landed is irrelevant. So I got no clue why the prosecutor trying to dislocate his shoulder up here yesterday, trying to do something crazy. Like it's the OJ case. You for real? Listen, you don't need to dislocate your shoulder. It's the same distance. The gun is in the same. The gun doesn't come over here. The gun doesn't. No, everything's exactly the same. The science is exactly the same. We just need to determine who pulled the trigger. So, Brittany Barrington got it exactly right. You can use your common sense.
Color on that jury.
The distance of the shell casings is not pertinent. Then investigator Angela Carter got here, not today, yesterday. And yesterday, as I'm listening, I thought I heard her say, you write it down. I thought I heard her say, I got together with some other more experience, since I've only been there 3 weeks. That's fine. That's not a problem. More experience, more enlightened. That's fine. I got with some other homicide investigators, and we determined based on where the shell casings were. No, you didn't say that. The shell casings, back to the shell casings. Let's go with anything but the location of the shell casings. Based on where the shell casings were, the shell casings have nothing to do with nothing. She built a theory by herself or with the other investigators that based on where the shell casings were, it had to be a homicide. What? It had to be. See, because watch this. If it could be a homicide, that's a not guilty. Because the judge is going to tell you after the prosecutor speaks, you got to find my client guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All these other plausible possibilities, it had to be. Not could be. Could be is not beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Had to be. Had to be. So investigator Angela Carter said that yesterday, and I was like, well, we're going to have to explore that. And I was like, oh, Judge, Judge was like, no, we're going to end for the day. Oh, I wanted to get at that last night. Today, she sort of backed off that a little bit. She didn't really get with this shell casing theory to prove homicide because you already know. The shell casings cannot tell you anything about homicide or suicide. Can't tell you anything about homicide or suicide. So we get to Dr. Terry. And I love Dr. Terry. Let me just tell you that right now. You love Dr. Terry because she's a doctor. No, I love anybody that works 70 hours a week because I understand people that work 70 hours a week. I understand that means you're probably taking 3 meals on the road. I understand that means a 14-hour day, 5 days a week, or a 12, 13-hour day, 6 days a week. I understand that means that you have to be super efficient on the weekends to get all that dry cleaning and food, because by the time you work 8 to 10, everything is closed. If you need to get your hair cut, or you need to get your car serviced, or you need to get your teeth cleaned, you got to fit that in. I love folks that work 65, 70 hours a week. Let me tell you something else about people that work 65, 70 hours a week. They got a low tolerance for foolishness. They got low patience. So when the prosecutor she's acting like this because she's a doctor. No, she's acting like this because she stands alone when she works 70-hour weeks. Are you working 70-hour weeks? She's not going to have any problem with you. But when you work a 45-hour week and you keep asking her the same questions over and over and over and over, she's looking at you. Are you insane? 45-hour week people don't question 70-hour week people. That's how it should be. That's not how it is, but that's how it should be. That's what that's about. That's not about her being a doctor. That's not about 6,000 autopsies. That's about stop asking me the same questions over and over and over. Got no problem with you going to the lake house early on Friday. Got no problem with you going to Martini Mondays. Stop asking me the same question over and over and over and over when I'm here devoted to this and you just showing up for your job. Can't wait till 5 o'clock comes.
Someone needs to get the ambulance
it's because
in
she's
there.
a doctor. No.
I think the prosecutor needs
because
help for
she is a premier medical examiner. Takes extreme pride in what she does. Even on the week, what she do this last weekend? Even on the weekends when she tells you she isn't working, she's working. Even on the weekends when she tells you she's not working. I just went to the office to print something else. 4 hours later. I know that when you're married, your wife tells you, don't call me until you're in the car. Because when you call me from the office and say you're leaving in 10 minutes, you're still there 3 hours later. I love people that work 65, 70, 75 hours a week. I absolutely love them. What's Dr. Terry's job? Dr. Terry's job is science. She's speaking for science. Facts over feelings. That's what she's talking about. Facts, not feelings. What's the cause of death? Gunshot wound. What's the manner of death? Undetermined. What'd she tell you in the email to Norris Lewis? But for the manipulation of the scene, this, in my opinion, is a suicide. But for the manipulation of the scene, but for the gun being removed from the scene, but for this blood trace being on her leg, which you now know is her blood and nobody else's blood, but for the manipulation of the scene, science. I'm just talking for science because I got a brain and vocal cords. Science doesn't have a brain and vocal cords. I'm speaking for science. Science tells us this is a suicide.
She said, I need a volunteer. Well, who's it going to be? I got to get on the ground. That's what it is.
What it is. 70 hours a week. Don't ask other people to do what you're not willing to do. That's how that works. She gets down, and what she demonstrate to us? Well, if it's a homicide and her hands are up like this, then the person has to get down, and because the barrel has to be. Won't work, won't barrel. The gun can move any kind of way, but that barrel has to be parallel with the ground for the round to enter the head and go the direction that it did. Slightly up, slightly down. So the person either has to get down here or they got to lay down. And when they lay down, they got to shoot over the arm to hit the person in the head. It doesn't matter how fantastic it is. Prosecutor going to stay stuck on what he's stuck on. And then he give you all these other theories. The picnic theory, the midnight picnic theory. That's what we got right before the end. The midnight picnic theory. We went out there for a picnic with no blanket just to look at the stars, and I got surprise shot. Pow! The picnic theory. 1,000,001 theories. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to say, oh, it might be a suicide. Don't say that. Stay stuck on anything that doesn't sound like that. And so I don't really need to talk to you for a long while because Dr. Terry told you she's not sure. I told you the original 5 facts. Tory Lange is dead, and there's no question she got shot. And there's no question that my client puts himself there. Those aren't questions. Dr. Terry can't tell you if it's a suicide or a homicide. Dr. Terry has to be able to tell you it's a homicide in order for you to tell Austin Ford he's guilty of murder. Because it doesn't matter how little effort. This was the prosecutor question in voir dire. Well, what would you do? What would you do if somebody told you that they were suicidal? Oh, I would jump off the Empire State Building to save them. I don't know what he expects you to tell him. Some people you're not going to be able to save. I'm going to talk to you, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to save you. Same as a marriage. What you going to do if your wife tells you she's going to divorce you? I'm going to tell her you're an accountant, take 60%, have a nice day. What I'm going to do? What I'm going to tell her? Well, let's go. People are going to make the decisions that they're going to make. And the idea that Austin Ford will be found guilty of murder because he didn't do enough is almost as ridiculous as Austin Ford being found guilty of murder because he lied to the police. Charge him with lying to the police. That's fine. But please don't come up here and say, because Austin Ford lied to the police, you should find him guilty of murder. We're not here on a shoplifting case. We're not here on entering auto. We're here on the most serious thing a person can be charged with, murder. Murder. And then we get into these letters and we get into some questions about what's going on. And you can see Tory Lange got a little bit of a chaotic life. It's a little bit of chaos. No, I understand none of the family's going to say that it's chaotic. Now, I got that. But it's a little bit of chaos. a little bit unstable financially, boyfriend sort of doing things. He's sort of a boyfriend, he's sort of not a boyfriend. I'm on these diet pills, I'm fainting. I may or may not be taking drugs from Scoop. A little bit of a chaotic life. Mom saying, listen, can't stay here. You're not following rules. Grandma, auntie putting you out. They love you. They love you. And they really loving you now. They really loving you. But it's a little bit of chaos. It's a little bit of chaos. And here's the beauty when you come in this building. This is what I love about the building. If you're going to have a trial where we search for the truth, because that's what trials are about, searching for the truth, you got to tell the truth. You can't tell a half truth and then say, hey, I'm searching for the truth. You can write on any document that you have in the back, Austin Ford lied, but you can never write guilty on the verdict form because he lied, because Himalayans got nothing to do with the murder. After the prosecutor speaks to you, the judge is going to read the law to you. And, normally I talk to juries about credibility, reasonable doubt. What's reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague or arbitrary doubt, but a doubt for which a reason can be given, like Dr. Terry telling you she can't tell if it's a suicide or a homicide. Based on the conflict in the evidence or gaps in the evidence, the judge is going to tell you the law about reasonable doubt. But the most interesting thing as I'm reading through the jury charges last night is the number of times I see the words facts and evidence, evidence and facts, facts and evidence in the charge that the judge is going to read to you after the prosecutor sits down. The judge is going to read this to you, and you're going to hear the judge repeat certain words throughout the charge of the court. Facts and evidence, facts and evidence, evidence and facts, facts and evidence. You're going to hear those two words over and over and over and over when the judge reads the charge to you. That's because the criminal justice system rests upon facts and evidence, not speculation, not feelings, facts and evidence. So if in fact the thing that's there was a gun, and if this and if that, that's not really how this thing works. Facts and evidence. Towards the end of the jury charge, the judge will specifically tell you the law on the role that feelings are supposed to play. She's going to read it to you. She's going to tell you that you, the jury, are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively. That's what she's going to tell you. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding the case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. Feelings do not play a role here. They're not supposed to. Doesn't mean we don't understand the Langs lost a family member, but in making these decisions, we're supposed to be looking at the facts. At the very beginning of the charge that you're going to hear from the judge is going to tell you it is your responsibility, the jury, to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. You're not going to hear anything about speculation. You're not going to hear anything about hypotheticals. You're not going to hear anything about musings of the state prosecutor and committees of homicide investigators. You're not going to hear that. The judge is going to tell you your oath requires that you decide this case based on the evidence. And then she's going to tell you evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence, facts, evidence, facts. There's no, how do you bridge that? You bridge that with your feelings. Feelings play no role in this. We want you to use your common sense when you analyze the facts and you put the logic of the law to those facts. The law does not recognize feelings. And when you look at the evidence in the case, the facts in the case, and you put the facts with the law, the question is, has the state met their burden of proving my client's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? I contend no, obviously. bare suspicion, the judge is going to tell you is not enough. And the judge is going to give you an instruction on experts. And did I consent to all their experts? There's only really one expert here. Who's that? You already know it's Dr. Terry. Dr. Terry's the expert. The judge is going to tell you expert witnesses are those because of their training and experience possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge. There's an or after that, but I like that part. Because of their training and experience, 70 hours a week, they possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge, even to all of the investigators who might work in that field. It's not common knowledge. What she knows is not common knowledge. It doesn't matter that I try 8 homicides this year. I'm not going to have common knowledge. I'm always going to learn something when I talk to Dr. Terry. So what'd she tell you we talk about in the hall? What'd she tell you we talk about? Her vacation. Why? Because I'm normally tired when I see her. I'm on my way to something else, and I'm not asking her about some other case. So we're going to talk about how was your vacation? When are you taking yours? Soon. It might be next never. Listen, we're going to talk about not work. Why? Because her knowledge is not common. And if she's talking, I'm in student mode. Or I've been a prosecutor. Doesn't matter how long you've been a prosecutor. Doesn't matter. She's light years away ahead of where you are. How did she get light years? 35 years, 70 hours a week. She's light years away. Do not believe because you know her name and you can call her up that your knowledge is the same. It is not. It is not. So, do you believe Dr. Terry? Dr. Terry can't tell. She prepares a report. She's thinking about it. She's talking to the investigator. She's going back to the report. She's looking at the scene. She's looking at the scene. She's not just coming to a decision willy-nilly. She's struggling with it. Is there a way for me to definitively say suicide or homicide? Suicide or homicide? Can I definitively make that choice? And in the end, she says she cannot. Are you leaning one way or the other? Yes, she makes it clear in the email. I am leaning towards suicide, but because the scene is altered, I cannot rule out homicide. That means it's a homicide. Stuck. Not going to fix that. The judge is going to tell you ultimately you must believe and determine the credibility of the witnesses. You, the jury, determine the credibility of the witnesses. You can believe 100% of what a person says. You can believe 5% of what a person says. I contend there's only 3 witnesses for you to deal with, but you can believe all of Dr. Terry. You can believe none of Dr. Terry.
Thanks, Dave.
You can do it. Fortunately for me, I'm in Gwinnett. I'm not in Philadelphia where juries just do wacko things, cuckoo bird things. I suspect you're going to look at the evidence, and I suspect that you're going to respect Dr. Terry's credentials and her experience, and you're going to, as you can, part of your determination of her credibility is you determine her personal credibility. Does she seem like a credible person, irrespective of what she does for a living? Did she appear to try to do everything she could to reach a definitive conclusion? Is she just stuck on suicide and making this thing into suicide? No. She's looking at the science and she's looking at it. Prosecutor asks her a question. There's certain points she has to concede. The science has to concede it. But the science doesn't have to concede ultimately what the prosecutor wants the science to concede. In determining the credibility of the witnesses, the judge is going to tell you that there are certain things that you may consider. One of the things that you can consider is the witnesses' means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. Knowing the facts about which they testify, how the distance and the stippling. Does Detective Carter know anything about this? This is not common knowledge. Forget the fact that she's only been there for 3 weeks when this is her first homicide. Forget that. Does she know anything about this? Does she know anything about? So how are you challenging Terry on that? You could talk to Terry about the best salad dressings. Not this.
Shots fired.
But you, the jury, get to determine. You can consider The witnesses' means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they
Just-
testify. Can Detective Carter tell you anything about homicide versus suicide based on the science? Get real. You may consider the nature and the facts about which they testify. Same thing, the science. You may consider the probability or improbability of their testimony. And I'm okay with Detective Carter adopting the prosecutor's version of stuff. I'm okay with that. He can get up here and he can dislocate his shoulder and tell you this is the way it had to be. You already know that's not true because the bullet didn't go to the back of the head to the front. It had to be at the side. But he can get up here and he can twist the gun in the most difficult way. He thinks it's diving. Like, oh, I get more points if the dive is more difficult. No, that's not really what's going on. But he can do it. He can do it. You heard from Dr. Terry. You also get to determine when you're looking at credibility, the interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. I don't know if he's going to be bold enough to say Detective Carter doesn't have any interest in the case when she telling the family. Remember I asked her the question, we know you killed out of him. Why are you lying to the family? Why would you lie to the family? All he did was tell lies. Oh, I clearly knew she wasn't suicidal. Why would you tell the family that? Your job as a detective is not to side with the family. You're trying to bring closure to the family, but your job is not to side with them. Dr. Terry's trying to bring closure to the whole case, but she's not siding with the family. So it becomes clear as you listen to Detective Carter's testimony that she's siding with the family. Why? The evidence takes us where the evidence takes us. The facts take us where the facts take us. Don't worry about feelings. It's facts. And ladies and gentlemen, when you take the facts that were presented in this case, specifically the facts and the evidence from the three crucial witnesses in this case, it becomes crystal clear that the only just verdict in this case is not guilty, felony murder, aggravated assault, and the possession of the firearm charges, because no gun is recovered, no gun is ever seen in my client's hands. My client's DNA is not on any gun. There's no gun. What about the gun that he had? Well, we know that's not a P365. The gun that he was arrested with when he was arrested down in Clayton County, when he's bouncing from residence to residence, when he tells the detective, I'm getting a gun because I want to protect my family. Look, on the night that Tory died, he was looking up guns. Sure, because he wants to have a gun to protect his family. That's perfectly understandable. He can't possess a gun because he's under the age of 21, as the detective told us, but that's perfectly understandable. Why would you take that fact that he's looking up guns and said that means he wants to kill? Oh, you stuck on that. Okay. I'm going to ask you to find my client not guilty of all the charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
I like that.
All right, and if you could remove your other,
Sorry, Judge. Sorry.
See what the state has to say.
Yeah, this will be interesting, and I'm setting up a stream for this afternoon as well. I'm just setting a time. Don't just so we can get back after their lunch. But it's almost noon there, so I would assume.
Somebody said in the chat that they didn't think that his style would work in other situations, and that's the idea. When you're doing litigation, you got to tailor. Each case is different. Each jury is different. You got to tailor it to the facts and the arguments and the evidence.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, how long was it? That wasn't very long. It was maybe 20 minutes.
Closer to 30 minutes, I think. He
Yeah.
thought it would be 45 to 50 minutes, but it felt shorter.
It did. It felt really short, but he hit all the points. Every point that he needed to hit, I'm telling you, him, me, and Dr. Terry, we're gonna do fireside chats. I'm telling you,
Mm.
Hollywood and or Court TV, hire this man and me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I still haven't sent an email to the medical examiner because I really want to interview her about this trial after it's done, because she was amazing on the stand. How she didn't allow the prosecution to put words in her mouth.
Yeah. And I don't know if that really pissed off this lawyer, but you could tell it. Either that or something else. They don't like each other in real life.
Mm.
But you could tell that him questioning and trying to override what this expert said rubbed him all the kinds of the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like when people use those chanting bowls. I don't know who can relax to that sound. Sounds like, I don't.
Mm. Yeah. Okay, but let's see what the prosecution has.
Please let him do the Joe Pesci. Everything that guy said was bullshit. I rest your honor.
Oh, that would be amazing. But yeah, let's see.
All right, then we will hear next the closing argument from the state. Thank you.
I never served in the military, and I don't know firsthand anything about air-to-air combat or how planes defend themselves from missiles. But I do know from my readings over the years that in an airplane, a combat aircraft, one defense that it has against an incoming missile is something called chaff. Chaff is these little bits of reflective material that is designed to confuse the missile's radar and to cause it to explode on the chaff instead of following through to an airplane and to destroy it, which was its target. The truth here is an airplane. What the defense has told you is chaff. With that understanding, some of the conclusions that were just argued to you escape me. How two professionals emailing each other immediately before a trial means that one works all the time and the other is a 45-hour week with no work ethic, just asking random questions. No at all. I have no idea how you draw that conclusion because two people participate in an exchange. That exchange happened at a late time. That sample alone, I don't get the conclusion. Allusions to that effect and the volume at which you say something doesn't make it correct. Plain and simple. Speculation, which is now the subject, conjecture, supposition, wild guesses, opinions formed without the basis or with incomplete information, versus facts and evidence. I'm going to tell you exactly what evidence is in the law in the state of Georgia, which will be told by the judge during her charge of the law. But that, Mr. Lewis, doesn't say who gets to question whom. A homicide investigation is a broad and wide thing. It involves a number of parts. It does not involve blind deference to anyone, no matter how educated they are. And it can involve testing a theory. Testing a theory does not mean that you believe that one theory or another is correct or incorrect, but theories get tested. It's part of the process. Things are discussed. Any conclusion you draw from that is just that, a conclusion. It's a supposition. It's speculation. Forget how I this thing sometimes. Judge is going to tell you that the state does have the burden to prove every element of this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what every element means is everything: the day, the time, the place. A case cannot be put up just in 3 witnesses and the other 14 witnesses.
I'm going to pause here. This is, for me, this is him saying, I will only do a concluding after, and I'm waiving. That's just a trick play to get to play second with everything.
Yeah.
Because this is his closing argument that he starts now is what he should have done before. Now this
I
is
don't
just
like this play at all.
this is just a trick play to get everything out afterwards. No, I don't like this. No, I don't
But
think it started off well, but the fact that they can do it, just I waive just to make a conclusion afterwards. This is not conclusion. This is rebuttal and closing argument in reverse order. I don't like it.
yeah, but he also I think this lawyer I think the defense lawyer is quick on his feet.
Mm.
And if he knows that this state lawyer has an ego
Yeah.
and he's quick on his feet, he might have been able to prick him, because this man has already started, responding to several personal attacks instead of going straight to the evidence, of which he has relatively little. And of these 2 speeches, which ones are more catchy in your mind if you're a juror and you've had to sit through a shit ton? The jaunty one, or the I am not a know-it-all. I use effusive and flowery language instead of short words because I am a professional and I don't waste time. Or the fun one.
Yeah. Well, let's continue and see where he lands.
I was muted. It shouldn't be about feelings, Mo.
They are the manner.
What?
I was sorry, I was muted. I was trying to talk. Just to rebut Mo's statement, it shouldn't be about feelings, though, Mo, right?
Well, he was just making sure everyone knew it. He wasn't in his feelings about the fact that his feelings are hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
What every element means is everything: the day, the time, the place. A case cannot be put up just in 3 witnesses, and the other 14 witnesses are not a waste of time. They are the manner in which facts are proven. And the state, beyond a reasonable doubt, has to prove every fact, every single one. Because if I don't have witnesses who say that this happened in Gwinnett County or that Tory was killed in Gwinnett County, then that fact wasn't proven and a jury can't find someone guilty. So the state has to prove that fact, and it did. Reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all doubt. It does not mean that because one thing might have happened, because there's a possibility, because something is plausible, that is reasonable doubt.
What?
It is a doubt in the mind of a fair-minded juror who is honestly seeking the truth. Seeking the truth through all the chaff and all the countermeasures. It's not something that you have to look for. You don't have to engineer it. You don't have to speculate about far-fetched possibilities where guns defy the laws of physics and just ignore recoil. You don't have to do that. If there's a reasonable doubt, there's a reasonable doubt. There's not. Your job as a jury is to seek truth. Now, how are facts proven in a court of law? Facts are proven through evidence. The judge is going to tell you in her charge that evidence is direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is, I see this pen. This pen is brought into evidence. This pen Like these shell casings are direct evidence. These shell casings are the shell casings that were recovered from the scene of Tori's murder. The people who touched them, tested them, examined them, looked at them, that is direct evidence regarding these shell casings. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact through a set of circumstances. Does somebody see Austin Ford enter Yellow River Park? No. There's no direct evidence of that. Does someone see Austin Ford leave Yellow River Park in Tori's car, traveling from, I'm going to butcher the road or get the road wrong, but from North Deshong Road to his home at the time, at a certain time? No. There's no one who testified that they saw that. But he admitted those things. He admitted he turned off his phone. He admitted that he took the car, and he admitted that he drove to his home. That is corroborated by his Google information that has his cell phone pinging outside of Yellow River Park and then going dark. It has his cell phone moving in a direction from North Deshong Road to his home at a pace that is faster than the average walking pace. So circumstantially, it is proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Austin Ford was in Yellow River Park at the time when Tori was killed. Plain and simple. That is circumstantial. There is absolutely no difference in the law in the weight that you give a direct fact versus a circumstantial fact. A fact is a fact. Now, as I said, the state is required to prove all elements of its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And it has to do so by certain rules that are set out in a very large book or series of books called the Official Code of Georgia Annotated. There are rules about what the jury can be shown, how it has to be shown, how it is proven that the thing is what it's said to be. There are rules that apply to both sides, such as the use of the court's subpoena power to bring witnesses to testify in court. There are some rules that apply to only certain parties or in certain circumstances. And as you saw during the trial, there are objections. That occurs when the state and defense or the parties disagree about the application of a rule or whether or not a question or object or thing complies with those rules. It's just part of the legal process. It happens in most trials.
You're throwing it back, Dirk.
The judge will tell you that you are the finder of fact. That is your job. The jury's job is to be the finder of fact. You decide who you believe. You decide why you believe them. You decide if they had the opportunity to see what they testified to hear what they testified to, if they know what they're testifying about. You base that on their demeanor, the way in which they testify. What's the manner of their testimony? That's for you to determine. What their motivations are, their interest in the case, and their personal credibility insofar as you observe it, and the probability or improbability of their testimony. You can believe all or part of a witness's testimony because, well, that thing you said here, that I believe, this other thing, not so much. That is your prerogative as the jury. I do want to make a side note about interest in the case and what that means. The state's interest in this case is the finding of truth. That's it. The defense attorney's interest in this case are the interests of Austin Ford. The defense attorney works for Austin Ford. His job is to present the case present his case in such a way that it favors Austin Ford, period. The charges before you are felony murder, aggravated assault, and 2 counts of firearm during the commission of a felony. Now, what are the facts that we know? So we know from Dr. Terry that the gun was fired from about 12 inches away. 10 to 12 inches was her testimony. That is based on the powder burns and stippling on Tori's head after she shaved the wound. And that's something part of her external examination, which is one part of her autopsy, that was performed July 28, 2021. We know that the wound path was straight across Tori's head. It did not have any upward, downward, or left-right deviation. That essentially is a very fancy way of saying it went straight across. It severed a part of her brainstem, and that would have ceased her motor functions, both voluntary and involuntarily, what she described as almost instantaneously. I believe she said there may have been a breath or two afterwards, but there's no particular way to tell that. Suffice it to say, she would have died from that wound before she would have had the opportunity to voluntarily move anything, which would include dispose of the gun, get rid of her car, or cause the blood transfer that was found on her thighs. Plain and simple, Tori did not do that. She could not have done that. That's not possible. Dr. Terry concluded that she was lying in the position that she was in when she sustained that wound. That was based on her observation of the clothing that Tori was wearing when she was found. There were no drag marks. The particulate on her body, on her clothing, basically was still, as if it was just picked up, not as if she was dragged across it. That's a fact. Where the shell casings were physically located is a fact. Now, there's a whole lot about how they came to be, whether or not they're pertinent. But where they were physically lying is a fact. Circumstantially, Tori could not have been alone. So Tori was not alone. Tori did not move the gun. She did not move her car. Those are facts. Some direct, some circumstantial, but facts nonetheless. The gun was never found. That's a fact. The car was later found on August 1st. The car was found torched in a nature preserve in DeKalb County, literally burned to the frame. That's a fact. The defendant lied for 8 to 9 months to police, to Tori's family, to police, to Tori's family, to police, over and over again. That's a fact. He volunteered nothing during that time. He did not tell Tori's mother that her only daughter was left dead by herself in Yellow River Park overnight. There was contact very early in the morning, maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning on July 28th, when Teresa was looking to see where Tori might have been. Austin Ford knew. The defendant knew that he left her by herself, dead in Yellow River Park, and he just went home after getting rid of the gun, the car, changing his clothes. He even gave the police another person to look at. He brought Scoop up time and time again. Because don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't want you to look at me. Look over there. Go look over there right now. It's Scoop. Scoop did it. We know that there were 2 shell casings present. No, we do not know how they came to be where they came to be there. I cannot tell you if they are exactly where they were when they were fired from the gun. I can't tell you that. I cannot tell you if they were kicked. I cannot tell you if they were thrown, picked up, carried, if there were squirrels involved. I can't tell you those things. I know where they were and how many of them there were. Those are facts. I know, and it is a fact, that there were similar markings on the shell casings in where the primer would be, suggesting that they were fired from the same gun. They were the same brand of ammunition. That brand of ammunition could be found in Teresa Lang's gun box in the form of live ammunition. Those are facts. Kia Jimenez described for you how a semi-automatic handgun works. That the primer is struck, the bullet and particulate matter and flames and a lot of noise come out of the muzzle of the weapon. The shell casing is ejected from the side. How a semi-automatic handgun works is a fact. The fact that they eject shell casings is a fact. Those shell casings do not, admittedly, travel in any particular direction. They are more likely to throw back and right than they are forward, but I suppose that's possible. Nobody said it didn't. If I stood here and emptied the magazine of a semi-automatic handgun, the shell casings would not land in a neat pile on the floor. They would be kind of in a cone of uncertainty, like the path of a hurricane. Some over there, some over here, some going to go a little further, some going to go a little shorter. That's still a fact. We know what the condition of the ground was. We saw it. It's wet and compact. There's mulch, there's leaves, there's particulates on the ground. It's not a tile or linoleum floor. It is not a smooth, uninterrupted surface. Based on Dr. Terry's physical findings regarding the wound, its path, and how far away the gun was when it was caused, we know the exact position of the gun when it killed Tori. Because Dr. Terry found that she had to be lying right there, that the wound was caused from a gun 10 to 12 inches away. So we know actually, which is kind of rare, to know exactly where the gun was positioned. What we don't know, based on Dr. Terry's findings alone,
Yes, I
is
love
who
you
was
too.
holding it, how they activated it,
Save me from the boring man.
whether they were laying down, sitting, standing. I can bend over and pretend to shoot it this way, that way. I can get down
Away
on the
from
ground,
the mic.
and we're still not going to know because that's speculation. Assuming that the defendant was standing and bent over, assuming that he was prone on the ground, belly first, with the gun pointed that way, is speculation. Assuming that it had to be Tori and that she activated it with her thumb, with her finger, with a stick, all of that is speculation because science doesn't tell us that. Science tells us the gun was 10 to 12 inches from her head and what height the barrel was at. It can't tell you where the ejection point was pointing, whether it was pointing straight up in the air. But we can draw some conclusions from certain things. We know from the expert, Kia Jimenez's testimony,
Yes,
that generally speaking, firearms throw up and back, or semi-automatic firearms throw up and back. So if the ejection port was facing up, it is more likely that the shell casing would have gone, in this case, to my left. If it is pointing directly back to the back of the courtroom, it is more likely that the shell casing is going to be on my right where you can't actually see where I'm pointing. Back here towards the defense table. That doesn't mean that I can tell you that it absolutely was there and the shell casing landed absolutely where it did because of which way the ejection port was. But I know which way they tend to throw, and I know which way it is more likely that that ejection port was facing. So it is if I've got a shell casing back here, it is more likely the ejection port was facing in this direction than it was in that direction. No, it's not a fact. It's a supposition based on a theory, based on the physical evidence. That's not a wild guess. It's a logical, reasonable conclusion based on the evidence. We know that the blood on Tori's thigh was her own. We also know that it was liquid when it was deposited. Now, why does that matter? Well, much ado was made about a void in the coagulated blood. Now, the photograph that we looked at was a photograph that was taken after Tori was murdered and after she'd been in the park overnight, and maybe hour, 2 hours after police had arrived on the scene. Dr. Terry told you that blood, when it comes out of the human body, is in a liquid form and it takes time to coagulate or clot or solidify. So over time, it got into that state. In that photograph, that blood had 6-7 hours to become the state that it was in. It was not in that state when Tori was killed. It had to be in the liquid state because that's how blood works. I don't suggest anybody go back in the jury room and cut yourself just to prove that particular theory. We know that the only thing Tori had in her system was phentermine, which is a drug that's prescribed for weight loss. It's a stimulant. And there was no testimony that it would cause hallucinations or any kind of wild behavior.
At normal levels, she was at 2 times the normal
We
level.
know that the
And we don't know that it was
defendant-
actually prescribed. I'm sorry, he's just taking me off.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, Gary, yeah, I was just typing out a response to John Gary. So the defense's argument is that he and his best friend, the victim, went there. She had her mother's gun. She then unalived herself, and he took the gun and car to cover it up because he didn't want anyone to find out that she unalived herself. And it was so effective, essentially, and the state has so little evidence that they actually dismissed the voluntary manslaughter charge. So he's got one remaining, what is it, murder charge, right?
Yeah, felony murder, gun possession with the intent to commit.
And then he's got like concealing evidence of a crime, that kind of charge.
Yeah.
And the theory is you can't tell, therefore, if she unalived herself or if it was assisted unaliving, because the medical examiner said, I cannot determine because the gun is not there. And so that's the only, as the defense said, that's the only reason why she didn't rule out homicide. Other than that, it is self-ending or assisted self-ending. But the charge is felony murder.
Yeah, he's being very disingenuous in how he presents facts. He's not, I don't know. I very much don't like his style. It's very condescending.
And if, for me, a prosecutor that has to, don't think about this, only think about this, because that.
He wants the jury to assume a lot of things, and Pip, no, they never found the gun. And in fact, for the tool mark evidence, they used a completely different gun. To do it. So they allege that it was the mother's gun who was stolen. She says that she can't find it. The defense says that the victim stole the gun in order to unalive herself. But instead of getting the exact same gun or type of gun that the mother had, they used a completely different gun to establish a tool mark evidence, which is
What?
so.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
Yeah, the mother's gun was a Sig Sauer. It was a Glock 43, I think they used, which is similar. But if you have,
All 9mm are the same. Don't you know that, Nick?
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Every type of gun that uses a 9mm bullet is exactly the same. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so that's where we are.
Turned his phone off on the way into Yellow River Park. We know that because he told us, and the records corroborate that. Now, the reason that he gave is not corroborated and is not a fact, which is that he turned it off because he was scared. That doesn't make any sense under any set of circumstances. Scared is an emotion. It can lead you to freeze. It can lead you to panic. It can lead you to act. But to turn off your cell phone? Turn off, I'm scared, so I'm going to turn off my cell phone. According to his statements, my friend has a gun and is driving me some unknown place, and I'm scared. So I'm going to turn off my cell phone. And we know, and it is a fact, that he lied about, concealed, evaded, and hid his knowledge about Tori's death from everyone around him, everyone he knew, and everyone who contacted him. Tori's mother, the police, period. Went to a funeral knowing that he'd left her dead in the dark by herself in Yellow River Park. Did not call her mother, did not call the police and say, my friend, she took the gun, she killed herself. That's not, he didn't say that, because that's not what happened. Now, what is speculation? As I said, that's an opinion that is formed on the basis of incomplete information or in the absence of information. Whether or not a stovepipe occurred. There is literally no physical evidence that a weapon stovepiped or that it was cleared anywhere on that scene. That's a wild guess as to how something may have happened based on exactly nothing. What object may have laid in blood at one point or another? We know that there was blood on the ground. We observed a spot of coagulated blood and a spot where there was no blood coagulated. It is speculation to say that there was an object there. That there was another object.
Fork no. That is misrepresenting. The prosecutor says believe the medical examiner on these points, but not on these points. That's her speculating. But believe everything that allows me to speculate on guilt.
Well, yeah, that's what prosecutors do. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's coming up with hypotheticals and speculation, but he's going to argue that the defense is doing the same, and therefore you should,
believe my speculation.
Yeah, believe mine and convict.
First trial was a mistrial, right down the middle, 6-6 on the counts 1 to 5, and he was found guilty on removing the gun, removing the car, and tampering with evidence. Now, in this trial, they threw out count 3 due to direct verdict of voluntary manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter. So they are already a bit behind from last trial.
Does this defendant have a prior criminal record? Yeah, he does, right? Because he's a felon.
I don't.
Right.
In his interview, he was he had bought a stolen gun in the interview, but I don't know if he has a prior. That has not been brought up in trial.
I was just questioning that because John Gary's comment. I don't buy for a second that he would hide the gun and cover up a suicide. He might if he's got a prior and he doesn't want to go to jail or be implicated in anything. We don't know anything about his prior. He might not trust the police. He might not even call the police. He might be like, nope, I'm out. I'm gone. Wait, what can tie me here? I'm going to turn off my phone. And I'm out. You know, I don't want them placing me here. Maybe he handled the gun. Maybe his fingerprints are on the gun. Maybe he freaked out. You know, he handled the gun in the car or something like that. I don't know. But is there enough evidence here to say that this guy did it? That's the question.
Yeah. The prosecution has to prove that he brought the gun. He pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
And yeah.
There. We see, and I'll show you shortly, we see that the ground is not solid. Blood may absorb into the ground in different places. It may deposit on other objects.
Oh, that's definitely
it does not
supported by evidence.
Exclude the intervention of wildlife or small animals, rabbits, squirrels, anything that may be alive in the park. We know that Tory was alone from about 11:46 until 6:30 in the morning. None of those things can be excluded. So to say and
Not
go up to the
evidence.
screen and say,
Not in
oh,
evidence.
the gun must have been this way, and look at this. It's speculation based on the way you want the evidence to be for your client.
That
Dear
was your
Lord.
own medical examiner. That was your own
It
witness.
is a fact that the defendant left with Tory. It is a fact
I think
that he
both
left
were 18
again
at the time.
that same night after Tory had been murdered and was wearing pants instead of white shorts. It is a fact that he returned later on, now early into the next morning, now wearing a different top. Those are facts. Now, this is the photograph that's largely in question. Now, this illustrates several things. This is the wound on Tory's head. That was caused by a firearm 10 to 12 inches away because of those little marks are particulate matter from the weapon that killed Tory. We all know why. I don't have to reiterate that again, and why it was the distance that it was. What is in dispute, or what is not known, is what, if anything, caused there to be blood coagulated here, but not here. We see sticks, mulch, it's a leaf right there, a leaf partially buried right there. If you look at, in the corner near Tory's elbow, this is not smooth ground. I'm not even sure it's dirt. It might be mulch. But there's clearly blood absorbed into the ground in some place. That's also a fact. That looks to be part of an acorn. There are other things on the ground. And to sit here and say that it had to be a gun, and it had to be this way or that way, that's speculation.
That's your own witness, prosecution. That's the medical examiner who you now say we're out up there she didn't say speculate. She said, I don't know, but since the gun was removed and this not have the whatever it's called, there's a void where there's nothing sunk in the ground. It's a void. That's the only reason why she didn't rule it self-ending or assisted self-ending. And now he is up there trying to argue she was speculating. Don't believe her. Well, you believe her in the 10 to 12 inches. You believe her in everything else, but this that speaks against you.
Based on the way someone wants you to think about what evidence there actually is. But that's all it is, speculation. I know there is blood coagulated in one spot and not in another. What I do not know and what is not a fact is why or how. We know this ground was compact. We see debris of some kind all over it. There's
This is the prosecution.
There are small patches of growth, mulch, or whatever this is. That appears to be dirt. There are plants near the base of the tree. We know the ground was in such a condition that even though by this time there had been multiple police on the scene, EMS, that nobody was leaving footprints. That's a fact. That's something that we know.
The first officer testified they were checking.
Dr. Terry has encountered 10,000 or examined around 10,000 bodies as a medical examiner. She has taught medical examiners. She has taught her end of death investigation to police. There is no question that Dr. Terry is an expert in her.
This is, well, the state should have gone first, but they waived their right to go first and only go with concluding, which meant that the defense went first. But I would argue that this is not rebuttal, this is not concluding. This is the state playing with a trick play just to be able to go second. I really don't like that rule of this state, that the prosecution can do this. Either you do your closing or you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a catch-22 for them sometimes, but I don't like it at all. I mean, he didn't get an opportunity to say his arguments and then say them again. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like it.
Field. That field is forensic pathology. Period. She is an expert in her field. There's no question of that. Over that time, she has seen exactly one distance suicide where the thumb was used to fire a weapon. And that is the most plausible way in which Tori could have killed herself. That would have had to be to make that shot across the back of her head, straight up, not left or right, at a distance, would be with her thumb.
Testified to.
That's exactly 1 in 10,000. And I believe, and the jury will recall if I'm right, that was actually a case study and not one that she directly examined herself. If it was one that she examined herself, and I'm mistaken about it being a case study, then that is 1 in 10,000 or 0.0001% of all the bodies she examined would have been a suicide in the manner in which the defendant claims that Tori committed suicide. Well, his lawyer does, not the way he did, because that's different.
Thanks, David, for
Dr. Terry. Absolutely.
Thanks, Dave, for gifting memberships. It went to C. Sauder, KT, Yvette, Dirk, Digger 420, and yeah, those were the ones. And if you're completely new, there's members-only content on the channel, and there should be a link to Discord as well. If that doesn't work, I will give you a new one for members only. Let's go back a bit. More or less, the past 10 minutes now, he has been trying to say this expert is widely speculating, or he's trying to make it sound as if it is the defense that is widely speculating. But they only went from what she actually testified to, under oath, 30 years in the business. And now, so he's switching between believe her not on this, believe her on this, believe her not on this. But that's the defense doesn't object. So, and they don't get to rebut what he is saying. So, yeah.
Oh, geez, I was muted. Yeah, no, it's just wild speculation, which the state shouldn't be allowed to argue. I hear less and less defense putting up objections to that kind of speculation. But I don't know. We'll see where this goes.
Would you have objected by this? Would you have objected?
I would have objected to the whole there was another item there at the scene argument, is that was nowhere presented in the evidence. I would have objected. It's, he's stating things that were facts, not in evidence, right? So I would have pointed that out because you don't get a second chance at a rebuttal for the defense. So when you can, you make your speaking objections during closing when it's appropriate. That might have been an appropriate time.
In the manner in which the defendant claims that.
Oh, for fuck's sake, not now. Here we go. It's been going so well all this time, and all of a sudden, no, let's go buffering, even though you can clearly see it has buffered minutes in advance. And this is between StreamYard and YouTube. Because, I don't know.
Tory committed suicide. Well, his lawyer does. Not the way he did, because that's different. Dr. Terry absolutely.
This has only been 10 minutes.
And is an expert and can determine that Tory sustained a fatal gunshot wound. What the path of that wound was. That her death was almost instantaneous, that there was no movement after her brainstem was severed. What position she was in after her death, and that she was not significantly moved or dragged after she was murdered.
Significantly?
Her finding was made, I believe, finalized August 17th or thereabout in 2021. A lot of things happened between August 17th of 2021 and the time when Austin Ford was charged with murder. The car was found. Officers interviewed, spoke to Austin Ford repeatedly. The records from the defendant's cell phone and Gmail account were obtained by Detective
trying to dispute his own expert has been the last 10 minutes. None
of that was known, or the results of that were known.
Half an hour.
August 17th, 2021. Because Dr. Terry fulfilled her role in a homicide investigation. What does the scene and body tell us about how this person died, and what determination can be made? And I will concede to you, based on the physical evidence alone, and I'm going to stress alone, it can't be determined how Tory was killed. Based on the physical evidence alone. But we have so much more than that. It is not, Dr. Terry is not a homicide investigator. She's not employed directly by the Gwinnett County Police Department. She is the medical examiner.
Yours was there for 2 weeks.
She does her job, she fulfills her role, and she does so admirably. She is absolutely one of the hardest working people I know. I don't expect to necessarily get emails from the medical examiner at 8:55 at night, nor do I expect to respond to them, but when I get them, I do. Dr. Terry did. Her official manner of death was undetermined. So now we look at everything else. We got this part. Now let's look at the other parts. We know there were no other significant areas of blood. We know the ground was the condition that it was in. There's one blood spot on the ground, various types of dirt, debris from the trees, sticks, leaves, mulch, whatever washed up the last time it rained, all that. So we consider whether or not Tori committed suicide because Dr. Terry can't rule it out, nor can she find it to be the cause of death. Because if she could find it to be suicide, she would have ruled that it was suicide. If she could find it to be homicide, she'd rule it was homicide. So the suicidal narrative comes primarily and is repeated primarily by the defendant. While Tori's mother may have been concerned that she hurt herself and that she took her gun, we're talking about a woman who has just been informed that her beloved only child is dead in Yellow River Park and that her gun is missing. She doesn't know anything at this point other than those facts. So wild speculation on her part, emotional speculation on her part can be expected. You're going to run through everything. You've just lost your child. There is exactly no evidence, none, that Tori asked anybody else to hurt her. The only person you hear that from is from the defendant. We look at the distance the gun was and the things that we know, and that the shot came while Tori was lying down, and that it came in the dark while she was staring towards the sky. It doesn't matter if she was looking at the leaves, the stars. She was looking up. Science or nothing else can tell you what was in somebody's mind. I have no idea why Tori laid down. There is no evidence to explain why Tori laid down. There is no evidence that explains why Tori was looking up, what she hoped to see. Or maybe it was just looking up into the darkness in a moment of peace. Don't know. It's not a fact. It's speculation. To sit here and say, oh, it's a picnic and she couldn't see the stars and it was a picnic, that's speculation based on nothing. It's speculation designed only to serve the defendant.
That was your speculation.
And when we consider what the defendant ultimately said in his interview with Detective Carter, why, if you're coming clean, why do you keep lying? Why do you still lie? Why is it you say she grabbed the gun off the ground and just shot herself in the head? That's what he says. While she was standing up, she fell straight back and somehow her braids magically just came out from under her head. It's ridiculous. Because he's still lying. He had to admit he was there because the cell phone says he was there. He had to admit he took her car because the cell phone says he was in a car. He told you he got rid of the gun in a pond by his house. A pond. By his house. That's what you do when your friend commits suicide. You throw the gun in the pond, right? Suicide looking way less likely, isn't it? The defendant is the one who tells us that he killed Tori. Doesn't say, I killed Tori. No. But his actions speak way louder than the words he told Detective Carter do. He didn't admit he was in Yellow River Park until she told him the cell phone put him there. He didn't mention getting rid of the gun or what happened to it until we knew he was there with Tori when she was murdered. He didn't mention the car until he had to. He paints himself with Detective Carter as this helpful, loving, caring friend who I was so concerned with her. I took the gun from her and I hugged her and she just pushed me away, grabbed the gun off the ground and shot herself in the head. Ridiculous. We know it's all a lie. We know it's a lie because he's been lying from the beginning. The only truth in what he said are the things that are proven by the facts we know. Everything else, everything that points to him being guilty of the murder he's guilty of, he lies about. Concedes what he has to and keeps lying. This is the cover-up of a murder. Period. End of discussion. What do you do when you've murdered someone? Well, you get rid of the gun. I can't have the gun found. The gun might point at me. It might have my fingerprints, my DNA. Got to get rid of it. They find the gun on me, they're going to know I did it. So I get rid of it. So I dump it in the lake. I got to get rid of the car. Well, the car was here. It's the scene of murder. It's got my DNA. Oh my God, I got blood in the car. I got to get rid of the car. The car's got to go.
That's also objective.
Well, what if the police ask me about it? Because they're going to find her. They're going to find her shot. Well, I can't tell them the truth. I can't tell them I was there. I'm sure not going to tell them I murdered her. So I'm going to give the police someone else to look at. Yeah. Who? Scoop's a bad guy. He's got tattoos on his face. He hits scams, does drugs. Scoop did it. Oh, wait, crap, I'm wearing clothes. Oh, man, these shorts are white. Oh, I got blood on them, too. I got to get rid of the shorts. Well, oh, man, there's blood on the sleeve of my hoodie. I got to get rid of it, too. You know what? I'm going to try and act normal. I'm going to act like this didn't happen. You know, what would a friend do when their friend is dead? Oh, well, I got to call her mom. I'll talk to her mom. I'll go to the funeral. I'll do all the things. Ooh, go back to the scene. Back to where I killed her. I don't know about that. I know my best friend just died, but I got to go play football. You admit what you have to. They got a fact over there. I got to concede that. Okay, yeah, fine. I was there. I turned my phone off. The car and the movement. Oh, well, okay, I took the car. Why did I do? Oh, she told me to. Yeah. She told me to. He says that she's got this plan that involves him disposing of the gun in the car. But he also says that it was some impulsive thing where she grabbed the gun off the ground. Hallmark of a lie, maybe?
Oh, there may be prosecution.
Car turns up in field, DeKalb County, burnt to the frame. Nature preserve in DeKalb County, burnt to the frame. And the gun may or may not be at the bottom of a pond or a lake, remarkably down the street from his house. This is the product of conscious, rational, deliberate thought. It's the cover-up of a murder. You know it was there. He tells us, his cell phone tells us, and then he covers up a murder. This is now where you come in. You, the jury, the finder of fact. Seek truth using the whole investigation. Do not fixate on one of those little reflective floaty things in the air, explode, and stop seeking the truth plan. Every witness plays a part. Every witness has a small part in the investigation of a homicide. The thing about people is we all have different skill sets. One person may be an expert at forensic pathology. Another person may know everything there is to know about handguns for firing thousands upon thousands of them. One person may be trained to take all of this information and consolidate it and come to a conclusion.
And it shows the one
Every
with
one of
3
these
weeks
witnesses
on
knows something
homicide.
different, has a different background, a different education, a different skill set. You, the jury, who are actually kind of configured the same way, where you have people of different ages, different backgrounds, different skill set, different experiences, get all of these things. You get Casey Smith, who, yes, you know what? Casey Smith, she was or Casey Crisby now. Casey was a patrol officer for a couple of years, and she left and decided to do something else. But she was trained in how to rope off the scene, to make the observations and call the people she needed to call. Sergeant Smith was the initial, and never were related as far as I know, the initial investigator. He played his role. He started the process of getting geofences and trying to narrow down who might have done this to Tori. But the case was reassigned to Detective Carver, who, although a new investigator at the time, certainly can't be discounted or pushed to the side because this may or may not have been her first homicide case. The facts that she discovered remain facts. Tanya and Teresa Lang knew Tori far better than anyone around her. They, unlike us, had the privilege of knowing Tori. None of the other witnesses knew Tori while she was alive. None of the witnesses, including Tanya and Teresa, told you that Tori was suicidal, that she was hell-bent on ending her own life, nor does a single word in any of the letters that she wrote to God. She prayed for wealth. She prayed for solutions to her problems that are common, like needing more money. There is nothing beyond the pale or out of the ordinary that's not the experience of the average 18-year-old girl. There's nothing to indicate that she would have come up with this elaborate, ridiculous plan to end her life and then, on some spontaneous urge, grab a gun off the ground, shoot herself from 10 to 12 inches away, while her best friend carries off the gun and the car and pretends it never happened. Because that's ridiculous. It's far-fetched. When you start looking at the 0.00001%, it starts getting a little further away, doesn't it?
I would have objected to that because not all
Very
10,000
Perkins, the only thing,
were
she
self-ending.
happened to have a ring camera, pure coincidence.
She has conducted up to 10,000 autopsies and investigations on dead bodies, not 10,000 self-endings. All of a sudden, that number is way lower.
Yeah, he's everything he's presenting is out of character, out of proportion. It's very ridiculous. I don't like any of his presentation, and the way he threw the weapon on the podium. I mean, who does that?
But defense doesn't object. Not one time.
Because I think they think, like I do, like this is boring. It's going to bore the jury. I'm bored.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. The defense lawyer seemed to know the jury.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think you come with his sort of, sorry, I don't think you come with his sort of attitude unless you can really read the jury.
Yeah.
The two young ladies from the crime lab, and of
Young
course
ladies?
the entire
That's condescending.
Gwinnett County
I know
CSI
about
team,
it. You, sir.
Brittany Barrington, Kia Jimenez, and Abigail Hamill. Every fact that they uncovered and every piece of information that they gave you is part of the picture. The defendant's attorney just keeps saying Brittany Barrington because she said the shell casings weren't pertinent. Well, what that means is that she can't tell you how those shell casings came to rest 9 and 14 feet away from Tori's head. No one can. No one can tell you what happened to them from the time that they were fired until the time that they were found. That's just where they were. We know that. That's true. What it doesn't mean is that when looking at all the other evidence and trying to come to a reasonable conclusion that, we're going to try it on this side now, that when the ejection port of a weapon is facing to my right, that the shell casing being in that direction 9 feet isn't consistent with it, because it still is. Now, does that mean that that's the underpinning of the theory? No. It's consistent with that theory. Everything else, the distance, the height of the gun, that's known. Where the ejection port isn't known by a fact. But that shell casing being there is consistent with this. And just as there is no evidence to show exactly how it landed there, there's no evidence to show it was in fact moved there. When you look at everything, you don't come to the conclusion.
If you have to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt, why do you say these things? Because what you just said is we can't prove beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah.
That Tori committed suicide. Tori could not have held the gun in such a way that that shell casing landed there. The defendant could and did. Whether it was what the defense attorney is calling assisted suicide or a straight up murder, his hand was on that gun when it was pointed at Tori's head. His hand pulled the trigger. I can't tell you that Tori knew or didn't know it was going to happen. There's a lot we don't know, a lot the evidence doesn't show, but we have to look at what the evidence does show. The last thing that I
now the jury is definitely really hungry.
Want you to go in that room with
had lunch yet.
Is the memory of Tori Lang lying alone in Yellow River Park, murdered by the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, 0.001% is not reasonable doubt. The only reasonable conclusion based on the facts and evidence, not on blind speculation designed to help this defendant, is that he is guilty of aggravated assault, felony murder, and 2 counts of firearm during the commission of a felony. I ask you to go back in that room and find exactly that. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, given the hours, at this time, I'm going to ask Bailiff Wooten to keep all the jurors together for lunch. The court is going to pick up your lunch together in the cafeteria. I remind you of your precautionary instructions at lunch. Do not discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Do not let anyone discuss the case within your presence or hearing. Let's be in recess for lunch until 1:15. Keep everyone together, pick up their lunch. At 1:15, we will reassemble so that I can instruct
We
the
are a bit
jury on
behind
the law
also in the stream.
and turn the case over to them to begin their deliberations.
1:15.
Leave your notepads and pens in the chair, please.
7:15 my time. That leaves, okay, so they are having 45 minutes of lunch. So I will make some changes to the next stream that I will redirect you to.
That was very boring.
Yeah.
Very, very boring.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
Feminitel, my ADHD checked out a while back. Yeah, me too. I was focusing on
trying
work.
so
I wasn't even
hard.
listening to what he said. All I know is that it was boring.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying hard because I consider this my job, and I'm trying, but I'm like, oh my gosh, trying to listen to this man. Why is he so boring? Why does his neck look like toothpaste coming out of a paw?
So, Dirk Diggler, yeah, the defense or the state waived its right to go first, essentially, and allowed the state to go first. So if you back up about 40, maybe an hour now, back up about an hour, you'll see the state's or the defense closing.
Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes ago about that. You see, and I really did not like, because this was not a rebuttal. This was his entire, which he should have done first. But he waived the right to go first and only do a conclusion. But that was not a conclusion, in my opinion, or a rebuttal.
No.
That was the entire, that's just a trick play to go last.
And that's fine. It was still boring as hell, and I'm not going to care at all about what he said.
Yeah, he was really boring. He was really condescending. He was really, really gross.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff he brought up it must have been stuff because like the bloody shorts and sweatshirt were things that I hadn't heard before. So it must have been in the recordings that we couldn't understand. Oh, my shirt says, "You're so funny. Thanks, it's all the trauma." But now it just says cat hair.
Brandon Lesko says you need to object during that nonsense. And sometimes you do. A lot of times you do. Sometimes, though, you don't want to draw attention to it. So I assume the defense is there looking at the jury and reading the room.
And I'm eating pickles in ranch. So.
Are you sure you're not from the Midwest? Because that's deep fry that and you have the Midwest. You just have to figure out if you're a Hidden Valley gal or you prefer to go to the dark side and like you Kraft Ranch.
Well, Sweden has our rednecks too, and I are one.
And Christina Bingham says that court is back at 1:15 instead of 1:45.
Yeah. I changed the start of next stream, which will...
Oh, okay.
Well, it's in 12 minutes. I don't think that we have... I don't think... Do we actually need a new stream?
I was about to say, can we just stay on this one?
Yeah, we'll just stay on this stream. And I'll change the
it's
thumbnail
really your
a bit.
stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
well, I'm going to jump off for a minute, though, because I do have to file some stuff and run around.
Yeah. I need to...
So we're going to get jury instructions, and then we're going to do verdict watch, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm having... It's on live broadcast with no sound in the background, so I will see it. But I need to quickly go to the bathroom, which leaves Mo with entertainment for the next few minutes.
All right, Mo, take it away. I'll see you all in the chat later.
Sounds good.
All right, see you guys.
Yes, here. Yeah, it's more or less verdict watch because the
Yep.
only thing left now is the judge instruction to the jury, which will
Yes.
begin in about 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge Sassy Glasses, and she was having none of the lawyer's shenanigans anymore. She was
Yeah.
all
Okay.
right. Go use.
Yeah.
Yep.
I listen to this. Go and subscribe and everything to her.
I am the
and yeah.
captain now. All right. I am Mo from Mo in the Deep End. I'm a mom of 6 and Thor's human companion and or servant, depending on who you ask. I do court, crime, current events, chaos, and shenanigans over at my channel. And I may or may not, right hand, wrong hand, have an entire family of not at all phallic, poorly designed children's mushroom stuffed toys that I made Mr. Mo get me for Christmas. That is actually so I will tell you the story about that because this is what poor Mr. Mo has to deal with on a daily. I decided that for Christmas, because they had a lovely display of these not at all phallic, as an example, when I got out of the thing, this is of course, a children's toy. I would not find any hilarity in this particular plushie. Come on, y'all. Alex Jones oh, possibly they're not subliminal messages everywhere. Um, so I told my husband that for Christmas, I am not a hard woman to buy for because I will tell you exactly what I want, and it's generally ridiculousness. And yes, there's an aura of now cat fur just flying all over me. Thor is a generous cat fur deliverer. It is what it is. Any hoozle. I saw these and I decided that I wanted in my life an actual bag of Richards. Well, we're almost. I wanted an actual bag of dicks, to be honest with you. So if I told people to, not be a bag of dicks, I actually had one at home. Like just for fun. I just thought it would be hilarious, and I figured that the company was simply marketing I was talking about my plushies. So behind me are, these not at all terribly marketed and designed children's plushies, um, and not at all phallic, um, things that I asked Mr. Mo to get me for Christmas so that I could have a real life bag of dicks. This is what Mr. Mo deals with on a daily.
Okay, that was interesting to join in on. Bag
Well,
of dicks.
this
Okay.
is what happens when you give me your show. I'm gonna go change shirts. Mr.
Yeah.
Thor, who is now lording above everyone
Yeah.
in his cat tree.
Okay.
I'm going to change because he has left me with all the cat fur.
Yep. Yes, MG Law, we are all a bit surprised as well because apparently in Georgia they have the option to waive their right for a closing argument and then do a conclusion afterwards, not a rebuttal, a conclusion of their case after the defense does their closing. I had no idea that that was a thing. But apparently it's allowed in this court and in that county or in that state. I have no idea because to me that's a trick play to not go first, allow the defense to speak against it and just listen to the defense and then do their entire closing. Yeah, I think that's a trick play in its entirety. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. Okay, just to show that, still looking at that, so they are not yet back. You change fast.
Well, scary. Oh, for the love of. Yes, we do have 5 cats. We are actually in my bedroom. So,
Mm, mm,
yeah, I don't have to go far. Yes,
mm.
I do. And I'm telling you guys, the toy company that made these for children should have simply marketed them for adults because it's a hilarious talking point. You could have made them for weirdos like me who would have thought they were hilarious.
Yeah, but isn't that the case with many, for instance, cartoons? Adults write them and everything, and as a kid, you don't really know the nuances. But once in a while, they put in quite interesting stuff.
Uncle Buck.
Uh,
Uncle Buck, I was watching it the other day and I was like, "Holy good night nurse." There's a lot of stuff I didn't get as a 12-year-old.
yeah, and what's that Disney movie, The Prince or something? No, well, it's like half a second scene where you see him behind some couch or something, just standing up, and
Oh,
then half a second later, you see her standing up.
yeah, no. It's
Oh, yeah, didn't get that. I didn't even get that until someone pointed it out on YouTube because I was an adult when that movie came out. Didn't catch it. Everybody else did. And
I always like going to the movie theater as an adult, and sometimes
mm,
you can hear where the kids laugh and then where the
mm,
adults laugh, and the kids kinda laugh a little half a second later because they don't know why they're laughing, but mom and dad are
yeah,
laughing. Like, if you
so
listen
it
to
must be
kids and
funny.
parents watch Shrek, it's
Yeah.
really hilarious.
Oh, that- I'm just tweeting out that we are at Verdict Watch, which we more or less is because the only thing left is the jury instructions.
The cats are actually hiding. I'm pretty sure they probably think that the kids not being home is a trick.
Dun.
Oh, I love Team America. Mr. Mo had not seen that, and I thought it was grounds for divorce, but I looked up the, contract of our marriage, and apparently he has seen Office Space,
Hmm.
and that was the only movie that was specifically negotiated in our marriage contract.
Hmm. I think MG Law was as surprised as the rest of us, looking at his comment.
Yeah, I really didn't like.
If this defense has no closing, then the state gets no rebuttal. But they didn't call it rebuttal; they called it conclusion. So maybe it's different. Oh, that's
This is
another.
cheddar, not on the keyboard.
Yeah, and yes, I have one of these too. He's overjoyed being in camera. That is a resting bitch face.
That is his happy face, you guys.
That is right before, and he really enjoys me picking him up like that as well. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Now we have another whore. Oh, no. No, no. See, your cat hates everything. Now I have one that Thor's gonna be like, "But we're both on screen. We're both stars."
Yeah, my cat is very cute and very cuddly for between 60 and 90 seconds, and then he tries to eat me. And for you who are completely new here, Jingles is a farm cat. he primarily does a job, and that is keeping the farm from rodents and other cats, and eventually me, if he had his way. And yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's a bunch of BS to just call it a concluding statement. If they go first with closing statement, then the defense closing statement, and then concluding statement, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. I will, Indigo Luna, I will, even 4.5 hours in, I'm not sure I want to reply to that. And yes, I have a 45-acre farm. Right now, last week we harvested the hay for the neighboring horse farm, and the oats should be harvested next week. Yeah, it's normally he's in the barn when he's not inside, or he's outside chasing rodents, baby bunnies, pheasants, and stuff like that. There's interesting animal skeletons here and there on the farm.
Yeah, but I get presents, and I'm always like, could you just put them in the trash can? I'm like, congrats. Also,
Yeah.
could you just not be psychopath about it? Could you just kill the mouse right away and not toy with it half the night so I stay up all night?
And when the renovations are done, are we all invited to Sweden? Well, once the renovations are done downstairs, the downstairs will be rented out. And we have discussions with the University of Lund to maybe they make a continuous to put their professors or guest professors here. Well, if you have a caravan, I have plenty of room. Just don't come uninvited, because I have a dangerous cat. I don't need to want for my... let's see here. Unmuted? No, nothing yet on there. This is strange because I've been checking on where can I put the rent for downstairs and stuff like that, and it's let's see what's square footage it is. Downstairs is roughly 1,200 square feet. It will be 1 bathroom, 1 toilet, 1, 2, 4 rooms, and the kitchen.
That's not bad.
Top I can charge for that is about $2,000 a month. But checking in similar, like half an hour from the city and everything like that, if you are in the States, damn, your rent is high. Matrix 110 square meters. About.
Now, would your utilities be the same, or would they be prorated? Like if they like it really hot and they're living under you.
No, we have different. We have separated the electronics, the electrics, so they can choose.
Okay.
Yeah. And and once they move in, we might be done with this next summer, I hope. And by then, I'm also in my office / bedroom / everything. I will do a studio. And let me just show what I am thinking of. My brain has switched over to thinking in English, and now I have to think back in Swedish. Images, open picture. No, not that. Now open picture. Share this, and so I'm getting one of these to remodel into a studio. So that is what I don't need to run the channel on, which is more or less I need to buy booze for my drinking streams.
Well, yes.
Something the channel cost me about $350 a month to keep afloat. So what you super chat or what you contribute to on Rumble will go to getting one of these and to remodel it into a studio. So I can do that separately from the house. Because if it's on wheels, I don't need a permit. I only need to move it a few feet every year to not make it stationary.
Is there a business that converts these normally? Is this like a thing people do, or?
Well, there is, but that would put the cost from maybe $3,000 to $4,000 for the actual module, and then another. If I do it myself, I may be putting in $1,000 or $2,000.
Oh, okay. Well, I just meant, do people do this normally, or is this an idea you just thought of, like when drunk you thought? I was just making sure.
That was drunk me having an idea. And,
you're like, I have a storage barn and a wheelbarrow, and it'll be great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. And so that is yeah, but that is for next year. And yeah, but if I found a company that does similar things, but that would cost me between 10 and 12 grand to have them do it for me, and that's like, no, let me just put up soundproofing stuff, a heater and AC, and then I can just sit there with having a backdrop or something. So it's not that important that it will be this fashionable studio. So maybe 4 or 5 grand in total. I'm calculating it too. There's not room in the barn for anything, because at the moment my cousins are having their cars and stuff in the barn, and I have stuff in the barn. So remodeling inside the barn, no, that's not an option, because I also want to smoke my cigars, which I can do in that kind of thingy, but not really inside the barn because it's too much stuff in there. Oh, really? It's pretty common to convert them where you live. Okay, nice. I will share. There is probably YouTube videos out there how to convert it, but I should be able to do it without it. But I'll get ideas. Let's see if they are still not back. That's weird. Georgia time. Yeah, they are way past. They're 8 minutes past when they should come back.
Which is odd, because they've been really, I mean, she's been pretty good at keeping this trial going. And the only thing I didn't like, and it's not so much a pet peeve, because this defense attorney was using it to get for his client, but he made a paragraph out of telling a story to get to the question. So there was a paragraph, and then it finally got to the question, which, you know, he monologued, which was fine. I like him because he has the personality to pull it off. But it would have really pissed me off if he didn't have the personality.
Yeah, Punch cigars and Monte Cristo are decent Cuban cigars. I prefer Romeo and Julieta. They have few of those. I have a few of those. H. Upman, also decent Cuban. But the surrounding islands are actually producing really, really good cigars nowadays, because Cuba has produced cigars for, well, when Cuba became, well, the revolution, they had producing cigars for well over 100 years. So the soil was prepared for it. Then during the revolution, everybody had to, I have to leave with tobacco seeds to start somewhere else. Now, they have been preparing the soil now for a good number of decades to be optimal for tobacco growing. So now, for the past decade, maybe, they have been producing quite well in making cigars. Yeah, Cuba kind of have a corner of the market. And since I am not American, I can buy as many as I want. But
I think we loosened relations, I think.
No, Biden took that back. So as of March of 2023 or 2022, we are back. You are back to no cigars.
The
no
one
cigars at all.
commie country we don't like? Are you kidding me?
Yep.
I mean, I love my
You
government.
You get everything, more or less every spare parts in the United States is made in China or Indonesia or something like that. But Cuba, boo. Yeah.
How are we going to be mean to Justin Trudeau's real family? He's hurting right now. We need to be nice to him. I'm going on so many lists.
They still haven't come back. This is strange. Maybe she realized what the time actually was.
It's possible, or it's possible that the lunch wasn't served in time.
Yeah. But we promised a few hours ago we would read from the Darwin Awards.
Oh, yes.
Let's see here. Okay, so let's check this out. The Steel MacBook Armor. You are wearing body armor in a war zone. You spot abandoned MacBook. You want MacBook. Where to hide it? With quick reflexes, a Russian soldier slid that MacBook into his chest armor pocket, replacing a ballistic plate designed to save his life. He was ended in Irpin, and his body was retrieved, providing a hearty laugh for all of Ukraine. Instant karma. They reportedly found a stolen iPad as well. I wonder where that was hidden.
Do we call BS?
Well,
I mean, do we call BS on the entire story?
Yeah, maybe. It sounds a bit too good. A bit too good.
But I don't call BS on someone trying it at some point, but I'm just saying current policies being what they are, I call BS on the players, but I don't call BS on it happening.
Let's see what the... Pastor Sean meets his maker. Okay. March 18th, 2022, Florida. No, do not consent. March 18th, 2022, Florida. Boating on Lake Seminole was a delight to Sean and his friend up until his boat began to founder. And he had no life vest, but no worries. Other boaters on the lake called the Pinellas County Sheriff Rescue Team, and on Friday afternoon, shortly after 2 p.m., they were safe on land again. Catastrophe averted. Kiss the earth. But Pastor Sean, 39, evidently wanted more of the same. He called a friend to ferry him back out on the lake so he could rescue the ship in distress. Okay, that's understandable, but again, without a life jacket. Around 5:30 p.m., poor Pastor Sean tried to transfer to the little boat and actually capsized it. Not so easy to jump from one boat to another, right? Especially when it's already foundering. Now poor Pastor Sean was definitely in the drink. No life vest and unable to swim.
Oh, Lord.
For sure, his buddy tried to save him, but was unable to pull the pastor out. And why he was unable to get the pastor out of the water? Because it is super tricky to heave a body into a boat. It requires strength and practice, and sailors learn to grab a hold of the life vest and forcefully hoist the person in. People don't have handles. Well, some of us have, but maybe not to grab on in that way. So many choice points. What? Can't swim? The boat is sinking. You try to rescue it without life vest, and you incautiously plunge into the water to boot. Are you thinking God helps those who hobble themselves? The pastor could not walk on water. He could not swim in water. He could not leave the water. The only remaining option was to sink. Reluctant to stereotype, he was indeed a Florida man. Yeah, that was not a clever choice. I feel sorry for the pastor's family and everything, but Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, if you can't swim,
Why
life
are you
vest.
on a boat?
Yeah, why are you on a boat, a small
Boats
boat,
are
if you
not
can't swim?
inexpensive. Mr. Mo and I have been looking at them. They're not inexpensive things.
Yeah,
The life vest is like, what, $20? Get a life vest. Go
yeah,
to the Y.
yeah. Or fatten up so you float anyway. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Have you met pastors? Usually they are in charge of more potluck, home cook. Oh no.
Mm.
She does not look happy.
It says now on the thumbnail and on the headline that we are on verdict watch, but we more or less are. The only thing left is the jury instructions. If you go back 2 hours, you will hear the defense and the state closing arguments.
All right, for those of you who just came in, please check your cell phones. They must be powered all the way off, not just on silent. We're ready. All right, sir, if you leave, you're not going to be able to come back in once I start speaking with the jury. Okay.
Do we think the mom showed?
Don't know.
I thank you. Mr. Aderhold, no one is permitted to enter or leave the courtroom as I'm charging the jury, please. All right, welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence now being closed and the attorneys having had an opportunity to provide their closing arguments, I will now instruct you on the law. This is rather lengthy, but I'm going to send out individual written copies of everything that I tell you, so you will have that with you in the jury deliberation room, so you don't have to feel the need to take notes while I'm giving you these instructions. All right, members of the jury, you are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Austin Tyree Ford. The district attorney has indicted the defendant for the offenses of felony murder, aggravated assault, and possession of firearm during commission of felony, 2 counts. Count 3, voluntary manslaughter, has been removed from any further consideration by you. The indictment has previously been read to you. To the indictment, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. This defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. He enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with him until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offenses charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After considering all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit this defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict him. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. It is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from the evidence presented. You must then apply the law that I'm giving you to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. It includes the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial. It does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and to reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight that you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. You as the jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Now, testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon their training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. The testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may also be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of the same witness made before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined just as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. A statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of his rights. You may consider the duration and conditions of detention as factors relevant to the question of whether or not a statement was freely and voluntarily made. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. 1, the defendant had a right to remain silent. 2, if the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything he said, wrote, and signed could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. 3, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with him at all times during any questions. And 4, if the defendant did not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for him to represent him before any questioning and to be present with him during any questioning. If the defendant exercises any of these rights, such as requesting an attorney, the police cannot question the defendant any further without an attorney being present. If the police initiate or continue conversation with the defendant after the defendant exercises such right, then any statement made to the police by the defendant after he exercises such right would not be voluntary, and you must disregard it entirely and completely in reaching your verdict in this case. However, if the defendant solely on his own initiative, after exercising such rights freely and voluntarily, requests and initiates further conversation with the police without an attorney and without any request, instigation, coercion, duress, fear, or hope of benefit or reward, or other action on the part of the police, then you would be authorized to consider the statement, provided you find from the evidence and the court's instructions that any such conversation or statement was otherwise freely and voluntarily given by the defendant. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by this defendant. If you find that the defendant's statement was voluntary and that all the warnings as to his constitutional rights were given, that he understood the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find that the defendant was properly informed of these rights and that he understood and gave up these rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict. You should consider with great care and caution the evidence of any out-of-court statement allegedly made by the defendant and offered by the state. The jury may believe any such statement in whole or
I will keep it buffering for a bit so we can hear her uninterrupted. And yes, this seems to be her actual speaking voice. Don't know if she has some issues with the vocal cords, but this is what she sounds like. And that's not much we can do about it, but to listen as she speaks.
In part, believing that which you find to be true and rejecting that which you find to be untrue. You alone have the duty to apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and to decide what evidence should be given to all or any part of such evidence. A defendant's out-of-court statement that is not supported by any other evidence is not sufficient to justify a conviction, even if you believe the unsupported statement.
That's a good jury instruction for the defense. If what he said in the interview isn't supported by the evidence, you can ignore it. Yes, he was charged with felony tampering and tampering, or only tampering. Charges 1 through 5 was felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, felony tampering, and voluntary manslaughter. But the voluntary manslaughter charge is gone by the directed verdict. There was no evidence to support that charge. So that is out the window. And charges 6, 7, and 8 was removing the gun from the scene, removing the car from the scene, and ordinary tampering with evidence. So 6, 7, and 8, he has admitted to, and it is supported by evidence, in my opinion. And that would bring, if that depends if they choose concurrently or whatever, but ordinary tampering with evidence is 1 to 3 years. And I don't think the other things are more jail time. Yeah.
However, proof by other evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the crimes alleged have been committed may constitute supporting evidence of a defendant's statement, if any, should you so find. The law does not fix the amount of supporting evidence necessary. You must determine whether or not other evidence sufficiently supports a defendant's statement so as to justify a conviction. If you find that there was a statement made by the defendant that was supported by other evidence, the degree of proof necessary to convict is that you be satisfied of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. During the trial, you viewed and heard audio and video recordings of interviews purportedly between the defendant and the police. You saw and heard the interviewing officers.
Let's just
evidence. Identity is a question of fact for you to determine. Your determination of identity is dependent upon the credibility of the witnesses offered for this purpose. You should consider all of the factors previously charged regarding credibility of witnesses. Some, but not all of the factors you may consider in assessing reliability of identification are as follows. The opportunity of the witness to view the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the witness's degree of attention towards the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the possibility of mistaken identity, whether the witness's identification may have been influenced by factors other than the view the witness claimed to have, whether the witness on any prior occasion did not identify the defendant in this case as the alleged perpetrator, and the length of time between the crime and the out-of-court identification. It is for you to say whether under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses, and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime. It is not necessary that the defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. If you do not believe that the defendant has been sufficiently identified as the person who committed the alleged crime, or if you have any reasonable doubt about such, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of this defendant as the person who committed the crime alleged in the indictment. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved with the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves that were used to form those opinions. All of these issues are matters for you to consider and determine.
Yeah, this is what happens after a number of hours, is that the connection between YouTube and StreamYard seems to be a bit off. Maybe it's
Do we want to go to the next switch or to the other stream?
Oh, maybe. But maybe it's also that my cache memory, whatever it's called, is filling up. So I hope. I have no idea if I can restart everything with just Mo on the stream.
I have no idea. We can try it.
Yeah, but then I don't have. If it doesn't work, I don't have a stream set up to get everybody to.
Yeah. It might fix itself.
Let's see if anybody else. I think 11 Alive might.
I wonder what.
No, they don't.
Let me see what Law and C-Word is saying on this one. I mean, knowing Law and C-Word.
Let's see, and filter to live. No, it's the only three is Law and C, me, and also some true crimer. That's the only three that are live right now in Georgia versus Austin Ford.
Well,
it is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to.
I'm going to do this, and this. So now it's only
sounds
we
good.
Then should I try it? I know that not Flux, but Chandler does that sometimes, that instead of closing down the stream, she yeets herself from the stream, and then everybody else is on the stream waiting for her to come back.
Well,
So it should be able to, for me to close down. Sorry. Yeah, I will try it. Worst case scenario, I will
sounds
set
good.
up a new stream. Yeah. So I will close down and restart and clean the cache memory, and we will see if it
There you
works.
go.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if. Hello, everyone. This is a mighty big picture of me. As you can see, my chaos behind me. Let's see. Today is the first day of school, which is awesome because it's very quiet in my house, and I'm pretty sure that robbers are going to come and, attack because now I'm not used to the quiet. It's very disquieting. Now that it's quiet here too, I have no idea what to do. And the cats are now going everywhere around the house. So Jonathan's giving really good advice when Nicholas isn't here. Supposed to be able to help him with there we go.
Here
I
we
was
go.
like, he's giving really good computery advice, and I'm like, I have no ideas.
Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Share screen. Share screen. Add to stream. Let's see if this works.
Unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. A jury is not authorized to find a person who is merely associated with other persons involved in the commission of a crime, guilty of consent in or concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt.
I have no idea what you're talking
that
about
such
here.
person
Oh, that.
helped in the actual
you.
perpetration of the crime or participated in the criminal endeavor. The law provides that criminal action shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Gwinnett County, Georgia, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offenses. Venue may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For the offense of felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. Aggravated assault is a felony, which I will define for you shortly. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. When a defendant unlawfully injures another person, you may find that the injury caused the other person's death only if the state proved that the injury was itself the cause of death, directly and significantly contributed to the cause of death, or significantly sped up the death, even though the death would have eventually occurred. Aggravated assault. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. A firearm is a deadly weapon when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used. For the offense of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state must prove that the defendant had a firearm on his person while committing a felony, which is a crime against or involving another person. Felony murder and aggravated assault are felonies which have previously been defined for you. For purposes of this particular offense, a firearm includes any handgun. If after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Gwinnett County, Georgia, did on or about July 27, 2021, commit the offenses of felony murder, aggravated assault, and possession of firearm during commission of felony, as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. And in that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of one or all of these offenses, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt on one or all of these offenses, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of the offense or offenses for which you do not believe he is guilty. We're going to send out with you a jury verdict form that has been prepared for your use during the deliberations. When you get it, you will see that there is a place for you to record your verdict for count 1, felony murder, count 2, aggravated assault, count 4, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, and count 5, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. You have to render a verdict for each count individually. Your choices for each count are, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty, or we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So your verdict must be recorded in writing for each of these 4 counts. It then must be signed and dated by whoever acts as your foreperson during deliberations.
You're muted. Sorry.
Yeah. So they only have counts 1 to 5, which was strange because when I read the court docket, it was counts 1 to 8. But now, apparently, only the count there was a mistrial on carried on to the retrial. Okay.
Weird.
Yeah.
So did they bank the guilty ones?
Yeah, either that or they might have been pre-trial
Stipulations?
stipulation, or that he plead on those on the what do you call it? He might have pled guilty if they chose to not bring those counts up in trial, maybe.
I don't believe they said anything to the jury.
No? Well, she explained that count 3 was no longer on the table. So it's 1, 2, 4, and 5. And she did explain that early on, that count 3 is no longer on the table. Because when I read the court docket, it said all 8 counts, but here they are just saying 1 to 5, or 1, 2, 4, and 5. Interesting.
By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of the case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of this defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given to you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against either party. You are also only to concern yourself with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to act as the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict form to which all of you must freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about the case, including any persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messaging, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous as to each of the 4 counts, that is, agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated and returned to be published here in open court. Now, we have selected 14 jurors, but the first 12 jurors will engage in deliberations of this case. The 13th and 14th juror are our alternates, and they need to remain to us, and they still play an important role in the event that one of the first 12 jurors are either unable to continue or are disqualified from continuing for any reason. For the bailiffs, our alternates are juror number 27, Mr. Kate, and juror number 30, Ms. Mills. In just a moment, I'll have the bailiffs escort you to
Why
the
do you
jury
have to say the
deliberation room.
name?
You will
They
have
live
out
on
with
Smith
you
and Duprock
the
Street.
indictment, the verdict form, individual copies of the law, the instructions that I just gave you,
We don't need
as
that
well as the
information.
evidence that was admitted for your consideration. If at any time during your deliberations you have a question for the court, the foreperson needs to reduce that question to writing and provide it to the bailiff for my review. Again, when you go in the jury deliberation room, the first thing you'll do is select your foreperson, and you will not begin your deliberations until you have received the indictment, the verdict form, the instructions on the law, and the evidence.
Thank you so much, C. Sauder.
From this point
$10
forward,
super chat.
you will decide when you
You
need
are
a break.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you guys for picking up the slack while everyone else is in Texas. Yeah, and yeah,
And
tomorrow I don't have
as
anything
promised,
else. Oh,
slight vodka with Diet Mountain Dew, because
and I'm just having a beer for now. Yeah, And yes, thank you so much. And
Let me.
yeah, tomorrow I
see.
have I might have something up during daytime US time, and then it's finally Friday, a casual end of the work week stream on Friday evening. And yeah, so we will try to pick up the slack while they are in Texas. I don't know if they are there over the weekend or the entire week or anything, but I've seen that Jeff and Hayden are out drinking. So yeah,
Are we shocked?
nope.
No, if I'm Captain Have Fun, if I'm going to go to a convention, bucket list time, I'm going to the furry convention. I will MC that daggone dance contest if it effing kills me. Oh, I know, Fresca.
Vodka and Diet Dew. Yeah. Well, I have my beer, I have my whiskey, and I have my bar globe here, and yeah.
Listen, you guys, I have very weird bucket list things. I want to meet the guy from Ancient Aliens with the hair like this, and I want to simply posit to him that should you have crazy, crazy hypotheses about, history, perhaps normal hair, or crazy hair, normal hypotheses. One or the other. You can't
Yeah.
have both.
Mm.
But I want to meet him because he seems really well. I want to see if he has a weird handshake because he seems like either the coolest guy ever or not. Now, a new thing on my bucket list is to meet Dr. Terry and have a cigar with her.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Terry, who was the medical examiner in this trial. Once she showed up, I might have made a joke or two, but damn, she was good. Damn, she was good.
I know.
That is the kind of person who you just could sit down, ask a few questions, and just listen. The female version of Gosney as a medical examiner.
I know.
Yeah. But let's finish the jury
how
instructions.
late you want to stay, things of that nature. So you will communicate that to the bailiff, and we will be on your schedule. I'll ask that you keep the alternates separate, but please give them breaks at the same time and bring them into the courtroom for any questions and a verdict when a verdict is reached. All right, I'll ask everyone to take your notepads and your personal belongings and to go with the bailiffs.
All right. Let's see.
It will be juror number 30, Nefertaria Mills is the alternate.
Did she just dox another dang lawyer or juror? Nefertaria.
Yeah, I'm closing down sound because, we are officially at Verdict Watch. And yeah, we have heard the entirety of the case. And I saw that the question on in Law and C-word was guilty, not guilty, hung jury. I chose guilty on all accounts, guilty of tampering with evidence, but apparently that is off the table and not guilty of on all counts. Maybe I will end this and do the similar and poll. And I start the same as they have. Start poll. And I will ask what your verdict would be, not what this jury might say. In this trial, guilty, not guilty, hung jury. I always like that wording, hung jury. How would you know? Did you undress them? Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Well,
I know
the
I was so
verdict.
proud of myself
Mm,
the first time I
mm,
actually figured out how to do a poll because
mm.
I couldn't figure out how you guys were magically doing them. And
Oh,
then I was
mm.
like, "Oh, for the love of Cheetos, another tab I have to keep open?" It was like, just one
Yeah.
more thing that I have to pat my head and rub my tummy. I was like, "Seriously, guys? I am not that coordinated."
Mm. Yeah. And as for now, the law and Seaward is 53% guilty, 26% not guilty, 20% hung jury, which in normal terms would be not guilty, because everything below 80% guilty means not guilty on law and Seaward. Okay, I saw one thing here. What happened to the mother? I don't know if she showed up in court, but she wasn't there at the beginning of the day. She, at the end of yesterday, apparently she was caught taking pictures, or picture, apparently with the jury in one or more of the pictures, and was caught doing it. So she will be uh, charged with contempt of court. The hearing is next week on Wednesday, where she can face up to $1,000 in fines or 20 days in jail or both. So that's, yeah.
Yeah. And,
So,
I mean, this was so kind of out of the blue that the defendant wasn't even in the room when half of these, sentencing orders or not sentencing,
mm,
I guess, criminal
mm.
orders were sent out.
Yeah. David says that Mama's going to get fun. Yeah, normally they don't put people in jail unless you are in the juror in the Young Thug uh, uh, hearings, because during jury selection back in January, I believe one juror was put in jail for maybe 4 to 6 hours because she started filming in court. And another one was jeered out of jury duty, but not charged. Then you have the lawyers in the Young Thug, where one was ordered to write an essay of sorts. Another one was ordered to buy lunch for his fellow lawyers. And that trial is, I don't know if contempt of court is a felony. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow I might do another stream about the Young Thug RICO trial. Because that is a cluster F of magnitude.
I mean, doesn't half of his or don't half of his co-whatevers still not have lawyers?
4 or 5 still doesn't have lawyers, but that issue might have gone away, because now they are down from 11 to 8 defendants. I have not heard why, if they have pleaded out or anything, but the original charge was against 28 defendants a year and a half ago or 2 years ago by now. They're still not close to trial. They are still doing jury selection. There are still hearings to go. So maybe October at the earliest. And by then, some of these people would have been in jail for almost 2 years without representation.
That has to be, I mean, well, the ACLU is out doing ridiculous stuff. I mean,
Mm.
they could be dealing with, I mean,
Mm.
something actually real that's happening.
Mads Googled a bit. It seems Georgia only have first-degree murder, and manslaughter is very narrow in its wording. Therefore, you have to use assault as underlying for felony murder instead of using second degree. Okay, thank you. Captain Haffen, hi Captain. Gwinnett County, Georgia has lots of new gated communities in the 90s. I don't know what happened to the county. Maybe too many new apartment complexes. Well, according to another one in the chat yesterday, who lives 45 minutes away from where the trial is, and that is more or less crime-infested area now. Love Rico, haven't seen it since the mob in the 60s. Well, the Rico trial, this is also in Georgia, by the way. And yeah, the experts they want to bring on as experts is... I have nieces and nephews who are more experts in their area than the experts in that trial.
They're calling me next. They're like,
Yeah.
Mo, could you come down here? You're teaching us streaming. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll take $300 a day.
Yeah. For
No
instance,
shame in my game.
the prosecution wanted to enter an expert in forensic video analysis. After voir dire and cross-examination from the after voir dire and everything, what this expert did was he was given a video, he pressed pause, screenshot, put the screenshot into...
So you guys laugh, but I was super proud of him. I wouldn't know how to do it.
Yeah, put it in Photoshop and then enhance, like pinch and zoom. That was the entirety of what he did. And he's been doing it for police enforcement, law enforcement in Georgia, in that specific county, for a couple of decades. That's it. That's the entirety. He wasn't entered as an expert in forensic video analysis. He was entered as an expert in video enhancement. It was so dumb. It was
Again,
so dumb.
Georgia, I am willing to bill you $300 an hour for my expertise.
Oh yeah. for doing pinch and zoom. Oh hell yeah. Oh, how many hours did you do this?
I can throw a phone around an office.
Yeah.
I have those
I can
skills.
drop an egg in a basket. I can throw phones around, and I can be an expert on that.
I am pre-body language. I am all the pre's. I am pre-qualified for everything. You have no idea. Every store I go to, I am pre-qualified for every credit card.
Yeah, they even have a handwriting expert. And I mean, that might have been somewhat valid 50 years ago. But have you seen kids write by hand nowadays? No. Pre-diabetes,
my kids were like, how did you joined up writing? And this is the 17-year-old. And I'm like, sweetheart, that's kind of what we learned in second grade. I don't know. It was like that Billy Madison scene where she's like, risotto. And he's like, these are hard. I hate you.
Yeah, there's pre-everything. And so far in the Daubert hearings in the Young Thug Rico trial, I'm into day 4 out of 7, and maybe 2 of the expert I would consider to actually have expert knowledge. 6, 7, 8 are, what are you doing? And then there are 3 or 4 that is, you should be homeless. This is ridiculous. I mean, it is, yeah. I mean, people get paid hundreds of dollars an hour. And once they are up on the stand to try to explain their expertise, you're just, I mean, no. If my 5-year-old niece knows more, you are not an expert in your area.
If only my expertise was in something griftable for court.
Yeah. Oh, that was so amazing.
Okay, so chat, how long are we thinking? Are we thinking this is going to go overnight? They're going to come back tomorrow, or do we think we're going to have something later tonight?
Yeah, they indicated yesterday that 5 o'clock, before 5 o'clock, they have to say something. I'm not sure. They might say, we are so close, we want to stay, or we are so close, let's start over tomorrow. Or we're not close, let's start over tomorrow. Last trial in April, it took them 3 days to reach a hung jury. And I haven't watched that, but in the summary I read, they indicated on the second day of deliberation that they were hung. And then sent back, and no, we're straight down the middle, 6-6. So yeah, mistrial, and here we are. And going by, if now he is already convicted of 6, 7, 8, 1 to 3 years in prison, I would assume, since he's been inside the jail cell since early 2022, it will be more or less time served. If the state gets a second hung jury to try it again, they are allowed to. If I remember David, when he explained that in another trial, the prosecution can do it more or less, in Michigan at least, a good number of times, until the judge says, no, you're not doing this. So if they are hung again at 6-6 or something, Jonathan says you don't grief like
I'll have
that.
to work on it. I've got too much recovering Catholic in me. I'm still a little guilty about taking money for, just YouTubing.
Gigi's here. Hi, Gigi.
Hey, if you
Anything
needed
exciting?
sleep, you needed sleep.
Yeah, if you need sleep. Family first. Unless your family is shit, then fork them and enjoy time with people you enjoy having time with.
Hey,
and Gigi
we're your
knows
weird
that.
family.
Yep. What's a VTuber?
Look, y'all, I don't know how to play video games. I almost flunk everything but Tetris. So no, I won't be licking any microphones. I won't be playing any video games unless you guys really want to see someone just spin around. Mr. Mo tried to teach me how to play World of Warcraft when we first got together because he's still into that kind of stuff.
Oh.
No, my player just went around and around.
That sounds like fun.
No, I won't be painting anything on any various body parts and pretending it's art for, reasons.
Yeah, and I'm just going to grift a little bit here. What you
Sounds
get, among
good.
other things, if you choose to become a member for $3 a month. And so I have, this is from a few months ago. I haven't done a real update yet. Oops. This is from my farm. Because I need to go to the bathroom. Hey folks, members only. Thought I would show you some progress. This is what we have done to the new electricity system. We are building it into what will be the new wall. And we have split it up. So this is the main circuit. This is a separate circuit for upstairs. And here it will be a separate circuit for downstairs. This is just in preparation for maybe renting it out eventually. Apart from that, we have got some preparations for the new wall and what will be the new staircase. Everything in that staircase will be removed, of course, because as you see, not in the greatest condition, and it's steep. Just to show how steep it is, it's 1 hand wide. Yeah, apart from that, you might remember on the back door outside here. So we are starting to get everything ready. We have filled in parts of it, not everything yet. Need some more, not plumbing. Well, it needs some more to do. And I showed you a picture of the rhubarb. And let's try to find a good one here. Look at that. Perfectly red, no apparent. Yeah. So this will be picked, chopped, and freezed in preparations for what's coming. And there's my garden hose. I've been looking for that. Hey, I got a garden hose. Hey ho. What else has happened here? Well, you might remember this is the line where we dug up the geothermal system, or dug for the system. And out here is the field. This is what will be rye. I was wrong, it's oat. It's about, I misspoke. Half of it is rye, half of it is grass for feeding the horses down there, neighboring farm. So rye and grass this year. Grass. Or this season. And maybe we'll prepare for next year's sugar beets as well. And apple trees going on fine. To baby corn. Yeah. Another apple tree. Now, let's see here. This huge tree, huge, depends on what you compare with. This is another apple tree. We trim it down every now and then. This tree is just about 100 years old, we think. And it's a local brand of apples called Fjälläpplen. Now, this is not widely known, because it's a great looking tree. It has a lot of wildlife. Well, it had a lot of wildlife. Why doesn't it have more wildlife, Jingle?
Jingles is like, I'll never know.
But mainly it's not widely spread,
mysteries.
this apple, because even though the tree looks good, the flowers looks great, the apples taste like shit. And but they look good. And some horses like these apples, so we give them away. Yeah, that's the update about little bit of what has happened since last time I gave you a tour about the renovations and stuff. Yeah, okay. Seriously, what's going on now? Everything is growing up. Yeah, as you can see, Jesus Christ.
Is not here right now, but I'm here to assist you, which makes this a
See,
terrible day for
This
you.
lawn
So
has a bit of moss, but 4 years ago, all of this was moss alone. Now I've been raking and planting new grass for every spring for 4 years. So it's starting to get better. Yes, I could have just dug it all up and bought ready grass, but I'm going to be here for a while, so I want to see the progress myself. Yeah. Why do you buffer? You piece of... I mean, look. Buffering. Let's try again. This is something between StreamYard and... You might see. No? Come on! Rossman Ranch, yeah, iron sulfate is being spread, and then I rake the remains off. This lawn has a bit of moss, but 4 years ago, all of this was moss alone. Now I've been raking and planting new grass for every spring for 4 years. So it's starting to get better. Yes, I could have just dug it all up and bought ready grass, but I'm going to be here for a while, so I want to see the progress myself. Yeah. And maybe a couple of years from now, this area, I will have some kind of wooden flooring. What's it called? Well, just some place outdoors, just to have maybe a hammock, a grill, but that's a few years into the future. Okay. Now I'm done, I think. Hey. And yeah, I will just... Oh. Yeah, this year the rhubarb was so sweet. See you all around. Have a nice day. Thanks for being a member. Yeah. So that's... Thank you. Yes, a patio of sort.
see, and when I go out topless, my neighbors get upset. I don't have rhubarb. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is the rhubarb.
Well, my neighbors are a bit 150 yards that way and 100 yards that way. So what are they going to do? That's the best part of being living remote. And I'm just checking in on the stream. No, that's the best part of living remotely. Now, the worst part is hangover, wanting a pizza. I have no delivery out here. That's not fun. Yeah. So I have to actually wait to good number of hours to be able to drive. For instance,
You'll also miss bringing up points of motion at the HOA, meetings where you say if the HOA wants more money, then they need to seriously invest in an OnlyFans because I'm not going to pay for, so-and-so's. I'm like, y'all need to work on your bodies and get a feet to OnlyFans. And then you know the people that know what OnlyFans is, and you know the people that don't. So you know the pervs in your neighborhood.
Yep.
They won't let me come to meetings anymore. I don't know why. So I have to come here.
Yeah, we don't have HOAs in Sweden at all. We have a kind of, but that's really unusual because when they started, there was a start of HOA-like communities, like in the 90s. Those were no, so they
We
didn't
should have
survive.
stopped them.
Yeah. I don't
But we
know why
didn't.
you choose to live in an HOA. Oh, that's a nice house that looks exactly like everybody else's house. And I can't choose the roof, I can't choose the color. I have to mow the grass every afternoon.
Well, when you have a giant, huge, enormous family, and you find a house made by another giant, huge, enormous family that's on sale for, a great price, and it's state of the art 1974, and you really like paneling, you fall in love, and you decide to move in the middle of January because you're just so smart.
Mm.
My husband
Well,
maintains that it was all my fault,
oh,
as he maintains about a lot of things.
well, you managed to get your final feral kid just before the snip snip. So,
I maintain that's God's fault. I mean,
yeah,
honestly.
yeah, maybe.
But the
Yeah,
book of Revelations had to be fulfilled, and someone had to do it.
yeah, but I heard that behind your son's ear it's 668, not 666.
Well, but he's vying in contention for that final spot.
Yeah, a flock of Karens is also called an HOA. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Just like a flock
and
of baboons is called a congress.
Tootly Pip, an HOA is a homeowners association. So a bunch of people that have nothing better to do with their lives would like to suck the soul out of every single person's life by sitting down and deciding how long measure or how long grass should be on everyone else's house, what colors are approved, and
Yeah.
what roof materials can be made. It's just, it's a,
Mm.
it's
Yeah,
people
and
that have nothing better to do with their lives.
yeah, and one HOAs, I believe in the beginning was just about here we have 50 houses. Let's get together and hire somebody to take care of the road. Let's hire someone to take care of the trash. Let's hire someone this and that. That then evolved into, oh, I can make decisions for other people. And I don't care if they like it or not. And the modern HOA was born. Now, there are probably good HOAs and bad HOAs. But I rarely hear anything about a good HOA.
In my
The
defense, I was on child number 6, and he was 1 year old. I have been constantly sleep deprived for 14 years. I should really not have been allowed to make any choices at that point.
Yeah, maybe that was the point in time where Herbie should have said, no. But then again,
Fair enough, but my
who
other choice was a silo bunker, so,
yeah, and who wants to make a sleep-deprived mother of 6 No, you don't want
Upset.
not really want to upset it. Okay, HOA was started in the 40s
He was
by
really
a
just
war veteran. Okay, I had no idea. Let's go back to.
So
We
I'm thinking
were
we're going to go overnight on this one. I think so. I think they're going to get till about 8.
Georgia time. What time is it in Georgia? Now it's barely 3 o'clock. Yeah. What is going to happen? We will read some fun stuff from Darwin Awards, and if nothing has happened before 4 o'clock, I think I will close down and I will just have a preliminary stream up just in case they come back really, really fast. Because I'm looking at...
Part of me says they're going to come back fast, and part of me says that they're really going to take their time on this.
Yeah, because, maybe. Maybe. Share screen. Darwin Awards. Let's see what other fun things we can find here. Darwin Awards 2022. Tombstone footballer. Okay. In Mallorca, Spain. Dutch football pro. Oh, a football pro, Mourad Lamrat was hungry for a vacation prank, leaping off a cliff into the ocean, thinking my athletic strength will carry me way out into the beautiful blue waters 30 meters below. He instructed his kinfolk to film the fatal feature, let out a triumphant yodel, and tombstoned into the abyss. Keep in mind that 30 meters is high even for experienced cliff divers, that 10 meters is the horizontal distance needed to reach deep water from this cliff face, and the calculated velocity on impact is 88 click, 55 miles an hour. This sick flip became a free fall into the sharp sea rocks below. Oh, because not even a great footballer can leap 10 meters horizontally. Adding insult to injury, the impact velocity was equal but to being hit by a vehicle on the motorway. The Dutch athlete died at the age of 31. Yeah, that was not not a bright move. And I wonder when he realized it on the way down that oopsie. Yeah.
I hope not very shortly.
Yeah. I mean, no. Death by water bottle waterfall. Okay. April 19th, 2022 in Italy. No water shortage in this Italian supermarket where a sudden tidal wave of water spelled doom for a ransacker. The man was a well-known character in the city of Cattolica. He snuck into the back of the closed market on Easter Monday, and that break-in was his last. He paused to enjoy a drink of water, pulling a bottle from a towering tableau, and the whole darn stack collapsed on top of him, like a tidal wave. Employees returned to the shop the next day and were confronted by a collapsed mess of crates. A few hours into the workday, they finally began to sort the collapsed stack. Lifting the first crate, an arm emerged. Yeah.
Don't break in on Easter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not a bright, but he was 46. He may or may not have not. I think the thing about Darwin Awards is to remove yourself from the human gene pool before you
Procreate.
procreate.
Have we noticed a common theme with all of these particular Darwin awardees?
They were men?
Yes. Have we noticed?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
There's a reason why
oh,
men and women don't live as long. Men don't live as long as women on per average, and that is because somewhere between the ages of hey, I'm a teenager and need to impress girls by doing stupid things, and hey, I'm a middle-aged moron who managed to survive to middle-aged moronity. Somewhere in there, but somewhere there, we men tend to self-end in stupid ways.
well, yeah, I've listened to some of the dumb things my husband did as a child, and I'm like, oh dear Lord, we have
Mhm.
3 of them.
Mm.
And
For instance,
one is even
trying to impress a girl by climbing up to the top of a birch, swing, and then grab onto the neighboring birch just to, oh, look how brave I am, and then falling a few feet, like, I don't know, 30 feet, and hitting all the branches on the way down, which I may or may not have
oh
done when I
no.
was like 13 or 14. And but I'm still here.
You can tell a new mom and an old mom like me because the new mom as a kid comes in crying, "What did you do?" Or, "Oh no, what happened? What happened? Oh, are you okay? Are you okay?" Old mom, "What the hell did you just do? Were you being a moron? Were you being a moron? What the?" And then even the siblings are like, "He was being a moron, mom. He was
Yeah.
being an idiot."
Yeah.
That's how you can tell a new mom from an old mom.
uh,
'Cause
let's see. 2021 Superman. Let's see what happened. Yeah, again. Oh, this is no. Oh, this is 2005. Location: Airborne. Petty Officer Brandon Dilbert, a pseudonym of the United States Navy, was like so many heroes
oh,
before
dear
him.
Jesus.
Yeah. He lost his wife while in service to his country and is officially honored with a full respect due to a fallen hero, and literally fallen. Because the cause of death was supermaning out of a naval helicopter while performing a crazy stunt on the stern cargo ramp. Brandon was serving his country during the war in Iraq, and supermanning had recently been invented by certain troops goofing off in aircraft such as large helicopters with a rear cargo exit. Somebody, such as Petty Officer Dilbert, would contrive a makeshift harness using a safety belt or cargo strap, then lower their body out the back of the aircraft with legs outstretched and arms straight out ahead, flying horizontally just like Superman, with one fist pumped forward. In this sensationally relatable pose, Superman must hold tight to that makeshift harness to defeat the supernaturally strong winds and allow pictures taken, then mightily haul oneself back into the aircraft before the pilot finds out. Blah, 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 blah. To be specific about this instance, one in a series, later investigated revealed, Petty Officer Dilbert strapped a 10-foot belt under his shoulders and slowly let himself out over the edge of the cargo ramp while fellow crews tapped winning photos of his antics. But his iron grip did slip, and the full weight of his body was briefly held by the loose harness, which soon slipped from under his arms off his shoulders, sending him falling 125 feet into the Persian Gulf. Yeah. Yeah. I believe I can fly.
Oh, for the love of at that point, I would go full Letitia Stalk and just say that he died fighting a robber, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. if he was husband with kids, yeah. Daddy thought it
I
was a
mean, what are you
good
gonna do?
idea to haul himself off an aircraft. I mean,
Who are you gonna get? Like, you are the guy because Mr. Mo has had to do this once in his career because he was high enough up that there was a training accident and he was tapped to be one of the people that has to go to one of the parents' house and deliver
Mm.
the speech. And it doesn't go into the, where's, whys, and how fors, but to be that guy,
Mm.
how the hell do you say, "Look, I know you loved your husband, but he was a little Forrest Gumpy, if you will."
Mm.
It was a tragic training accident. Well, what happened? Well, we have a selfie of it before he fell. It
Mm.
looked fun for a minute. He's smiling. I don't God. Hi, Lefty. Sup?
Hi,
Yeah, I
Lefty.
guess you could say he died in an air battle. Dear Lord.
Against wind and gravity.
Those are some mean foes. They take many prisoners. They are heartless.
Oh,
This is why I'm never tasked with giving any bad news.
yeah. I've set the verdict watch next stream from 5 p.m. Eastern time, but it won't. I will have the stream in the background so I can hear if anything goes on with questions and stuff like that. But if it's just a question, I will wait for actual. I will still wait for verdict until maybe 8 p.m. If it's not by 8 p.m., we will resume this tomorrow morning. I think that's reasonable. But we can do it's 4 p.m. now. We can do this for until 5 p.m. maybe. Are you ready for that, Mo? For
Sounds
another
good to
hour?
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do
Mm.
another hour and then
Mm.
probably make food for the children people. They'll be coming
Mm.
home. I'll have to fill out a bunch of forms
Mm.
that nothing has changed, and again, re-solidify that my children are not in the military.
Maybe a few of them should, but not yet. Is military school? Isn't it 4 p.m.? Is it 5? 9?
It's 3 where I am.
It's 4
Who
p.m.
knows?
Eastern time, isn't it?
I'm Eastern and it's 3.
Okay, it's 3. Okay, we'll wait until 4 p.m. then. Eastern. So another hour
I
until
don't
4 p.m.
That
And then,
prosecutor, he destabilized the time continuum. He was so
yeah,
boring.
yeah,
He
mm,
pushed us
yeah,
like
okay,
4 hours ahead in time.
yeah. I'm in Sweden, so it's 9 p.m. here. And I set the next stream up for 5 p.m. going forward in case they will be uh, going late today. It's not 3:24 where you are. It can't be. I know time zones are weird, but not that weird. And it's 2 p.m. in Chicago. Okay. And yeah, and the next stream will just be in preparation. So it says 5 p.m. on it, but I will wait for the actual verdict. Sorry. GD, my now ex-husband did the bungee jump 8 weeks after major back surgery on a dare. Okay, yeah, ex-husband might be a good choice here. I only found out because one of the kids was with him and the friend who dared him bought a video of it. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, listen, there's I
Mm,
have you know,
yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, but yeah, you saw earlier, if I may grift a bit more, that's what, among other things, you get from being a member, and it's $3 a month. And
Yep.
because there's a bunch of people here who I see have no green mark on them
Yes.
indicating they are members. So most welcome to do so. It will help the channel stay afloat. As I said earlier, I need about $350 per month to keep it afloat. And in comparison, well, then you only should need 120 members or so. Not really. First, you have to remove YouTube's cut. Then I will receive the cash. Then I need to pay taxes. So, yeah,
Dang it.
it's a bit more.
No taxes. Nuts.
In Herc or CH53 or what you won't notice some guy hemming in the slipstream, but something much smaller certainly might. Yeah, this apparently was aircraft carrier helicopter, and that's YouTube cut is 30%, yes, and then I needed to pay taxes on it, which is 30% of what's left. Then I have to apply next year to get some of it back if I have expenses. Yay, Sweden! Yay!
No, I was told reliably by the guy who's angry and brushes his hair with a balloon that everything is free in Sweden and you don't pay money and you live in a commune and like just the government just hands out free things everywhere, just like on unicorns. I'm pretty sure.
I have to apply next year to deduct. Yeah, fun times. Government need their taxes, and then they decide how much I get back after I, for instance, the internet, a new sound, lighting, stuff like that. I can't deduct booze. So yeah, that's fun. And that's why I do occasionally a drinking stream, so I can replace the booze. 1776. Yeah, but we do have universal health care, and that's a good thing. Especially
and our army.
Yeah, you have your army. Yeah, we also have an army, it roughly translates to a defense power of sorts, and we currently have somewhere 25,000 people, so not that big. Every year, every 18-year-old man and volunteer women are tested for are you available to do 5, 8, 10, 12 months of army service. Here's the thing with Sweden. Drinking is not deductible. That's just the way it's, yeah. Where was I? Yeah. And, yes. Here is the PayPal. Thank you, Tweety. If you want to support my channel without getting YouTube their cut, you can go via PayPal. You can donate one time or set up a monthly via PayPal. I still need to pay taxes on it in some form, but at least I don't have to pay sales tax on it. But from YouTube, I need to pay income tax. Yay. It's Sweden. They don't care if it's a business. Alcohol, no. I checked the taxation authorities, and no. I wish that would take care of a lot, but sadly not. So the specific
Are your
internet
fun suits?
lighting. What?
Your fun suits, your gifts for yourself, your fun suits,
yeah.
since you're Swedish.
Yeah,
And you
My
can't wear
fun
them
suit?
out anywhere else.
No, I can't wear them out. Yeah, a business attire for only like this as an YouTuber can only be deductible if it's only usable on screen. It's not supposed to be everyday wear. For instance, I can't deduct this, but I have nothing close to. Yeah, I have nothing close. Yeah. Making fun of the Danish deductible. If making fun of Danish people were deductible, nobody would pay taxes in Sweden. Can I deduct the new studio trailer? That I can. The year after. I still need to hoist out the money for it. Yes, the yellow suit will qualify, and the other stuff. Yes, John Gordon, Danes are technically people. And no movement in the trial.
I don't.
At least,
Yeah.
at least not that I can hear. There's somebody's head is walking around the camera. Hi, Mads. I didn't know you were here. Yeah,
Matt
but
is like,
Swedes actually make more fun out of Norwegians. For instance, how do you know?
oh, really?
How do you know if there's a Norwegian in the restaurant? They peel the French fries.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, we just make fun of people from Kentucky, but we're from Indiana, so I don't know that we have many stones to throw. So,
do you know why the Incredible Hulk didn't catch on in Norway?
no.
Every time they see the Green Man, they walk off. What do you call a clever person in Norway? A tourist.
I was going to say an out-of-towner. Oh, no. Well, at least they're about the same as, you see, people, no matter how different we are, we all have our states we make fun of. We really, people aren't that different. We all have our joke states.
Yeah. Do you know why on Norwegian birthday cakes they don't write out the name?
Because no one can spell?
No, it won't fit in the typewriter.
I still contend that Georgia is the fake state or country that doesn't exist. We have a Georgia. They need, even though theirs is older.
Yeah. In Norwegian beaches, they are having a hard time because getting the rescue personnel, because all they say is, well, how was your day today, sir? Well, it was fine. Oh, really? How? So many people waved at me.
Ignoring people drowning. I love it. Look, hey, Tweety, we don't make fun of America's freedom boner. Florida is hilarious.
Why wasn't Jesus born in Norway? No wise men.
It was cold.
Well, he could walk on water in Norway. But,
I always wondered why Jesus stayed with the old guy or why Mary stayed with the old guy after. It's like,
why
that
do
priest didn't like
Norwegians
me.
why do Norwegians tippy-toe in the pharmacy? They don't want to
I have
wake
no.
up the sleeping pills.
Are we going to get a hate crime monitor from the EU? And by we, I mean you, because I don't care if I get anything from the EU, but you'll probably get like, I don't know, John Donnes come from like the Vatican themselves, the Swiss Guard, in the middle of the night.
What do you get if you tear a paper in half? A Norwegian puzzle.
Terrible.
These
Also,
jokes
I've
are
heard
a
all of
bit
these except
Mm.
about Polish people,
Yeah,
which
no,
is
no,
kind
no.
of terrible.
And I will rarely do jokes about Finns because they can outdrink me and outcut me. And you will never see a Finn without a knife. That's the joke.
Well, is it Finland that does the shark meat?
No, that's
Or is that
Iceland.
Norway?
That's Iceland.
Okay, I was going to say you'd need the knife if you're going to. You'd have to be a hardy people.
Finns are the sauna people who bring their saunas up to 110 centigrade and then stay there for hours. And then when they're done, they jump into an ice lake voluntarily.
Oh, that seems like a interesting idea. You won't see me try it, but
let's see if I.
But I have a weird leg, so it wouldn't like the cold.
Why do Norwegians put sugar on their pillows? They want
Sweet
to have
dreams.
sweet dreams. Yeah.
That or diabetes. I don't know.
What does it say on the bottom of Norwegian swimming pools?
Go
no
up.
smoking. No smoking. What did the Norwegian said who found out he had vacuum in his he had a vacuum for brains? Better that than nothing.
True. I thought there was something up, but it was just a head.
Oh, this was fun. Why do Norwegian babies only get their diapers switched once a month?
Mom's tired, but I don't know.
On the bag it says 30 to 40 pounds.
True. Oh my gosh. The amount of diapers.
These are you can apply these jokes on any neighboring state, and I assume a few of you will.
Yes. Yes. But use at your caution, and this is not legal advice and or joke advice, but at your caution.
If you served in the army, this is. If you served in the army, raise your hand. If you served in the French army, raise both.
Pretty much. I mean, unless it's a weekend and then you're rioting.
French unions are good at rioting. There's more than one story about French unions when they negotiate. They actually nailed the door shut. Here's our people, that's you alone. Let's nail the door shut. You're welcome out when you have entered an agreement. Surprisingly, the agreements are really fast.
Yeah, it surprisingly it works out, but I don't know. I've seen pictures of Paris, and I don't think I want to go there now.
Well, they do
But I
have
didn't really
gotten
want to
rid of
go there.
most. Yeah, they do have gotten rid of most of the dog problems and pigeon problems because 20 years ago, Paris smelled like poo. I am
Well,
not
I was
actually. I'm not
thinking more
kidding.
the encampment problems.
Oh, oh, sorry. Yeah, and
Well,
like you never fired dropped once.
well,
Oh,
it
yeah.
happens.
Mm. French weapons have great secondary value because, hey,
They need.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, if I'm going to Europe, I'm going to England. Of course, I'm going to have all the money in my, imaginary trip. I'm going to meet Mary Berry. And I'm going to meet Prue from The Great Bake Off. I'm going to meet Paul Hollywood. I am
Mm.
totally not going to fall in love with him and or be intimidated. And then I'm going to meet the weird co-host guy. We're going to fangirl about that. And then we're just going to, do weird stuff all around England and hang out and eat all the chocolate and then go to Sweden and meet Baker and Nicholas and
Mm.
all the stuff. Just eat
Yeah.
all the stuff and then be brought home on one of those cargo ships as I have to.
Yeah. Dave is coming here in early October, I think. And if my schedule allows it, me, Baker, and David will go on the Helsingborg-Helsingør ferry. Because you buy a day trip ticket, and it's just a 20-minute ride over the between. And on occasions, they have a buffet, eat all you want on it. So you just travel back and forth, eating and drinking.
Sounds good.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Baker was showing us a dinner that starts with cake and ends with like more cake and cookies and stuff. And I'm like, I have found my people.
Yeah.
I have found my people.
Yeah, you have to
I'm
stimulate your
home.
appetite with something sweet. Then you move on to the meats and the potatoes and everything, and oh, it's so amazing. And then you end off with something sweet. And that can take a
The
few hours.
Mediterraneans are like, try these fish and whole grains. The Norwegians are like, have you heard of carbs? For the long winter, we need sugar and carbs.
Mm. I'm constantly going over to the stream, but nothing happening so far. We need the October schedule. Here's the thing. Normally, I think early October, depending on which date, you're either in my work weekend or my free weekend. Early October. Depending on which date it is. And here's the thing. That can change depending on what my superiors says. And that is why I need a lot more subscribers and members and stuff like that, make the channel grow, so I can avoid doing these weekends, tell them to fork off, because I'm not working weekends anymore, and only daytime and stuff like that. That would be really, really nice if you subscribe to my channel. If you think, yeah, this is good enough. It's worth $3 a month. I would really, really appreciate it, and stuff like that. And yeah, and there's a PayPal for you who don't want to give YouTube a cut. But yeah, so I would really, really appreciate it. Still nothing on the live. Let's see here. A Swedish man was on a bus in Norway. When he was about to exit, he asked, what end am I supposed to exit? And the bus driver said, it doesn't matter, both ends stop. Yeah, I know it's stupid.
No, it's funny because it really does. You wouldn't think, and before I kind of got into YouTube and this kind of thing, you wouldn't think we're all so similar because we all have these, kind of jokes, these kind of similar, poke fun at the people kind of around us who are a little bit different or a little bit the same, but we all do.
Let's see here.
And yes, subscribe to me. I'm going to be doing a murder board of this probably when we get the verdict back. So I just kind of like to wrap up cases, give a short 20 to 30 minute kind of thing. Behind me, that wooden thing is a big whiteboard. I focus in on that. I write out kind of all the players in the case and give kind of a little summary since the cases are generally not chronological, and just kind of give it a big old kind of with a bow on what went on and who's who and different things.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm looking for a more humorous.
The Baker trial should be starting tomorrow unless it got delayed. I haven't gotten anything more from Baker, so I am not quite sure, but let me double check.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow will be more of the same. I will postpone the stream to when a verdict is actually in. So maybe I can join the Baker stream tomorrow. That would be fun if he wants me on after all my jokes. But he's Danish, not Norwegian, so he should be. Treaties. Well, my cat chose to fork off, and I don't know where he is. Yeah, if you're telling jokes about neighboring countries, they are very, very similar. Greeks to Turks, Turks to Greeks, Swedes to Norwegians, Brits to Brits about Irish. I don't know. Except Germany. Nobody tells jokes in Germany.
Germany, no one says anything funny in.
No, I mean, what do they have? Have you heard about the sausage? I mean,
nothing funny has ever happened in Germany. We don't talk about Germany. What are you talking about?
No, yeah, we never talk about Germany. Don't mention the war. There are so many World War II jokes I can't say on YouTube's. Hitler has only got one ball. Himmler has two, but very small.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Austria and Germany not so good either, because a certain someone was born in Austria and moved to Germany.
Yeah. That's why I never tell any of my boys their finger paintings are bad. I'm like, no, boys, you have talent.
And for you who understand, why don't Germans have cheese on their sausage? Because it is a worst case scenario. That's so bad.
Horrible.
That's horrible.
You have a joke, Tweety? Just
Oh.
one? Are you allowed one? Or
Yeah. Why can't cats drive boats in Germany? Because it's fur boating. Yeah.
Verboten.
Verboten. Yeah. Oh, that's so. Yeah. Mads ferry going from Sweden to Sweden's favorite drinking place, Helsingör. Keep the city clean, follow a Swede to the ferry. Yeah. I'm not surprised over that motto, because on occasions we don't really, after spending 3 hours drinking and eating on the ferry, then we exit to Denmark to buy cheap alcohol, and yeah. Why don't credit cards work in France? Nobody there can say charge.
I recommend trying to do the Mr. Gutierrez lift before the buffet. I'm just saying, in the chronological, if you're going to, plan things. Just,
Oh.
That's actually funny, Tweety.
Oh God, that's bad. An evil driver, yeah.
Well, thus far, no one's school has called me, and so I may or may not like my youngest two's principal on totally not my fault reasons. So she is very proud of her educational doctorate, and I say that her educational doctorate is an indictment on the educational system. So I call her Miss instead of Doctor, because I feel that I haven't seen any sort of documentation that she's actually achieved this. So I will not be shocked if my children don't say this at some point and I'm called into the principal's office. I'm just shocked it hasn't happened this first day.
English translation of a French joke. Listen, says a mom to a little girl. If you behave yourself, you will go to heavens. But if you don't behave, you go to hell. So what do I do to go to the circus? I don't get it.
That would be something my kid asked. Like, okay, yeah, I get that. That's existential, but how do I go to Walmart? Right now, me wants to know what I get now.
Oh, yeah.
My kids got it. My mother-in-law gave us a really old metal detector, and now my kids are dying to go out in the backyard. And I can only imagine what I fear we are going to find, like, Lucky the dog's attached to Lucky the dog's old collar kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. Jokes about French not being good at war are only based on what happened in World War II. Only Spain waged more wars than France historically. Actually, I still believe that Sweden has if you combine all years in war, I believe Sweden is the country in Europe that has been in war the longest. Because from around 13th century, we started warring against Russia, Poland, France, Denmark. Yeah, so between 1300 and 1700, I think we had a combined 70 or 80 years of peace for just about 500 years. Which, yeah, so United States, you have some catching up to do, but you might.
No, thank you.
But yeah, I agree. French people with Napoleon he was quite successful up until he tried to invade Russia.
Russia really is the in
Mm.
risk in real life is always the one that gets you.
Yeah, I mean, especially Russia in winter is a especially bad idea because
and
vast
yet people
distances
continue
and
to try.
cold as fuck. I mean, if you visit Germany, don't ask any of them if they can see your friend named Kyle.
I don't get the reference, but okay.
Yeah, I know. But this part of Sweden is Sweden, and the Danes will never forgive us. But you got a whole other island that should be Swedish as well.
See, you could have had all the islands.
Yeah, but our Charles XII kind of lost everything and then went to Turkey for asylum, and he brought back the meatballs. So, but yeah,
Well,
swings
see,
and roundabouts. Yeah.
you know, like meatballs. They smell really good in IKEA, but by then I'm so confused as to where the hell I am in the actual daggone store, and I'm just exhausted, and I'm trying to remember what the hell a Schaufelwerking is, and what the hell I wrote down about 18 feet ago. And I'm like, you know what? And my husband's like, we came here on a mission, and why do we have 833 candles in the thing and a bunch of chocolate bars? These were not on our list. So that is what happens when you go on an IKEA trip.
Yeah.
At least with me.
Åland is Finnish territory, but they are self-sufficient, I believe. And it's å, not ä. Yeah. But it's hard to. Where was I? I'm just checking a bit here. Let's see here. From the beginning of this stream to now, I have had almost 1,000 views. That's neat. Let's see here what it says here, and out of that, it's 640 that are different kind. Yeah. So people are tuning in and out. So I should have 600 likes. Do I have 600 likes? I currently have 139. So if you're completely new here, just check if you have pressed the thumbs up. That would be very much appreciated. likes and views and everything drives the YouTube algorithm to promote me to people who have never heard of me. So that would be very, very sweet of you if you choose to. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. I'm covering trials, evidence evaluations, and stuff like that. I'm actually trained in it. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. And yeah, and as a member, if you are willing to departure from $3 a month, you will have members only stuff for you on the channel and a link to the Discord. Thank you so much. Or you can pop over to Mose and subscribe to her because she needs views and subscribers to get monetized. And
yes, and as promised, when monetized, my first members only video will be me reading, not rapping. Again, not rapping. WAP. As
Rap.
promised, the lyrics to that song, a la almost Ben Shapiro style, but I will read it. I will be horrified, but I will read it. I will probably be giggling like a 12-year-old boy because holy cow, that song. But the gauntlet was thrown. I figured the most horrifying thing I could do was that song, but it will be the members only piece de resistance, if you will. And yeah, I don't do French, so
yeah,
that was it.
And sometimes I read from this book, Swedish Folk and Fairy Tales.
Because Sweden has different holidays that we didn't know about at all.
Sweden has a few very weird ones. No, we don't have many in the fall, but I'm sure I can find something to aid in that.
And then obviously, church lady / Southern granny may have to come out and give a little love, a little, solidarity to our favorite, most lovely defense attorney, because he had some church in his closing statement, and then a little bit of boo, a hiss to the old state, because I hated him so much. Such a dill hole.
Yes, Trollhättan is a real place in Sweden. They do a lot of movies there. I've heard. They also have some. Yeah, there's nothing special about that town, as far as I know.
Well, the only thing we have in America is that in a couple weeks, everything is going to turn to pumpkin spice everything. And women will start wearing Uggs.
The one thing we have during the fall is moose hunting week, where we sometimes get the week off from school, but that's not an actual holiday. It's just that we can apply for a week off from school to join the moose hunt.
Cool. I love moose. Well, not in real life, but as stuffed animals. They're my favorite stuffed animal.
Yeah, we have an extremely large moose population because about from 200 to 60 years ago, there was an extreme hunt for predators, predatory animals like wolf, bear, cougar, and stuff like that. So we have every fall, I think this year I believe this year's quota is around 50,000 moose. Yeah, and moose is delicious. Oh,
I am intrigued.
Moose sausage with moose fillet, moose beef, moose. Now I'm hungry. How does every Swedish joke start by looking over your shoulder? Yeah, there could be a Dane or a Norwegian anywhere. Yeah. Well, three wise
Same is
men had
true
to
in
be
Indiana.
from our neighboring countries, not from within the countries. And virgins are, yeah, we have a out. I mean,
Jodi
most of the
Arias
countries.
technicalities work.
Yeah, and if you live remotely, and first of all, you have to discover are we related, and then you have to okay. There's not much to do, and it's cold and dark most of the year. What to do? I mean, drink and sex. That yeah. Moose are technically large deer. No, moose are moose.
And
What
if
happened?
they're accompanied by a flying squirrel, they stop Russian spies. It's what happens.
Never mind this Norway. I could finish it. Oh God, that's bad.
That was really good.
Oh, that's yeah. Now the Swedish or the Scandinavian moose is can grow as large as 7 foot and weigh up to a metric ton. So those are big and really dangerous animals.
Yeah, I've seen people try to
Tweety and David are collecting from the exact same website. And they posted it almost exactly the same. Oh.
Well, it's like me waiting. I'm missing all of my kids, all the noise, and now my cats have decided to be super needy. Sometimes, Cheddar, I don't have any food. I mean, for you.
No, I think Tweety. I think that is the COVID test, a Swedish COVID test. You have to assemble it yourself. Let's see.
Corn Pope, that sounds interesting. Look, the deer startled me and I broke my ankle, which led to my leg. And I've always said I want the revenging against deer. But I'd rather just have someone cook me some deer that they actually hunted themselves. Sitting out in the cold is not my jam.
Oh. I really can't argue against it. Scandinavian, yeah. Oh, there's so many bad jokes out there. And I see throughout the day I got 4 new subscribers. That is a bit sad. But then again, I have a large amount of people who watch my channel is reoccurring watchers. So, but I had up to 130 continuously here at the time. So hopefully I will gain a few more. During this week I gained like 50 or so. So yeah, I'm happy for a week to gain 50 subscribers a week. That's a good number for me.
It ebbs and flows. I like, just kind of going in and doing what I like and then having the murder board and kind of figuring out what works and what works for me. And I'm fairly new at this still, and kind of came into streaming right before school ended, and then all the children came into summer, and it's chaos around here. And now it's, getting some ideas and getting a schedule in, because I may or may not be chaotic neutral, but semi-good, lawful, little bit.
See here, we have 10 minutes left before 4. You know what? I'm going to send you off to the next stream. And so Mo can set up something on her channel to play with or something.
Well, I'll
Or
probably,
kids to arrive.
yeah, I'll probably start dinner, and then if I hear anything later on this evening, I'll hop on. They might have questions. My guess is they're going to have a lot of questions about reasonable doubt,
Yeah.
or the wording about, intentional, or, what exactly is reasonable doubt? Can I infer this? What is it's Yeah, there's a lot of things that, knowing my luck, and here's what's gonna happen, because this is my luck. I've penciled out most of the week to be free to do this. I have one doctor's appointment. It is at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. They are going to come with a verdict at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. I will be
Yeah.
in the doctor's office doing the same stupid thing where he looks at my leg and he's like, "Still feel weird?" And I'm gonna say, "Still feels weird." And he's like, "That's cool." I'm gonna say, "Yep." And I'm gonna be out of there.
Yeah. And yeah, we are going for a few more minutes, and I'm going to send you dun dun dun.
Yeah, I'll probably post a murder board of this in the morning. So I get up about 4 a.m. and I'll do a murder board, and then I'll probably start working on some Karen Reed, and just doing no, I don't have gout, I have complex regional pain syndrome in my left leg. So, uh, I have a video about it and a stream if you feel like listening about my gimpy leg, which I don't know why you would, but if you do, and the, drive-by walking deer attack that started it, that is always a stream that you can watch. But, because only I would have a walking drive-by deer attack. I get up about 4, so I'll probably get that done, and then, yes, I will start working on the Karen Reed case, and getting kind of that stuff going. So, yes, I do have gout. I, in fact, eat all of the processed liver and pate meat. I have an extreme deli meat addiction. I like the royals of old, I can barely walk because of it.
All right.
As
CEO
per
of
usual.
IKEA was just elected president in Sweden. He should have his cabinet together by the end of the week. Yeah, I'm going to redirect you to the next stream, and that will be online as soon as I hear something's go. They are about to reach a verdict, and then I will listen and for questions and stuff like that. But I won't go online until there is an actual verdict. But I will listen to it. I will have it in the background. Meanwhile, thank you all so much for showing up, and thank you for the new subscribers. Thank you for gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chat, stuff like that. And yeah, I will see you all here later today or tomorrow, if the verdict isn't in tomorrow. And yeah, have a great day. Hug your family. Family first, unless your family is shit, then fuck them, and enjoy time with people you like. Okay?
Yes.
Bye-bye.